The Villainous Female Supporting Character Raising Her Bun Chapter 57 to Chapter 96. The good atmosphere was interrupted, and the two of them swallowed their words again. As the saying goes, a spurt of energy leads to a decline of spirit. Chenghuan's little thoughts were also swept away by Xianxia's call. She only thought that she had thought too much before. She sighed in her heart, not knowing whether it was a sigh of disappointment or relief. She rubbed the little boy's face with both hands and vented her anger before taking him back to eat breakfast. And Jiang Mingyuan. He returned to his original silent and cold appearance, saying only a few words a day. In the morning, they watched the sunrise. After breakfast, they took a yacht out to sea. The two adults even tried diving with the help of the coach and saw the scenery of the sea bottom. After playing for a day, they returned to Yongnan Island in the evening. The cruise ship sailed at sea for a night and docked at the port at dawn the next day. Chenghuan's plane ticket was booked at noon. During the morning, they could buy some souvenirs. The most famous specialty of Yongnan Island was coconut carving, which was made of coconut shell or coconut wood. It was both practical and ornamental. Chenghuan strolled around the street and picked a rabbit-shaped piggy bank for Xianxia. She bought a set of coconut carving fruit plates and bowls for herself. She also picked a lot of small things to give to the staff in the shop. After buying everything, she was about to take Xianxia back, but found that Jiang Mingyuan didn't take anything. "Aren't you going to buy some as gifts?" "No need." Jiang Mingyuan looked indifferent. "We have to buy something to bring back when we go out. Otherwise, it would be a waste of a trip." Chenghuan was addicted to shopping. Seeing that others didn't buy anything, she couldn't stand it, so she took the initiative to take Jiang Mingyuan to buy some souvenirs. Jiang Mingyuan's sleeves were grabbed, and the fragrance of another person drifted over. His body suddenly froze. His muscles tightened, and he didn't know how to refuse. Like a marionette, he was dragged forward by someone. He only saw the person's white fingers grabbing his sleeves. Chenghuan carried the packed souvenirs and dragged Jiang Mingyuan back to the store they had been to before. The boss was happy that he had made a deal. When he found that the customer had come back, he was a little nervous. He muttered that something might have gone wrong with the things he bought. However, he greeted the customer with a smile on his face. "Is there anything else you need?" "I want to buy something else." Chenghuan's words dispelled the shopkeeper's worries, and the smile on his face became more sincere. "Take a look at whatever you want. If you can't find anything satisfactory, you can come to my house to have a look. There are more things at home, and if you have special requirements, we can also customize them. We can carve them now and send them to you when they're done." "Alright, let's take a look first." Chenghuan thanked the boss and let go of Jiang Mingyuan's sleeve to let him choose. "Is there anything you like?" Jiang Mingyuan heaved a sigh of relief when the force on his sleeve disappeared. He tidied up his clothes, calmed down, and responded with an indifferent look. This handicraft store was quite large, and there were many kinds of things, from small jewelry earrings to large decorative vases. The prices ranged from the cheapest dozens of yuan to the most expensive thousands of yuan. Jiang Mingyuan had gone on many business trips, so he didn't have the obsession to go out and buy souvenirs. Because someone beside him urged him, he took a few symbolic glances and then picked the most expensive ones to buy a few sets. After making a big deal, the shopkeeper grinned happily. Not only did he take the initiative to give them a few small things, but he also considerately sent them a free express delivery. The three of them came out of the store empty-handed, had lunch in advance, and were ready to board the plane. When the plane landed, it was already evening. As soon as they stepped out of the cabin door, they felt the familiar yet strange cold air, which penetrated their skin and drilled into their bones. Chenghuan put on the large down jacket again, but she still felt cold. She shrank her neck and shivered. The shoes on her feet were not thick, and the short walk made her toenails numb from the cold. She admired the people next to her who were not afraid of the cold. Jiang Mingyuan walked to the side with Xianxia in his arms. He was wearing a very familiar suit with only a thin shirt under the suit, which made people feel goosebumps. However, his body was straight and his steps were steady. There was no trace of abnormality. Walking through the covered bridge and into the room, the cold wind that could cut people was blocked outside, making people feel much better. Jiang Mingyuan put Xingxing down and said to her, "I'll go get my luggage." "I'll go with you." Qinghuan thought of her two big suitcases and felt embarrassed to stay here. She was ashamed. Originally, she thought she was thoughtful and brought everything, such as bed sheets and slippers, because she was afraid that the things in the hotel would be dirty. However, all the daily necessities in the place where they lived were new, and the quality was better than what she brought. Therefore, these things were useless and took up space. "No, I'll go. You stay here and look at Xingxing." Jiang Mingyuan looked at her disheveled hair and shrank neck, looking like a quail. He wanted to rub her hair, but this idea was suppressed in the end. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and his face was gentle. "I can still carry those things." With that, he strode away. Both Xingxing and Qinghuan were useless. The temperature in Sea City made the little guy so cold that his whole body wilted. The thick coat that he didn't want to wear was put on his body obediently. He clasped his hands together like in the TV series and muttered what he wanted to eat at night. After eating outside for a few days, the little guy especially missed his mother's cooking. "Pork trotters won't do. It's too greasy. You can't finish it. How about we make chestnut roast chicken?" Qinghuan rejected her son's request and changed her suggestion. Xingxing thought about it and felt that chicken was okay, so she reluctantly nodded. "I also want to eat shrimp." "Haven't you eaten enough in the past few days?" Qinghuan reached out with difficulty and pinched his cold little face. Then, she reached out her other hand to cover his face and said, "Then let's eat shrimp." When the mother and son were discussing what to make for the last soup, a surprised male voice came from the side. "Hey, what a coincidence. We meet again." It was the person who took the photo before. "I'm Yao Tan. Do you still remember me?" He introduced himself with a hot attitude. "Did you just get off the plane too?" Qinghuan straightened up and nodded at him. Then were really faded. He looked very familiar. "You also live in Sea City. Are you waiting for someone here? Do you want to take my car back? There are 2 seats in the car." "No need. Don't be an outsider. You've helped me so much. It's not troublesome to give you a ride." He took Qinghuan's rejection as a courtesy. He wanted to say something else, but he was interrupted by Xingxing. The little guy was talking about being hungry for dinner. He was unhappy to be interrupted, and now this uncle wanted to take his mother away. He was very aware of the crisis. In class, Kuan said that his mother left with another uncle. After that, he lost his mother. Xingxing didn't want to be a child without a mother, so at this time, he stood up bravely. "We'll go back with Dad." The child puffed out his chest and raised his head like a fighting rooster. He snorted. "I'm not going with you." The man was a little embarrassed by Xingxing's words. He had taken a fancy to Qinghuan at first sight on the beach. He had wanted to find an opportunity to ask her out, but he had never succeeded. The business card he had given her was like a stone sinking into the sea. He felt that his appearance was not bad. In the past, he had been able to get her easily. However, this time, the other party's attitude was cold. Instead of leaving, he shamelessly asked for Qinghuan's contact information under the excuse of fate. He looked like he wouldn't give up until he reached his goal. There was a greasy and affectionate look on his face. Qinghuan was annoyed. In order to send him away, he casually gave a string of numbers. Yao Tan was happy to get the number. Just as he was about to verify the authenticity of the number, he saw someone coming over from the corner of his eye. The man was good-looking and had an extraordinary aura. Because of his work, Yao Tan had seen a lot of big shots. He knew that this kind of person was basically not to be provoked. His face changed slightly, and he didn't dare to stay. He hurriedly said goodbye to Qinghuan, said that he would contact him later, and quickly left. "Did you just meet an acquaintance?" Jiang Mingyuan came over and asked. He was empty-handed and had a leisurely posture. There were 2 people following behind him to help him carry his luggage. Yao Tan didn't know where they found them. "It's the one who asked me to help take photos of him before." Qinghuan didn't have a good impression of Yao Tan. He didn't want to say more and was ready to skip the topic. Unfortunately, he forgot that there was a little traitor beside him. Xianxia was still worried that his mother had left with someone else. Now that he saw his father, he naturally wanted to complain. He jumped in front of Qinghuan, still looking like an angry chicken, and sold out his mother completely. That uncle asked for mom's phone number. Oh? Jiang Mingyuan made an ambiguous sound, and his face sank slightly. He pulled out the man's appearance from his memory and recalled the desire that was not very good hidden in his eyes. For a moment, he felt that he had found a good reason, so he had more confidence to intervene. That person's purpose is not pure. Don't get too close to him. I know. Don't worry. Qinghuan was not a child. He could see through this little trick. She waved her hand and said something very reassuring. The phone number I gave him is from the shop next door. Jiang Mingyuan, he didn't know what to say for a moment. He didn't know whether to praise her for being witty or wonder why she remembered the number of the shop next door. In the end, he only squeezed out 3 words, "That's good." However, he was a little happy in his heart. The driver had been waiting for a long time. As soon as the 3 of them left the hall, they got in the car and drove to Qinghuan. On the way back, Qinghuan asked the car to stop outside a farmer's market. He wanted to get out of the car to buy vegetables. Xianxia was bored in the car and wanted to get out. He went, and Jiang Mingyuan naturally followed. It was the first time that the 3 of them went to a farmer's market together, but there was no romantic or warm atmosphere. There were poultry meat, fruits, and vegetables in the market. All kinds of smells were mixed together. After a day of fermentation, the smell became more pungent. Xianxia had already covered her nose. Even Jiang Mingyuan frowned. Of course, Qinghuan didn't like the smell, but there was nothing he could do. The vegetables in the market are fresher. She was in charge of cooking. No matter what she said, the other 2 couldn't refute. The family bought the ingredients they needed at the fastest speed. All of them were carried by Jiang Mingyuan, and the driver was almost shocked. The 3 of them went home. Qinghuan cooked, and the father and son cleaned the house. They got along well. On the other side, Li Kongyu was confirming with a familiar waiter for the last time. Will your boss really come tomorrow? Of course. Why would I lie to you? The waiter who had been delayed to confirm was also very impatient. This was the 6th time he had answered this question. He was a little hesitant. Why are you looking for our boss? Li Kongyu had prepared the answer to this question many times. When he spoke, he didn't even blink. I want to hold a class reunion. There are a few classmates who can't be contacted. Your boss has the same name as my classmate. I want to see if they are the same person. Really? The waiter was still a little doubtful. He took out his phone and said, I have our boss's phone number. Do you want to call and ask? No need, no need. Li Kongyu did not dare to act rashly and alert the enemy when the situation was still unclear. He quickly stopped the waiter and made up another excuse under the waiter's puzzled gaze. I'll look at it myself. It'll be so embarrassing if the result is wrong. It's nothing. Hey, you don't understand. He put on an embarrassed look on his face, as if there was something difficult to say. Sure enough, the waiter sensibly stopped talking. After waiting for so many days, Li Kongyu's patience was almost exhausted. He did not want to wait any longer, so after confirming that Qinghuan would come, he decisively asked for a day's leave and came early in the morning to wait. This time, his wait was not in vain. At around 10 o'clock, he saw a very beautiful woman enter the restaurant. At that time, there were not many customers in the restaurant, so the flow of people was very obvious. Li Kongyu had actually forgotten what Qinghuan looked like, but when he saw a well-dressed person walking straight to the kitchen, he became nervous. He already had a hunch. Later, when he saw Qinghuan come out and talk to the waiter, he became more and more certain. He was excited and his adrenaline rose, as if he could already see himself getting promoted and getting a raise. Qinghuan did not leave after she arrived and stayed until the afternoon. Li Kongyu was afraid that he would be exposed, so he paid and left after a while. He had been wandering in the corridor, his eyes always looking at the door. Because he had to keep an eye on her, Li Kongyu did not even dare to go to the toilet. He was about to explode when she finally came out. He did not dare to delay and quickly followed her, keeping a distance that was neither too far nor too close. There were many people in the mall, so he was not conspicuous. He kept following outside. When he saw Qinghuan take a taxi, he drove and followed her. Qinghuan had always lived in a safe environment and never thought that someone would follow her. She took a taxi back to the neighborhood and walked home. She prepared the ingredients for dinner and went out to pick up Xianxia from school. As for Li Kangyi, he was stopped outside the neighborhood and could only watch as Qinghuan left. He tried to wait outside the door for someone to come out, but because Qinghuan took the back door to pick up Xianxia, he waited until past 10 o'clock and was starving, but nothing happened. As the holidays had just ended, the children's minds were not on school. Every day felt like a year to them. However, when school was about to end, the teacher told them a piece of news that pulled them back to reality. A week later, the kindergarten would hold a parent-child activity, and both parents were required to attend. The parent-child activity was to play with their parents. They could also see them embarrass themselves, so there was no reason for the children to be unhappy about it. The group of little kids whose minds had drifted away were easily subdued. They even felt that time was passing too slowly. She really wanted this week to pass faster. Qinghuan had just taken over his son from the teacher when he heard the news. A parent-child activity? Yes. Xianxia's happy footsteps were light. Mom and Dad have to attend. Mom is fine, but Dad may not have time. During dinner yesterday, he had said that he would be busy before the new year. But I really want Dad to attend. Xianxia's eyes were full of longing. He had held 3 parent-child activities in the past few months, but his father had never come. The other children's fathers had all come. Qinghuan did not want the child to be too disappointed. She thought for a moment and said, "Then ask Dad tonight if he can come." Okay. A parent-child activity? Jiang Mingyuan was a little confused. What is it for? It's to play games together. The teacher asked Mom and Dad to come. Xianxia sat on the sofa and made a phone call. He told his father about the parent-child game. He looked very excited and could not sit still. His little butt moved around. Jiang Mingyuan put his phone aside and turned on the speakerphone. His eyes were fixed on the documents in front of him. After resting for a few days, the documents that needed to be reviewed had piled up into a small mountain. It seemed that he would have to work overtime for the next few days. He signed his name neatly on a document and replied to his son, "When was it?" "Next Tuesday." There was still a week. If he seized the time to finish his work, he should be able to free up a day. Jiang Mingyuan thought about it and agreed to his child's request. The child on the other end of the phone was unusually excited and said a bunch of confessions. It sounded a little mushy. Sure enough, in a short while, another person's voice was mixed in with the words of the little guy's confession. Jiang Mingyuan smiled. Listening to the voices of the two people, it seemed that the fatigue on his body had lessened a lot. He pushed away the documents in front of him and leaned back in his chair to relax. He changed the phone to handset mode and put it to his ear. After Xianxia finished his confession, he asked, "Where's Mom?" "Mom is cooking. There's prawns." After going out to play, Xianxia fell in love with the taste of prawns and wanted to eat them for almost every meal. He was satisfied and didn't forget his old father. "Dad, what do you want to eat?" "Dad hasn't eaten yet. I don't know what to eat now." He was busy the whole day and didn't even have time to drink water. He only ate 2 mouthfuls in the afternoon. Now, his stomach was so hungry that he couldn't feel anything. Then Dad will eat prawns too. Xianxia always felt that other people liked what he liked to eat, so he didn't hesitate to give a suggestion. Okay, Dad will eat prawns too. After ending the call with his son, Jiang Mingyuan still had a faint smile on his face. He picked up the phone and dialed the internal line. "Help me order a dinner. It must have prawns." "Okay." It was the first time Qiao Shan saw the boss ordering food. He was silent for a moment. Due to his duties as an assistant, he asked, "Do you want anything else?" "The rest is up to you." It was still the boss he was familiar with. Qiao Shan breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to put down the phone, he heard the man say, "Help me clear the 9th. I have something to do." "Okay, I got it." Xiaoshan continued to nod. The workaholic boss took the initiative to give him a holiday. He could already treat it as normal. He wasn't prepared to ask more, but the person on the other end of the phone added, "Do you know what to prepare for a parent-child activity?" Xiaoshan. I don't know. What would a single dog like him know? January 9th, Tuesday. When Li Kongyi arrived at the company, he felt that something was wrong. It took him 2 hours to react. He didn't seem to see the boss today. He was a little confused. Did the boss go out? The boss didn't come to work today. The colleague beside him said, "It seems that he has some private matters." The boss, who couldn't wait to treat the company as his home, actually took a leave of absence. This was definitely something worth gossiping about. Without their boss, the colleagues who were undisciplined were guessing what the boss was doing. They were extremely gossipy. Of course, among these people, there were 2 exceptions. One was Zhou Shan, and the other was Li Kongyi. As a confidant, Zhou Shan already knew the truth. However, Li Kongyi had something on his mind. After a week of waiting, he finally followed Qinghuan to the place where the child went to school. He wanted to ask around at night, but his mind wasn't on work. The kindergarten ended early. By the time he got off work, it would be too late. Li Kongyi could only take a leave of absence. He didn't have much to do, so Xiaoshan happily approved the leave. However, he was a little confused. "You took a lot of leave this month." "I have something to do at home," Li Kongyi vaguely said. After punching in his card, he rushed out without stopping. He drove to the kindergarten. At this time, the kindergarten hadn't ended yet. It was very quiet outside, but there were many cars parked outside. Li Kongyi looked all the way but couldn't find a place to park. Helpless, he could only park his car at a place further away. He walked over and waited for the kindergarten to end. His timing was quite accurate. Not long after, cheerful music could be heard in the kindergarten. Li Kongyi's spirit was lifted. His bent back straightened. He stared at the entrance with bright eyes. He wanted to remember the child's teacher, but also thought about how to get close to the person and get information. Just as he was waiting, the gate opened. A group of parents walked out with the children. Li Kongyi was stunned. He didn't think that it would be so unlucky. It was Parent-Child Day. This time, he probably couldn't find any teachers. He had wasted another day. Li Kongyi had been beaten down a lot recently. His patience had increased a lot, so he wasn't too disappointed. Although he was optimistic, he still didn't feel good. Thinking about the deduction of his salary for today's leave, Li Kongyi sighed. He stepped on the cigarette butt and prepared to go back. Because school was over, the car in front of the kindergarten started to move. As soon as he turned around, he saw a familiar car driving over. Li Kongyi was stunned for a moment. He suddenly raised his head and stared at the car plate number. He finally confirmed that it was his boss's car. His boss's car was in front of the kindergarten. What did it mean? Li Kongyi slapped his thigh and almost cried out. His face was flushed. He couldn't wait to take out his phone and take a picture of the car. He didn't expect to gain something on the first day. He was excited. He remembered that his colleagues had said that his boss had taken leave for personal matters. Combined with the Parent-Child Day at the kindergarten, a bold guess came to his mind. It can't be, he was shocked by this guess. This kind of big boss made so much money in a day. How could he attend an illegitimate child's parent-child activities? Even his brother, a small white-collar worker, had never attended his niece's parent-child meetings. Li Kongyi found a lot of reasons to deny his guess. However, even if he didn't believe it, the fact was in front of him. His boss was holding a child in his arms and walking out of the kindergarten with a woman next to him. Their attitude was intimate. Even if he was shocked, Li Kongyi didn't forget his chance to make a fortune. He hid behind people, picked up his phone and aimed it at them. Because his hand was shaking, the camera couldn't focus. He was so anxious that he almost sweated. On the other side, Jiang Mingyuan and Qinghuan were talking. "You've worked hard today. What's there to work hard for? You're treating me like an outsider." Jiang Mingyuan tilted his head and smiled. He walked to the front of the car. The driver got out of the car and opened the door. Jiang Mingyuan was about to bend down and put Xianxia into the car when he suddenly felt something. His eyes turned sharp and he looked in a certain direction. What's wrong? Chen Huan was a little nervous. Nothing. Unable to find the person, Jiang Mingyuan shook his head and put Xianxia back into the child's seat in the car. He let Chen Huan sit in the back seat and went to the front passenger seat himself. The door closed and the car slowly drove away. Li Kangyi, who was hiding behind others, breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the clear photo on his phone, he couldn't help but laugh. He breathed heavily and his face and neck were red. He dialed a number that he had thought to himself countless times. After the call was connected, he said, "Madam, I just saw the boss. He took a woman and a child." Yes, I took a photo. If you want to wait, I'll send it to you." While Li Kangyi was complaining, in the car on the other side, Jiang Mingyuan made a suggestion that he had been considering for a long time. "Do you want to change your residence?" "Change of residence? Why?" Chen Huan was a little puzzled. He felt that the place he was living in now was quite good. Jiang Mingyuan wanted to say something, but he looked at the driver's license and swallowed his words. "Forget it, we'll talk about it when we get back." The car was indeed not a suitable place to talk. Chen Huan nodded and did not ask any more questions. However, his heart was like a cat scratching, and he wanted to know the answer. When they got home, Chen Huan sent Xianxia to the study to play games. He went to make 2 cups of tea and handed one to Jiang Mingyuan. "Can you say it now?" "It's like this." Jiang Mingyuan had already thought of the wording in the past few days. Xianxia is getting bigger and bigger. It's not good for his parents to live separately. It will cause him trouble, so I want to ask you to move downstairs. Downstairs? Yes. In fact, he wanted them to move into his house, but things had to be done step by step. He could not make such a request now. He said, "There's a tenant below my apartment who moved out when the rent was due. If you want, you can move in tomorrow." He said, "The apartment is not too far from here. It won't affect too much." Chen Huan was silent. She knew that Jiang Mingyuan's words had a certain degree of truth. Children did not understand this kind of relationship and dared to say anything. However, if those words were heard by others, it would easily attract strange looks from others. For example, when they met old Lu's family on the plane. However, the reason was one thing, and the feelings were another. Chen Huan felt that he had some bad intentions towards people now. It did not matter if they were far away and did not see each other every day. If they moved downstairs and saw each other every day, no one could be sure what would happen. Deep in her heart, she was a little afraid of this kind of unknown. Chen Huan did not say anything, and Jiang Mingyuan did not urge him. He took a sip of tea to moisten his lips and waited for a long time. However, he did not get the response he wanted. Instead, he got a call from Gu Mingli. When the phone rang, Jiang Mingyuan frowned. He was also a public figure and was very sensitive to the camera. Not long ago, he felt that someone was secretly taking pictures of him at the entrance of the kindergarten. Now that he received a phone call, he couldn't help but think more. He didn't feel that there was anything to hide. He just felt annoyed and sighed in his heart. He stood up and said, "I'm going to take a call." "Go." Chen Huan's heart was also in a mess. When he heard the phone ring, he faintly breathed a sigh of relief and felt the pressure suddenly reduced. He hurriedly waved his hand to show that he didn't mind. Jiang Mingyuan took his phone and went to the balcony. The glass door between the balcony and the living room was closed. He could only see the movement but not hear the sound. He answered the call. "Mom. Mingyuan, are you still at work?" The voice on the other end of the phone was still gentle, as if it was a normal concern from a mother. "No, I came out to do something." "Really? That's great. You haven't been back for a long time. I'll cook tonight, and you can come home for dinner, okay? I have something to do tonight. What do you want? You can come back after you're done. I'll wait for you." The other party was not lying. If he didn't go back, she could really wait for him all night. Even if their relationship was ordinary, Jiang Mingyuan could not do such a ruthless thing, so he could only agree. "I know. I'll go back later. Then I'll wait for you. Gu Mingli seemed to be a little happy that her son had given in. Her voice was so soft that it could drip water, but it made the person on the other end of the phone unusually irritable. Jiang Mingyuan hung up the phone and maintained the same posture in the cold wind for a long time. He calmed down, put the phone in his pocket, opened the door and walked in. I have something to do. I have to go first. It's so early. Aren't you going to eat? Cheng Huan recovered from his thoughts and was a little surprised. I'm not eating. I'll go tell Xingxing. He looked apologetic and turned to walk to the study. Xingxing was painting his masterpiece in the study. After a few months, his painting skills did not improve much, but the characters in the painting were a lot richer. There was an additional permanent character, his father. Jiang Mingyuan knocked on the door and went in. He squatted next to him and watched for a long time. He did not say much about the red hair that Xingxing painted his father in the painting. He even nodded against his will and praised it a little when the little guy asked if it looked good. After praising Xingxing, Jiang Mingyuan took advantage of the fact that the child was happy and told him that he was going to leave. Daddy, aren't you going to eat? The mother and son had a tacit understanding and asked the same question. Daddy is going back to eat. Then Daddy won't be able to eat Mommy's cooking. In the child's heart, his mother's cooking was the best. No one else could. He looked at his father with sympathy, rolled his eyes, and patted his chest and promised, Daddy, don't worry. I'll help you eat more. Jiang Mingyuan. Then I should thank you, right? He bent down and reached out to rub Xingxing's little belly. Let Daddy see how much you can put in your little belly. Xingxing was ticklish. As soon as Jiang Mingyuan's hand reached out, he giggled and twisted his body to hide. He even bragged, I can eat a lot, a lot. After playing with his son for a while, Jiang Mingyuan's mood improved. He carried Xingxing and sat him on the stool. He picked up the paintbrush that had fallen on the ground and handed it to him. Goodbye, baby. Daddy is leaving. Goodbye, Daddy. Xingxing waved his hand and looked heartless. When he walked out of the door, he asked, Daddy, are you coming tomorrow? I can't come tomorrow. After a day of rest, he would have more things to deal with. Even if he was reluctant, he could only refuse. Okay, Daddy. Go ahead. Xingxing lowered his head and his expression could not be seen clearly. He found a black paintbrush and painted his father's face black. It was drizzling. The villa was brightly lit. There were already servants waiting outside. As soon as the car door opened, an umbrella appeared above his head. Jiang Mingyuan thanked him and took the umbrella. When he looked up, he saw someone waiting outside the main building. He quickened his pace and walked over in a few steps. He disagreed. It's cold outside. Mom, you don't have to come out. I haven't seen you for a long time. Can't I see you earlier? Gu Mingli smiled and walked over to hold his hand. Let me see. Have you lost weight again? You, really? Don't talk about work all the time. You have to take care of yourself. Jiang Mingyuan did not say anything. His mother held his hand and walked into the villa together. As soon as they entered the door, Gu Mingli let go of his hand and pressed him to sit down on the sofa. You're back too early. I haven't finished cooking. Wait for a while. No need to trouble yourself. His mother had always been a rich lady who did not do household chores. In his memory, the last time she cooked was not long after his father passed away. She made a few dishes at the dinner table and told him to be content with what he had and not to compete with those uncles and elders. Because of this past, Jiang Mingyuan did not have any expectations for Mom's taste. He frowned slightly and his attitude was cold. There's a chef at home. You don't have to cook. Does the chef cook the same as me? Gu Mingli said lightly. She did not wait for him to say anything and turned to go to the kitchen. Gu Mingli's so-called cooking was similar to that of the ladies in ancient times. Someone had prepared the ingredients and kitchen utensils. She was only responsible for starting the fire and putting the ingredients in. Even the amount of seasoning needed was prepared beforehand. It was not much different from a chef's cooking, except that it tasted a little worse. Before Jiang Mingyuan came back, she had already prepared a few dishes. The rest did not take much time and was ready in a short while. "Mingyuan, it's time to eat." Gu Mingli came out and called out as she watched the servants bring the dishes to the table. She had not taken off her apron and her hair was tied up in a loose bun. Under the warm yellow light, she looked even gentler. She was a very good mother who loved her children. Jiang Mingyuan was not moved by the scene in front of him. He responded indifferently and logged out of his email account to clear his browsing history. Only then did he turn off his computer and get up to walk to the dining room. "Try this. It's your favorite vinegar fish when you were young." As soon as he sat down, someone put some food in his bowl. Gu Mingli put down her chopsticks and said to him, "Don't always stay in that small apartment of yours. Come home and live. Isn't it more comfortable than living outside?" "It's more convenient outside." Jiang Mingyuan refused. He ignored the fish with chopsticks in his bowl and buried his head in eating. This meal was quite uncomfortable. Gu Mingli probably wanted to show her motherly love and kept putting food in his bowl. The food piled up into a small mountain in his bowl. When Jiang Mingyuan refused to eat, she tearfully asked if he was still angry with her mother. Jiang Mingyuan had a splitting headache and almost had indigestion after eating the meal. After the meal, the servants went to clear the table. Jiang Mingyuan stood to digest the food while Gu Mingli continued to ask about his well-being. She said that he was wearing too little and what would happen if he caught a cold and so on. She sang a one-man show by herself for quite a while. When she was almost done talking, she finally got to the key point. "Mingyuan, do you have a girlfriend recently?" Jiang Mingyuan. "No." He was still in the process of wooing her. "I know you don't want me to care, so I won't rush you. But if you meet someone you like, remember to bring her home for me to see." She smiled and said, "You know me. I've been wanting to have a grandson for a long time." Jiang Mingyuan held a cup of water and was a quiet listener. When he heard this, he looked up and glanced at her. "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you really have a son?" Gu Mingli covered her mouth and laughed. "If you do, I'll burn some incense and tell your father. He'll be so happy." Jiang Mingyuan's lips twitched. He looked away and continued to stare at the cup in front of him. Seeing his attitude, Gu Mingli secretly gritted her teeth. She knew that she didn't have a good relationship with her son, but there were some things that she had to care about. If you really have a child, you should raise him at home. Otherwise, he'll be bad if he spends too much time with outsiders. She sighed as if to warn him. Also, you have to keep your eyes open. Those women out there are very bad. You can play with them, but you can't get married. The daughter-in-law of the Jiang family must be of equal social status. Otherwise, you won't be able to bring her out when you go to any banquet. She'll only embarrass you. Jiang Mingyuan could already be sure that she knew about the existence of Qinghuan and Xingxing. He wasn't interested in listening to her nonsense. He put down the cup and stood up. "I still have some things to deal with. I'll leave first." "You're always busy." "Forget it. I know you can't stay at home." Gu Mingli sighed and waved her hand to let him leave. As soon as the door closed, her face immediately darkened. She took out her phone and found someone's contact information. She called and said, "Help me investigate 2 people. I'll give you the results within a week." "Who is it?" "A shameless B*TCH. Her expression was vicious. After she said that, she changed her expression. "The other person might be my grandson. Find a chance to get his blood. I want to verify it." After making that phone call, Li Kangyi had been waiting for the news of his transfer. He was very confident. Mrs. Jiang had promised to give him benefits over the phone. She was the boss's mother. Wouldn't it be easy for her to give him a position, because he felt that his promotion was a sure thing? Li Kangyi didn't care about his current job. If he was assigned something, he would push it away. If he couldn't push it away, he would push it to the end. "Li Kangyi, have you sent the schedule for the Qiyuan project?" "What schedule?" Li Kangyi leaned back in his chair and looked at the colleague who asked the question. He raised his eyelids slightly and used his unfavorable height to create a condescending feeling. "I asked you to remember the schedule during the meeting on Wednesday." Didn't I ask you to send it to the project team? Why did they say that they didn't receive it? The female colleague frowned. She was very dissatisfied with his attitude. Li Kangyi had followed this meeting. He had some impression of it. After that, he seemed to have forgotten about the email because he was looking for houses online. He only remembered it when his colleague reminded him. However, of course, he couldn't say that he forgot. Although he didn't like this job, he still had to put on an act. So, he made a sound of surprise and said with a puzzled expression, "I sent it." As he spoke, he opened his mailbox and pretended to look around in the outbox. He muttered, "Could it be that you didn't send it?" After finishing the superficial work, Li Kangyi raised his head and smiled awkwardly at the female colleague. "It seems that I didn't send it at that time. I'll send it again." The female colleague ignored him with a cold face. They were partners and cooperated with each other to complete everything. Recently, Li Kangyi had been dropping the ball, which increased her workload. She had said it more than once, but every time, this person could find an excuse to shirk the responsibility. Li Kangyi obviously knew that his partner was unhappy. However, he had the confidence now. Seeing that his colleagues in the office didn't take it seriously, he didn't even want to say a word. The consequence of offending his colleagues was that he would be talked to by his boss. Xiao Shan did not have a good impression of Li Kangyi, or rather, the entire office did not have a good impression of him. This person's work ability was average, but he loved to bootlick. Back then, he was always following behind the boss and was chased out of the office by the boss in a fit of anger. They still remembered the joke. Although he did not have a good impression of him, Xiao Shan usually did not make things difficult for him, and he treated him equally. This time, he wanted to talk to him because he wanted to know the reason why he had become like this. However, Li Kangyi did not buy it. On the surface he admitted his mistake and said he would change, but Xiao Shan could tell that the other party did not even put him in his eyes. He frowned, not knowing what to say to such a person, sighed, and waved his hand to let them leave. Li Kangyi walked back briskly with a smile on his face, thinking that Xiao Shan's attitude was due to the orders of his superiors. He was dreaming, but what awaited him was a notice of dismissal. "Fire me? Based on what?" He rushed into Xiao Shan's office and roared angrily. "This is the boss's idea. If you have any objections, you can talk to the boss." Xiao Shan did not even raise his head. "There will be a new person coming later, you can take over from him." "How can the boss fire me?" Li Kangyi did not believe it. He had helped the boss find his son. "It's up to you to believe it or not." Xiao Shan was helpless. Li Kangyi's condition was not to the extent that he had to fire him, but since the boss had spoken, he did not dare to have any objections. Li Kangyi did not believe it. He was filled with anger, feeling that he had been let down. He flew out of Xiao Shan's office and turned to rush into the boss's office. The commotion he caused was huge, and alarmed many people. They did not dare to openly gossip, and could only stretch their ears to listen to the commotion next door. They really did hear something. Li Kangyi was too agitated, and did not close the door. His furious voice came out from the room and into their ears. "Boss, why did you fire me? What did I do wrong? I had been in the company for 5 years, even if I don't have much merit, at least I have worked hard, not to mention that I even helped you find your son." His words were earth-shattering. The assistants in the office next door looked at each other. They did not dare to believe what they had heard. Their boss had a son? Didn't they say they were not married yet? Although Jiang Mingyuan always had an unapproachable look, because of his face and status, there were many girls in the company who liked him, especially the assistants who had close contact with the boss. The female assistants looked at each other. They could see the disappointment in each other's eyes. One of them sighed and leaned on the desk. "Another good male god has been taken away." The more explosive the gossip, the faster it spread. Li Kangyi was completely famous in the company. In the end, when he was chased out by the security, there were many people who came out to watch. Li Kangyi's face was completely lost on this day. He was angry and sad. He felt that he had been played. He could not get an explanation from the boss. He thought of another person. He dialed the phone. It rang for more than 10 times before it was picked up. Gu Mingli's tone was impatient. "What's the matter?" It had to be said that she really hated these people. They were like ingrates, asking for endless favors from you. It was impossible to feed them until they were full. However, her son just couldn't see through this and insisted on going against her. Mrs. Jiang. Li Kangyi managed to maintain his last trace of calmness. He did not let himself be too impulsive. Didn't you say you were going to promote me? Isn't it just a director of a branch company? I already said. What else do you want? You said? Then why did the boss fire me? Li Kangyi roared. His voice was already sharp. It was simply too unpleasant to hear. Gu Mingli hurriedly put the phone away. She was not happy. When she was angry, she did not have any expression on her face, because frowning would cause wrinkles. She was afraid that she would not be able to control herself. She even used her hand to touch the space between her eyebrows, then brought the phone closer to her and asked, "You said that Yuan fired you?" There was another sharp voice on the other end of the phone. Gu Mingli suppressed her anger. She finally understood the whole story. I know. Don't worry, wait for me to ask. After saying that, she hung up the phone and called Jiang Mingyuan. Jiang Mingyuan was not surprised by this call at all. He pressed the answer button, turned on the hands-free, and put it aside to continue his unfinished work. Mingyuan, are you busy? No matter the situation, that person always made people feel that he was concerned about you. Jiang Mingyuan grunted in acknowledgement. Don't always be busy. You have to strike a balance between work and rest. You have to be busy for a while, then take a break. After saying a long series of fixed lines, Gu Mingli finally got to the point. I heard that you fired an assistant. How did he make you angry? Does snitching behind my back count? Jiang Mingyuan chuckled, but his laughter was full of cold mockery. He did not beat around the bush and said directly, I don't like half-hearted subordinates, and I don't like people interfering with my personnel arrangements. Mom, if you are his lobbyist, then forget it. Gu Mingli was agitated by his tone. What do you mean? Am I still an outsider in your eyes? Jiang Mingyuan did not speak. The other end of the phone was silent. This silence encouraged Gu Mingli to panic. She hurriedly hung up the phone. She could not even control the expression on her face. She took a deep breath for a long time to control her emotions. Impossible, I am his mother. How can I be an outsider? She encouraged herself as she called Li Kangyi back. Her tone was as arrogant as before. Mingyuan said that your work ability is not good. You know that he values this the most. Even if it is not good, I will give you some money as compensation. She said, is 1 million enough? Qing Huan did not know what was happening in Jiang Mingyuan. She still followed the usual routine, send the child to school, go to the store, buy groceries, pick up Xianxia from school, cook, take a shower and go to bed. Her life was very regular. Today, she picked up Xianxia from school as usual, but found that Xianxia was a little listless and did not feel so energetic. What's wrong with you, baby? Why do you have a bitter face? She squatted down to tease him. Mom. Xianxia leaned over and stretched out his finger pitifully. My hand is bleeding. What's wrong? Let me see. Hearing that it was bleeding, Qing Huan was very nervous. She thought that there was some dispute in the kindergarten, but after taking a closer look, she found that it was only a small wound. Okay, Mom will blow on it for you, baby, it doesn't hurt. Seeing such a small wound, Qing Huan did not take it seriously. She put the child's hand to her mouth and blew on it. Sure enough, the child was beaming with joy again. In the evening, after taking a shower and coaxing Xianxia to sleep, Qing Huan and Jiang Mingyuan talked about this topic while chatting. Since the last time that person suggested moving, Qing Huan said that she would consider it. That person would come to talk to her every night for a while. The content of the conversation was not limited to moving, but also extended to other aspects. Jiang Mingyuan was a very good person to talk to. Although he was silent, he was not cold, and the two of them could be considered to be in sync. In the past, every time Qing Huan talked about Xianxia, Jiang Mingyuan mostly just looked and did not say anything, but this time was different. She had just talked about this matter, and in less than 2 seconds, a phone call came. You said that the child's hand was cut? The voice on the other side was serious. Yes, it's just a scratch on the fingertip. It's not serious, don't worry. It shouldn't be a scratch. He said, it's a blood draw. Blood draw? Qing Huan was puzzled. The kindergarten didn't say that there was a physical examination. The person on the other side seemed to sneer. Of course it's not a physical examination. I can't explain it clearly over the phone. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Jiang Mingyuan came quickly, and in less than 10 minutes, he arrived. Qinghuan opened the door in cotton pajamas and poured a cup of hot water for him. What's wrong? She was a little nervous after being teased by this person. My mother knows about you and Xianxia. She probably asked someone to do it and wants to do a DNA test. Hasn't it already been tested? She doesn't know. Jiang Mingyuan paused. Some time ago, she saw from others that I participated in the kindergarten's Parent-Child Day activity, so she has doubts. When he talked about his mother, his expression was not very happy. Qinghuan also felt that it was a little troublesome. She still remembered how difficult it was to deal with the male protagonist's mother in the novel. She was a madam who only wanted a grandson and looked down on the grandson's mother. If the male protagonist had not stopped her, the original owner of the novel would have been driven away by her. Now that this person knew about her and Xianxia, would she also want to take Xianxia back and send her away with a sum of money? Qinghuan thought about it and felt that it was a little difficult. She glanced at Jiang Mingyuan and asked him what to do. Jiang Mingyuan frowned. Let's move to another place. The security here is too bad. My mother may do something more extreme. But Xianxia still has to go to school? It was not much use to move out. Her range of activities was fixed. Jiang Mingyuan had already thought about this problem. I found another kindergarten next to the apartment. The facilities are good, and the main thing is that it's safe. A situation like having your blood drawn will definitely not happen. Even if Jiang Mingyuan didn't say anything, Qinghuan planned to change Xianxia's school. This school tolerated outsiders coming in contact with the child again and again, and even played the role of an accomplice. It really made her feel uneasy. However, moving downstairs to Jiang Mingyuan's house, although there wasn't much description in that novel, the description of Jiang Mingyuan's mother was very accurate. This was a very strong class concept, as if she lived before the founding of the country. Mrs. Jiang looked down on people who were lower than her from the bottom of her heart. She felt that talking to you was charity, but at the same time, she wouldn't let go of people she didn't like just because she looked down on them. Especially those who snatched her son. Qinghuan didn't read the later content of the novel, but when she entered the pit, she glanced at a few comments. The female protagonist, who was like a small son, also suffered a lot of grievances in her hands and almost implicated her parents. Qinghuan didn't have a tendency to self-abuse. She didn't want to deal with this kind of person. When she knew that Jiang Mingyuan's mother knew of their existence, she just wanted to go far away. Anyway, she couldn't afford to offend her, but she could always hide. Her shop's business was good, and the monthly income was enough for her and Xianxia to live very well. But, she felt sorry for the child's father. He probably didn't want them to leave. Qinghuan struggled in her heart, but her face only showed a little. Jiang Mingyuan's eyesight was so good that how could he not see it? His hot blood suddenly cooled down. He stared at Qinghuan, not letting go of any expression on her face. You don't want to move? Qinghuan was a little embarrassed. She looked away and didn't dare to look at him. Her statement was no different from a straightforward admission. Jiang Mingyuan was disappointed, but he didn't know what to say. The room was silent, and no one spoke. Qinghuan felt uncomfortable all over. It seemed that she had returned to the time when they first met, unfamiliar and awkward. In the end, she broke the silence. Qinghuan moistened her lips and said her thoughts. I don't want to contact your mother. Jiang Mingyuan immediately said, I won't let her disturb you. Qinghuan glanced at him, obviously not believing him. She had already moved downstairs. In the eyes of that Madame Jiang, it must be a provocation to her. How could she not come to find her? Jiang Mingyuan could tell that she didn't trust him, so he didn't continue to promise her. Instead, he fell silent again. After a while, he got up, and his expression and voice were the same as usual. We'll talk about this later. It's getting late. You should go to sleep. I'm going back. Qinghuan was a little depressed because of this incident. She stood up silently and walked him to the door. When the elevator opened, she said, Be careful. Don't overthink it. Jiang Mingyuan raised his hand. In the end, he couldn't help but rub her head. Facing that person's surprised gaze, he revealed a faint smile. It's not a big problem. Don't worry about it. Then, he stepped into the elevator. Chenghuan's cheeks blushed, and the balance in her heart kept tilting. It was not until the elevator door closed in front of her that she came back to her senses. Forget it. I'll think about moving later. There's no need to rush. Jiang Mingyuan drove himself. He walked out of the elevator, got in the car, turned on the GPS, and found the villa. It was too late. Other than the guards, everyone else was already asleep. Jiang Mingyuan didn't want to wake anyone up in the middle of the night. He took a quick shower and lay on the bed that he hadn't slept on for more than half a year. Before he went to sleep, he couldn't help but send that person a good night. Gu Mingli didn't know that her son had returned until the next morning. She was old and didn't get enough sleep. She would wake up at 6 o'clock every day. In order to maintain her health, Gu Mingli exercised moderately every day. She changed into a set of exercise clothes and was about to go upstairs to exercise. Just as she opened the door to the gym, she saw that there was already someone inside. Mingyuan? Gu Mingli was a little surprised. Why are you back? Jiang Mingyuan had been exercising for a while and was sweating a lot. He took a towel to wipe his face and looked at his mother. I have something to talk to you about. What's the matter? Gu Mingli's heart tightened. She had a bad feeling. I'm going to take a shower first. We'll talk when I come out. Okay, go ahead. The door of the gym closed behind her. Gu Mingli was no longer in the mood to exercise. Her son had just embarrassed her yesterday. He didn't look like he was here to apologize to her. So, he definitely didn't look for her today for anything good. What was the matter? Was it before she gave it to Jiang Mingkai, or was her contact with Jiang Sudong discovered? The more Gu Mingli thought about it, the more flustered she became. She patted her face and forced herself to calm down. She turned and walked out of the gym. She changed her clothes and waited downstairs. Jiang Mingyuan finished showering and went downstairs. He saw that his mother was already sitting in the dining room. There were 2 sides of bread in front of her. She picked up a piece and carefully spread strawberry jam on it. When she heard the sound, she looked up and greeted the person on the stairs. Come and eat first. Across the table, the maid had also prepared food for him. It was the same bread, sauce, and milk. Jiang Mingyuan walked over and casually pulled out a chair to sit down. He went straight to the point. I heard that you hired a private detective to investigate my child. He said, I hope you can stop. Don't disturb them. Gu Mingli's hand paused for a moment. After that, she acted as if nothing had happened. What are you talking about? You should know very well what I'm talking about. After all, you just transferred a sum of money to someone yesterday. Gu Mingli stopped what she was doing. She put down the table knife and stared at the person opposite her with a burning gaze. You hired someone to investigate me? Just like how you investigated my child. He's your son and my grandson. Why can't I investigate? Gu Mingli was full of grievances. Since you already knew, why did you hide it from me? Do you still remember that I'm your mother? If you didn't deliberately hide it, why would I do such an unnecessary thing? Gu Mingli felt that her actions were appropriate, so she became self-righteous again. She straightened her back, picked up the bread covered in sauce, and took a bite. After eating it leisurely, she said, since you're sure that he's your son, then I won't investigate anymore. You can find a time to bring him back. I'll help you raise him. After all, I'm a child of the Jiang family. I can't mix with those shady people. I think you might have misunderstood. Jiang Mingyuan ignored her self-assertion and said lightly, I'm not looking for you to discuss how to bring him back. Your actions have caused trouble for my child and his mother. I hope you can keep a little distance from them. What do you mean? You don't want me to interact with your son? Yes. Jiang Mingyuan. Do you even see me as your mother? What do you mean by keep a distance from your son? What's wrong with me? Is there a plague? Gu Mingli was angered by this one word. She could no longer maintain her usual composure. She slammed down the table knife and said in a hurried tone, Did the vixen outside say something to you? Let me tell you, those women can't be trusted. They're with you only for your money. Then why are you with my father? Gu Mingli was instantly silenced. Her face flushed red as she stared at her son in disbelief. She didn't expect him to say such things. How did I give birth to such an ingrate like you? She clutched her chest, breathing rapidly. After a while, she recovered. Since you asked, then listen carefully. I'm with your father because we're of equal social status. So don't think about looking for those shady women outside. That's not something you should do. In that case, you and Jiang Sudong can be considered to be of equal social status. Jiang Mingyuan smiled playfully, his gaze cold. Upon hearing Jiang Sudong's name, Gu Mingli's face showed a trace of panic. She reacted immediately and pretended to be calm. What nonsense are you talking about? That's your third uncle. You know very well whether I'm talking nonsense or not. Jiang Mingyuan got up and didn't want to say more. If you want Jiang Sudong to live a better life, then stay away from my wife and child. After saying that, he turned and left without caring about Gu Mingli's change of expression. What wife and child did you say? I'll never agree to let you marry such a woman. Behind him, his mother screamed hysterically. The servants tactfully hid in places where they couldn't see. Jiang Mingyuan expressionlessly started the car and drove out of the gate. He wasn't in a good mood. For the first time, he drove over the speed limit. The car spewed out exhaust gas and sped on the mountain road. He didn't drive often, so his driving skills were average. At a corner, he almost sped off. The brakes were stepped to the bottom, making an unpleasant sound. His body rushed forward because of inertia, but was pulled back by the seat belt. Jiang Mingyuan leaned his head against the steering wheel and took a few deep breaths. He recovered from the thrill just now. He wiped his face, restarted the car, and drove to the foot of the mountain at the speed of a turtle. Ever since she knew that Mrs. Jiang was investigating Xingxing, Qinghuan had been on tenterhooks every day, waiting for someone to come. She waited day after day, but the person who came looking for trouble didn't come. Did she forget about us? Qinghuan and Xingxing sat cross-legged on the sofa, facing each other. She pinched the child's face and muttered to herself. Xingxing leaned back and saved her face from her mother's fingers. She looked confused. Mom, what are you talking about? Nothing. Qinghuan came back to her senses. Let's continue playing. The mother and son played games on the sofa, using the local news on TV as the background sound. The news was talking about the top 10 outstanding entrepreneurs selected this year and introducing their information one by one. Xingxing was playing with the 9 consecutive rings in his hand. When he heard a name, he turned his head sharply. He opened his eyes and looked at the TV. It's Dad. Seeing his father on TV made him very excited. The little guy climbed down from the sofa, ran to the TV, and leaned his head over. Why is Dad on TV? Because Dad is awesome, so he's on TV. Qinghuan walked over and pulled him back. Don't get too close. It's not good for your eyes. Xingxing was pulled back by her, his eyes still staring at the TV. When the news finished broadcasting Jiang Mingyuan's information and changed to another person, he sighed and turned his head. Mom. The little guy looked up. I want to be on TV too. Qinghuan coaxed him. If you work hard, maybe you can be on TV in the future. No, I'm on TV. Xingxing thought for a while and suddenly said loudly, the teacher said we're on TV. He didn't know if his mouth was too sharp. As soon as the little guy finished speaking, the news reported the kindergarten. Xingxing recognized the school he had been in for a semester at a glance. He leaned closer to look, but this time the news was not a good thing. It said that the kindergarten was ordered to close down and rectify because the fire protection facilities were not in place. The relevant responsible persons were also dealt with. He couldn't understand the words in the news. He only knew that he was looking for the people he knew. The child was so excited that after the news ended, he still wanted to continue. Mom, I'm not in it. Qinghuan was not in the mood to care about the psychological blow caused by her son's failure to appear on TV. All her attention was now on the firefighting rectification opinions broadcast on TV. As everyone knew, when it came to firefighting and taxation, there was no problem that could not be found. The kindergarten was exposed as a firefighting hazard and ordered to rectify it. Coupled with Xingxing's blood being drawn, Jiang Mingyuan said that he wanted to teach them a lesson. What was going on could not be clearer. At that time, she actually wanted to go to the kindergarten to ask for an explanation, but she was stopped. What did that person say? Qinghuan held her chin and recalled the situation at that time. It seemed to be saying that this kind of small matter should be left to him. Now it seemed that it was done very well. Qinghuan imagined that person's appearance and couldn't help but laugh. Xingxing heard the sound and turned her head, somewhat puzzled. Mom, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you for not having to go to class. Qinghuan came back to her senses, but her smile had not disappeared. She waved her hand and Xingxing came to her side. Why not? Because the kindergarten teachers have gone home. Qinghuan talked nonsense. The news said that the rectification time was 2 months. Not only did she not have to go to class before the new year, but also the enrollment after the new year would definitely be affected. In fact, even if the kindergarten could be opened before school started next year, there would definitely be many parents who would not dare to send their children there after such a thing happened. Things were similar to what she thought. As soon as the news came out, the parents' group was in an uproar. As the group leader, the kindergarten teacher hung up an early holiday notice and disappeared. She was determined not to come out even if the news bombarded her. The messages in the group were too fast. Qinghuan was allowed to leave after reading a few. Before she pressed the return button, she found that she was pulled into another group. The new group was created by a very active parent. She pulled everyone except the teacher in. As the group leader, she said the first sentence. Do mom, okay, let's talk in this group. Let's discuss what to do. There were only parents and no teachers in the group, so there was no need to hold back when they spoke. Every parent was making a racket. Some said that they wanted the kindergarten to refund the school fees, some said that they wanted to reflect on the fact that the kindergarten opened earlier, and most of them were considering which school to transfer their children to. The kindergarten next to the residential area was not cheap. It could barely be considered a school for the wealthy. Those who could send their children there were not short of money. Therefore, during the discussion, they talked about other kindergartens with sky-high prices. As indigenous people, the parents knew much more than Qinghuan and the people who came here halfway. Qinghuan looked at them for a while and learned the names of many kindergartens from them. Most of these kindergartens were not too far from the residential area, and the fees were high. Among them, the Mars kindergarten appeared the most frequently. Kaikai's dad, it's hard to get into that kindergarten. They basically don't accept outsiders. Can any of you get in through your connections? There were also a bunch of people who complained that the kindergarten was too arrogant. Qinghuan. The name of this kindergarten was a bit familiar. It seemed to be the one that Jiang Mingyuan mentioned before. After all, she had implicated others for her own affairs. This made Qinghuan feel a little guilty. She put away her phone, hugged Xingxing, and asked tentatively, Baby, do you want to go to another kindergarten? Why should I change? Because the kindergarten is not open now, so we have to go to another place to go to school. Then can I not go to school? Xingxing stood on the sofa and clung to her. I want to be with mommy. Qinghuan, this can't be. The little guy dragged out the sound of an O. He pouted and was not very happy. Then change. Good boy. Qinghuan kissed him on the cheek and asked for his opinion without sincerity. Do you have a school that you want to go to? This was actually nonsense. Xingxing was still a little old. How could he know about schools? Qinghuan thought so she was not prepared to hear a useful answer. She just paused symbolically. However, I want to go to Mars kindergarten. Mommy has a few good schools here. Take a look. How do you know about this kindergarten? Qinghuan was surprised. Xingxing took apart a set of water wheel blocks and was trying to find the base from inside. He stopped what he was doing and thought for a while. Daddy said so. It turned out that he was waiting here. She thought that he was really as calm as he looked on the surface. Qinghuan was a little surprised at first. After the surprise, she wanted to laugh. After laughing, she agreed. Okay, let's go to Mars kindergarten. After all, this kindergarten had a good reputation in the parents' group. As parents, they always hope to give their children better things. Moreover, she felt that she should give Jiang Mingyuan a little more confidence. At that time, he said that he would make trouble for the kindergarten and did it. Then, he should be able to do it when he said that he would not let Mrs. Jiang disturb them. After all, she had waited for so long, but no one came to find trouble. After making this decision, Qinhuan felt that a stone had been removed from her heart. Her whole person became much more relaxed. She took a deep breath and continued to discuss the conditions of changing schools with Xingxing. If we change schools, we will have to move. How about we move to Daddy's place? Xingxing stopped what he was doing and the blocks fell from his hands. He widened his eyes and his expression was blank. After a few seconds, the little guy's expression changed. He cheered and jumped into Qinhuan's arms, saying that he wanted to move. "You're so happy?" The child jumped so hard that she almost couldn't hold him. Qinhuan used all her strength to maintain her balance so that she wouldn't fall down in shame. Xingxing jumped until his body was steaming. He finally stopped. He smiled so widely that his eyes couldn't be seen. He said happily, "Mommy, are we moving today?" Daddy said that the new house is very big. Well, she thought that her son didn't know anything. It turned out that the father and son had already talked about it. Qinhuan snorted in her heart. She pretended to be angry and pinched Xingxing's nose. She said fiercely, "Little traitor, what else did Daddy say to you?" "Daddy said that Mommy doesn't want to move," Xingxing said in a muffled voice. After that, his little face fell. "Mommy, don't you want to live with Daddy?" But the parents of other little friends all lived together. In front of her son, Qinhuan naturally had to deny it. "There's no such thing," she said, "it's just that we were delayed by something before. Don't you think we should move now?" It seemed that what she said made sense. Xingxing thought about it and nodded. "Then Mommy, let's tell Daddy and ask him to pick us up." She didn't wait for Qinhuan to stop her and dialed Jiang Mingyuan's phone number. At this moment, Jiang Mingyuan was still working overtime in a meeting. A senior executive on his left was talking when his phone rang abruptly. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes full of admiration for the owner of the phone. Who didn't know that the boss was in a bad mood recently? Even so, he still dared to not turn on the phone during a meeting. The group of executives looked for the source of the ringtone with the attitude of watching a good show. They looked around and found that the sound came from the front. It was as if someone had suddenly pressed a slow-motion camera. They turned their heads slightly stiffly and slowly and looked at the front of the conference table. They saw that the boss, who had always been serious, had a gentle expression on his face. He told them to wait for a moment and took the phone out of the conference room. The door of the conference room closed behind him. The people inside were scratching their hearts and lungs, communicating with each other through their eyes. But no one dared to brazenly go out and eavesdrop. Jiang Mingyuan didn't answer the phone for a long time. After 2 minutes, he came back and opened the door to announce the good news. "The meeting is adjourned. We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Everyone has worked hard." He nodded to everyone and turned to leave. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but his footsteps seemed to be much more hurried than before. Since the boss left, the others naturally wouldn't stay. They took a long breath and packed their things to leave. After Qiu Shan finished typing the last paragraph, he closed his laptop and stood up, but before he could leave, his arm was poked by someone. The person who poked him revealed an especially gossipy expression, and asked, "Hey, is the boss in love? You definitely know about it, right? Hurry up and tell us." Qiu Shan revealed an awkward but polite smile. He indeed knew, but the boss didn't say anything. Did he dare to reveal it? Did he still want to work? "I don't think he's in a relationship. Didn't I hear that the boss has a son? He should be picking his son up from school." Before he could find a way to reject, the person on the other side spoke first. He said it with confidence and looked for Qiu Shan to judge. "Am I right?" "I'm not too sure about that. The boss didn't say." Qiu Shan took his laptop and walked out of the crowd. "I still have work to do. I'll leave first." Ever since he received Xingxing's call, Jiang Mingyuan was anxious. He couldn't even bear the short drive. He looked at his watch more than 10 times on the way. Finally, he made it to the district. When the elevator door opened, he took a deep breath and walked out. He stood at the door and pressed the doorbell. Faint footsteps sounded from inside the door. Jiang Mingyuan tried to control his fast heartbeat but couldn't slow down. When the door opened, his expression was the same. He couldn't help but smile. "You agreed to move in?" He asked this question before even entering the door. It seemed like he was very anxious. Qinhuan thought about it and felt happy. She grunted and found his slippers from the shoe cabinet and handed them over. "Why are you here now? Have you eaten?" "Not yet." Jiang Mingyuan bent down to change his shoes. He felt that his body was full of energy. He didn't need to eat at all. He put his shoes away and stood up to ask, "The house over there is already tidied up. Do you have time tomorrow? I'll get someone to help you tidy up, okay?" "No need. Most of the things in the house belong to the landlord. I can just tidy up some clothes and toys. You don't need to find someone. There are already a lot of toys. How can you handle it alone?" Jiang Mingyuan didn't agree. He reached out to catch his son, who rushed over and followed Qinhuan into the kitchen. "Or you can move in a few days. I'll help you tidy up when I'm free." Qinhuan lowered her head to slice the fish. The black fish was sliced into thin slices. This was to be used to make pickled fish later. She listened to Jiang Mingyuan talk more than usual, and the corners of her mouth kept smiling. "Okay then." She agreed with Jiang Mingyuan's second suggestion. Then she ordered someone, "Help me wash the pickled vegetables." Jiang Mingyuan had no objection. He put down Xianxia and picked up the pickled vegetables on the plate to wash them carefully under the tap. When he finished washing, Qinhuan just finished slicing the fish. She put the fish on the plate, washed the cutting board, changed the knife, and prepared to cut the pickled vegetables. "I'll do it." Jiang Mingyuan didn't have much success in cooking, but he could still cut vegetables. Qinhuan didn't stand on ceremony with him. She handed over the knife and made way. She marinated the fish bones, fish head, and fish tail with seasoning and put them aside. She found a garlic and gave a few to Xianxia. "Help mommy peel the garlic." Xianxia took the garlic. Because his hands were small, one fell through the gaps between his fingers. He squatted down to pick it up and peeled it like his mother. The child didn't have similar experience before. He peeled the garlic until it was full of holes. His fingernails were short, and after peeling a few times, his hand was burning. "Mommy, my hand hurts." He held the garlic with his other hand. His eyes stared at the tip of his thumb, and his little face wrinkled. "What's wrong? Where does it hurt? Let me see." Two voices sounded at the same time. Jiang Mingyuan and Qinhuan turned around at the same time. The two bent down at the same time to get close to Xianxia, and then their heads touched halfway. They didn't move fast, and their faces didn't hurt. Logically speaking, it wasn't a big deal. It was just that after the collision, one turned his head and the other didn't move, causing Qinhuan's lips to brush Jiang Mingyuan's face. "Let mommy see where it hurts." Qinhuan didn't feel anything unusual when she turned her head. She changed her position and grabbed Xianxia's finger. It was white and quiet, and she didn't see anything unusual. Xianxia didn't care about his finger anymore. He looked at her with a pair of big eyes for a while, then moved to Jiang Mingyuan, and then looked at her again. "What's wrong?" Qinhuan couldn't understand the expression on his face. The child hesitated, then suddenly tiptoed to her ear and asked in a not-so-small voice, "Mommy, were you and Daddy kissing just now?" In modern society, there were many ways to get information. Even children less than 5 years old knew that adults would kiss when they liked each other. Qinhuan was stunned by his words. His mind automatically took out the corresponding scene and replayed it. The touch that was originally ignored was added with a touch of charm as it was replayed over and over again. Heat quietly filled her ears, and the tip of her tongue touched the roof of her mouth. Qinhuan even subconsciously breathed softly. The kitchen was particularly quiet, and only the sound of Xianxia curiously asking if it was a kiss could be heard. Qinhuan clenched her teeth and didn't know how to answer. She was very embarrassed, and wanted to know the reaction of the other party, so she used Xianxia's hand as a cover, changed her position slightly, and raised her eyes to take a glance. She saw a man who seemed calm, but his eyes were scattered and his ears were slightly red. After confirming that the other person was not much calmer than him, Qinghuan's heart strangely balanced. She coughed softly, looked away to her gossipy son, and changed the topic. "Does your hand still hurt?" Xingxing's attention was indeed diverted by her words. He changed his expression and continued to say with a sad face, "It hurts. It should be from peeling garlic. Just soak it in hot milk later." Successfully diverting her son's attention, Qinghuan was a little proud. She pinched the child's chubby face and got up to get milk. After dealing with her son, Qinghuan couldn't face the child's father for the time being. She lowered her eyes and stared at the tip of her shoes as she walked outside. She had already gone far enough, but when she passed by Jiang Mingyuan, she was still pulled by the man. "I'll go." He seemed to have returned to normal. After saying that, he strode out and opened the fridge to take out a can of milk. The box of milk was poured into the milk pot to heat up. The man looked straight ahead, his back straight. His broad back seemed a little silent, but his presence was strong enough that it was impossible to ignore him. His behavior made Qinghuan calm down. Although he was still a little embarrassed, he was able to control his emotions well and continue cooking. Peel and slice the ginger, chop the green onions, wash the garlic that had just been peeled, and put them together with the dried chili and small pepper. Heat up the oil in the wok, add in the seasonings and cut pickled vegetables, and stir-fry them until they were fragrant. Add in the stock and cover it to heat. The milk heated up very quickly. It was ready when Qinghuan poured the oil. Jiang Mingyuan poured it into a big bowl and let Xingxing soak her hands in it. Xingxing drank cow's brain every day, and this was the first time she soaked her hands in milk. While soaking, she was also restless. Her fingers moved around as if she was paddling. "Dad?" he asked over the sound of the kitchen hood working, "Will my hands turn white after soaking in milk?" Jiang Mingyuan was silent for a while. "Dad doesn't know." "Why doesn't Dad know?" Xingxing seemed to find it hard to understand. In his eyes, his father was omnipotent. How could he not know such a small problem? His gaze was too strong, as if he wanted to see through his skin to see if his father was possessed by a stranger. Jiang Mingyuan was speechless under his stare. He pressed his other hand on the top of Xingxing's head and rubbed it twice. "Because Dad doesn't need to whiten your hands. But the female classmates in our class said that people only like boys who are white." Xingxing resisted the pressure from his father and raised his head firmly. "Dad, am I white?" Jiang Mingyuan, "Dad, you're white too. That's why Mom likes you." Jiang Mingyuan, "Where did you learn this nonsense?" "It's not a nonsense." Xingxing firmly defended his theory. When he heard his father's question, he snorted and ran to Qinghuan's side with his short legs. He grabbed the corner of her clothes with his hands stained with milk and pulled to support himself. "Mom, do you like Dad because he's white?" Qinghuan was originally a happy onlooker. She never expected that the fire of war would be ignited on her. She paused in her stir-frying and glanced down at her son. She tensed her back and decided to pretend that she didn't hear it. However, this trick was obviously useless against Xingxing. When he didn't hear an answer, he asked again and tugged at her clothes to attract her attention. Qinghuan poured the stock that was prepared on the side into the pot, added the fish skull, turned the fire to the fire, and covered the lid. She looked down at her son's eyes and said something irrelevant. "Go wash your hands." "Oh." Xingxing opened his fingers and found that his hands were sticky. He secretly looked at the stain on the corner of his mother's clothes and stuck out his little tongue. He moved the stool to wash his hands obediently. After washing his hands, the little guy shook his hands and wiped them on his pants. He continued with his previous question. "Mom, do you like Dad because he's white?" Why hadn't he forgotten this question? Qinghuan's heart collapsed. She didn't know what to say to this little guy. The child was still persistently asking questions. The person who was asking couldn't continue to remain silent. Qinghuan stared at the lid of the pot and faintly felt that the gaze behind her was a little hot. In the face of the child's question, she vaguely said, "Mmm." The next second, a low and pleasant chuckle sounded behind her. Jiang Mingyuan heard a satisfactory answer and finally came to rescue the poor cook. He walked over, washed the bowl and put it aside. He took a piece of paper and wiped the water on the back of Xianxia's hands. He touched his little face and said, "Okay, let's not disturb Mom from cooking." After saying that, he reached out and picked up the little guy. Xianxia was held in his father's arms and didn't resist at all. He reached out and wrapped his arms around his father's neck. His face was smiling, and his voice was full of joy. "Dad, Mom said she likes you." I like you, too." Then, Dad, do you like me and Mom?" The two walked out of the kitchen and into the living room. In the sound of the kitchen hood working, Qinghuan heard the she didn't know if it was real or not. The soup was boiled on high fire for 10 minutes, and the soup in the pot had turned white. Qinghuan fished out the fish bones, poured in the fish slices, and lowered the heat to cook for 2 minutes. The dish was ready. The amount of fish was not small. There were only 3 people in the family, so 1 dish was enough to eat. Qinghuan held the pot and poured a pot of pickled fish into the soup bowl. When she saw the pattern on the bowl, she remembered that she had just washed Xianxia's hands. Speaking of washing hands, she remembered the question that Xianxia asked. Then, she couldn't help but wonder if the sound she heard was a positive answer. When she thought of this, her face began to heat up. Qinghuan touched her face with the back of her hand, bit her lower lip, and went to wash the pot. Jiang Mingyuan and Xianxia were both in the living room, and no one noticed her appearance of a young girl in love. When washing the pot, Qinghuan didn't turn on the hot water. The cold water was enough to calm people down. She dried the pot and hung it up, calling the other 2 to come over and eat. The 2 people in the living room heard the sound and put down their toys. Jiang Mingyuan took Xianxia to wash his hands. After washing his hands, Jiang Mingyuan consciously took the bowls and chopsticks of the 3 people and divided them. The division of labor was perfect. The pickled fish was piled up in the soup bowl. The pickled vegetables were carefully washed, so it wasn't too sour and was fresh enough. The fish slices were very thin and melted in the mouth. The 2 diners, one old and one young, didn't say much nonsense. They only showed their liking by the speed at which they picked up the food. There was a little too much chili in the fish. When they first ate it, they didn't feel it, but when they ate more, they felt it was spicy. Qinghuan herself was fine, but the father and son couldn't stand the spiciness for long. Xianxia's reaction was more obvious. She hissed and gasped for water. Jiang Mingyuan, on the other hand, had never had much expression on his face. Even if he couldn't stand the spiciness, he still looked serious. It was just that his face was a little red and his eyes were more moist. The moisture in his eyes and the blush on his face made his whole body soft. Putting aside his imposing manner, he looked particularly consistent with the image of a handsome man described in the history books. Qinghuan was a very loyal face lover. She didn't notice it at first, but when she did, she couldn't move her eyes away from his face. She was afraid of being discovered, so she didn't look at it for long. She glanced at it and then looked away. When she had enough of the aftertaste, she glanced at it again. She did it very secretly. Unfortunately, there were only 3 people at the table, so it was too difficult to not be discovered. She was caught red-handed after only 3 or 4 glances. Jiang Mingyuan couldn't eat spicy food. The last time he came to eat hot pot, he could choose the Mandarin duck hot pot. But now, he couldn't choose the fish with pickled cabbage and chili. His mouth was on fire because of the spiciness, but he wanted to eat it. The more he ate, the redder his face became. Qinghuan looked at him more frequently. "Why are you looking at me?" He felt the gaze from the side, so he raised his head and asked. Qinghuan's gaze was a little erratic after being caught peeping. She was speechless for a moment and poked the rice in the bowl with her chopsticks. After a while, she found that Jiang Mingyuan was still looking at her. She made up her mind and dared to tease him. "Because you are good-looking." Generally speaking, those who were timid were afraid of being ruthless, and those who cared about their face couldn't afford to offend those who were shameless. After she said this, the embarrassed one became Jiang Mingyuan. He lowered his eyes in a panic, as if the white rice was some kind of heavenly fragrance. Qinghuan felt that she had won a battle, so she was a little smug in her heart. But before she could be happy for long, the person opposite her counterattacked. Jiang Mingyuan picked up a grain of rice and stared at the end of the chopsticks. He calmly thanked her for her praise and added, "You are also very good-looking." Cheng Huan's anger was extinguished by this person's words and he didn't dare to show off anymore. He ate quietly as if this matter didn't exist. She wanted to keep the peace, but other people didn't think so. Xianxia took a bite of the pickled cabbage and didn't finish it in one bite. The pickled cabbage was still on his chin. He stuffed the remaining half into his mouth with his hand and chewed and swallowed. With his mouth full of oil, he showed his presence. "I'm good-looking too." That was his business. Cheng Huan rolled his eyes at his son in annoyance. The person opposite him chuckled again. He leaned over and wiped the oil stains on the child's mouth. He looked at him carefully and then said affirmatively, "Our Xianxia is really good-looking." This was true. Cheng Huan and Jiang Mingyuan had good genes. Xianxia could also grow. Although he was still young, his facial features were already handsome. Even his short legs looked a little longer than children of the same age. The little guy was very happy to get his father's affirmation, but he still wanted his mother to express her opinion. He was well versed in pestering. Cheng Huan was annoyed by him. If he said that he wasn't good-looking, he would make trouble again. He could only say that he was good-looking. Xianxia was satisfied and happily ate another big mouthful of rice. He puffed up his cheeks and said incoherently, "Mom, you're good-looking too." Then he was knocked on the head. Cheng Huan scolded with a straight face, "Don't talk when you're eating." The child, who didn't get rewarded for his good words, had an aggrieved face. He obediently chewed and swallowed the food in his mouth, then opened his mouth wide. "Mom, I'm done eating." "Okay. Can I talk now?" "Say it." The little guy was very arrogant. He put his hands on his waist and stared. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. After a long time, he squeezed out a sentence. "This fish is delicious." Cheng Huan, after dinner, as usual, Jiang Mingyuan washed the dishes. After washing them clean, he played with Xianxia for a while and said that he would take a bath. "Go ahead." This wasn't the first time Jiang Mingyuan had done this job. Cheng Huan was very relieved to hand over his son. The house was not big, and there was only a shower in the bathroom. Before bathing his son, Jiang Mingyuan took off his suit, unbuttoned his shirt, rolled up his sleeves, and rolled up his pants. He turned on the heater and waited for the temperature in the room to rise before he began to undress Xianxia. When Cheng Huan gave Xianxia a suit, the little guy was usually very obedient. But when it was Jiang Mingyuan, he became a little devil. Cheng Huan stayed outside the door. He was already able to treat the frolicking in the bathroom calmly. She took a 20-minute shower. When she came out, Jiang Mingyuan was wet as usual. Cheng Huan was used to this. She opened the wardrobe and took out a change of clothes. She handed them to him and said, "You should also take a shower." Jiang Mingyuan nodded and took it. Cheng Huan took out a hairdryer to dry Xianxia's hair. The three of them were separated by a frosted door. The sound of water and the hairdryer intertwined, chaotic yet harmonious. After drying his hair, Cheng Huan tucked his son under the quilt. He took out a storybook and prepared to tell him a story, but the little guy refused. "I want Dad to tell me a story." "Okay, you have the final say." Cheng Huan pinched his little nose, put the storybook aside, and sat down to play with her mobile phone. Jiang Mingyuan came out of the shower, simply dried his hair, and was ready to leave. He knocked on the door and walked into the bedroom. He saw his son waving at him expectantly. "Dad, can you tell me a story?" He was slightly stunned and didn't know what had happened. "Go, your son already hates me." Cheng Huan's expression was disgusted. He snorted and pointed to a stack of storybooks beside the bed. He said to Jiang Mingyuan. Jiang Mingyuan hesitated a little. "I haven't tried it." "It's okay. Just read it to the book." Cheng Huan had a lot of experience in fooling children. He imparted his experience to him. "Anyway, it's just for hypnosis." Jiang Mingyuan, "Okay." After accepting this setting in his heart, Jiang Mingyuan straightened his lips and walked over. He picked up a storybook and turned to one of the stories. He looked around and stood by the bed, ready to tell the story. He was tall, so standing by the bed like this was quite a deterrent. Xianxia looked at him sideways and stretched her little hand out of the quilt. "Dad, sit down." There was only a chair in front of the dressing table in the bedroom. The seat was pink, matching the color of the frame. Jiang Mingyuan looked at it and paused. He put down the book and said to wait a moment. He turned and went out. After a while, he brought back a dining chair. He moved the chair to the bed, sat down, opened the storybook, and read the story from the beginning. Stories for children were very simple. The protagonist of the story Jiang Mingyuan read was a crow. The crow despised his black feathers for not being impressive. He thought the peacock was beautiful. Under the accumulation of envy and jealousy, he finally plucked up the courage to steal the peacock's feathers at night and put them on his body. The feathers pierced deep into his skin. The crow endured the pain and felt that he had finally become beautiful. However, the bright tail feathers on the black crow's body looked neither fish nor fowl. Not only did it not look good, but it also attracted the ridicule of his friends. The story was quite educational. In the end, the crow learned that his own feathers were the best and learned to appreciate himself. He returned the feathers to the peacock, admitted his mistake to the peacock, and was put in an animal prison to be reformed. However, Xianxia's focus was not on the punishment for doing wrong, or not to be jealous of others. He was only curious about what the crow looked like. Jiang Mingyuan put the storybook on his lap and looked at his son on the bed. He sighed slightly. He took out his phone, searched for the crow, enlarged the picture and put it in front of Xianxia. "It looks like this." "So cool." For a 4-year-old boy, black was the most beautiful color in his mind. Xianxia looked at the crow in the picture with his eyes wide open. After looking at it, he retracted his head. "I think the crow is more beautiful than the peacock." "Yes." Jiang Mingyuan responded faintly. He closed the book in his hand and put it aside. He got up and tucked Xianxia in, whispering, "The story is over. It's time to sleep." "But I'm not sleepy." Xianxia opened his eyes and looked at his father. Jiang Mingyuan's heart softened when he looked at him. He said, "Then what other story do you want to hear?" "Dad will tell it to you." The little boy made a long sound through his nose. He rolled his eyes and said, "Dad, can you tell me about the new house?" Jiang Mingyuan glanced at Qinghuan. Seeing that she did not express anything, he sat back down and said yes. The new house has 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Each bedroom is equipped with a separate bathroom. Separated from the textbooks and work, Jiang Mingyuan's explanation seemed particularly dry. However, Xianxia listened with great interest. He kept asking about various details and compared it with the current living place. There are 3 bedrooms. One is for Mom, one is for Xianxia, and one is for guests. Jiang Mingyuan's tone did not fluctuate. After he finished speaking, he looked at the child's face and added, "You're old. If you sleep with Mom again, you'll be laughed at by other children." Xianxia pouted and stared at his father for a long time. He then looked up at Qinghuan at the end of the bed and said in a sad voice, "Mom." "Yes?" Qinghuan looked up from the phone screen and looked at her son. "What's wrong?" "Dad won't let me sleep with you." "Oh, right." Qinghuan nodded in agreement. "You're a big child. You should sleep by yourself." His mother, who had high hopes for him, stood on the opposite side of him ruthlessly. Xianxia was hit hard by the result. His mouth puffed up like a pufferfish. He went to sleep and stuffed himself deeper into the quilt, only revealing 2 eyes. He snorted heavily and tried to get back at his mother. "I won't sleep with you either." Qinghuan shrugged and said, "Oh." She was particularly cold and ruthless. In fact, she did not reject Xianxia sleeping with her. It was just that 2 days ago, she read a report that children of 5 or 6 years old were already in the embryonic stage of sexual concepts. Parents should not think that children did not understand and be unguarded. Moreover, the little guy was too curious. Sometimes it was inconvenient. For example, last time Qinghuan had her period. When she slept, she accidentally stained the sheets. When Xianxia woke up the next day and saw it, he asked his mother in horror if she was injured. She did not know what to say. After coaxing for a long time, she finally convinced him that his mother was not sick and dying. Therefore, no matter how unwilling her son was, they had to sleep in separate beds. Generally speaking, Xianxia was a very optimistic person. When he heard the bad news, he was only unhappy for a while. Before Jiang Mingyuan could figure out how to coax him, he figured it out by himself. He was full of energy and continued to ask about the new house. "Dad, where should I put my toys?" "Put the toys upstairs. Dad has cleaned up a big toy room for you. If you want to play with toys, you can take the elevator up." The elevator in the apartment led directly to the home, but Xianxia did not know that. He thought it was like his own home and ran up to reopen the door. Therefore, Jiang Mingyuan told him about the difference between the elevator and the house he lived in. He had a 3-story apartment to himself. There were many empty rooms. Xianxia did not understand. "Why do you want to leave the room empty?" "Because no one lives there. Mom and I can live there." Xianxia changed his position and lay flat on the bed. He tilted his head and looked at his father. "Dad, I don't want to take the elevator to play with toys." In fact, he did not understand the indoor elevator. He always felt that going up and down was very troublesome. Jiang Mingyuan looked at Qinghuan and hesitated. "It's okay. You can let him live with you." Qinghuan was stunned for a moment and then said calmly. Anyway, it was just going up and down the stairs. It did not make much difference where they lived. However, this did not settle the little guy. He took an inch and wanted a mile. "Mom lives in a big house alone? Why do you want to live with me?" This time, no matter how slow Qinghuan was, she realized that something was wrong. She put the phone in her pocket and walked to the other side to look at Xianxia. Her eyes were dangerous. "Tell me, what do you want?" Xianxia was scared by his mother's tone and shrank into the quilt again. However, he still had to say what needed to be said. He said in a muffled voice through the quilt, "I want Mom and Dad to live together." After saying this, he became a little bolder. He lifted the quilt and began to complain. "Other children's parents live together, but you don't. You are all bad." Although Xianxia did not know why other children's parents slept together, this was definitely the right way. He glared and thought with vigor. No matter how imposing the poor little boy was, sometimes he couldn't help himself. Like now. When Qinghuan heard him say this, she thought that Jiang Mingyuan had taught him to say it. She couldn't help but feel a little nervous. However, when she looked over, she saw that he was also surprised, so she calmed down again. She smiled slightly at Jiang Mingyuan and reached out to press her son down on the bed. She covered him with the quilt. "Why are you getting up? What if you catch a cold?" Xianxia struggled angrily. "Mom, I'm talking to you about something serious." Qinghuan pressed one hand on the quilt to prevent her son from getting up. "Your business now is to sleep. Otherwise, you won't be able to grow tall in the future. We'll talk about other things tomorrow." The poor little boy with limited freedom was suppressed by one sentence. He reluctantly said "oh" and pouted. He looked at his father with infinite grievance and was a little angry that he didn't fight for anything. After all, he was a child. No matter how unwilling he was, Xianxia still closed his eyes and fell asleep not long after. Listening to his long breaths, Qinghuan quietly breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed her tense back. She walked out of the door quietly, and Jiang Mingyuan followed her out. The door closed and the man whispered goodbye. "I'll go back first." Because of what happened at night, the atmosphere was a little strange when the two were alone. However, she couldn't just wave her hand when he was about to leave. Qinghuan thought about it for a second or two and decided to send him off. She said to send him off, but in fact, she just watched him enter the elevator. The elevator stopped on the first floor. Someone was probably using it. After pressing the button, there was no sign of it coming up. The two of them were silent. After a while, the number of floors displayed on the elevator finally changed. Qinghuan thought about it for a long time and finally made up her mind. She licked her lips and stared at the constantly changing number. She whispered that, what Xianxia said at night, you don't have to take it to heart. He's a child and doesn't know anything. What did he say? Jiang Mingyuan turned his head and looked at her side profile. His eyes were slightly dark. He asked, "Did he say that we should live together?" They were clearly talking about the same thing, but because of the differences between them, the audience felt differently. When Xianxia talked about this, Huan was embarrassed and a little nervous. When Jiang Mingyuan talked about this topic, she was more nervous in her heart, plus some inexplicable joy. She tried her best not to think too deeply about the meaning behind his words. Then, she nodded and gave a short when the elevator reached the floor, the door opened in front of him. Jiang Mingyuan had no intention of going in. His jaw tightened, he took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, then said, "Actually, this is also my wish." Huan, her gaze changed from slightly stunned to bewildered. She suspected that she was hallucinating. Huan slowly turned his head. Faced with the man's not strong but firm attitude, he awkwardly looked away. "Don't joke around." "I'm not joking." Jiang Mingyuan retracted his gaze and clenched his fists in a place where no one was paying attention. He spoke a little slower than usual. "Although it may be a little abrupt to say this, I do want you to be a part of my family. Of course, if you think there's a problem, you can refuse. I will respect your opinion." In just 2 short sentences, Huan experienced the ups and downs of her mood. The excitement was comparable to a roller coaster. The tip of her tongue slid across the roof of her mouth, and the feeling of feedback from nerve endings made her regain the ability to speak. Huan paused and chose the second question to reply. "What if I refuse? Would they not contact each other for the rest of their lives?" "Then it should be that there's something about me that you're not very satisfied with," Jiang Mingyuan said matter-of-factly. "You can tell me, and I'll try my best to correct it." Huan, she didn't know what to say. It was impossible to say that she didn't have any intentions towards Jiang Mingyuan, but to develop an unusual relationship with him was also not a small challenge for a single person who had been single for many years. She was afraid that this lifestyle would be very different from her previous plans, but she was also irresistibly attracted to another person. The 2 opinions in her heart could not overwhelm each other, so she looked a little conflicted. Her silence was taken as a silent rejection by Jiang Mingyuan. He looked a little disappointed, and he couldn't help but show it on his face. But only for a moment, he returned to normal and said, "Okay. I was rude. I shouldn't have been so anxious," he said calmly to Huan. Huan heard that there was something wrong with his words, and she felt a little guilty. She opened her mouth, but before she could explain, she heard Jiang Mingyuan say again, "I should pursue you first, right?" "Ah?" Huan was stunned. Her mouth was slightly open, and she looked a little silly. "Okay." Jiang Mingyuan thought about it and nodded to himself. She didn't know what he was talking about. After he finished speaking, he tilted his head slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose. His hand paused halfway, and he walked the second half of the elevator with determination. He pressed the top of Huan's head and said to her, "I'm going back. See you tomorrow." After he finished speaking, the elevator door opened again in front of her eyes. The man strode in and turned to look at her until his figure disappeared behind the elevator. Huan wanted to send someone off, but she didn't expect to be dropped a bomb. This time, she couldn't calm down. It was as if she was frozen in place. Even if the other person disappeared, she was still frozen in place, motionless. The weather was cold, and the wind in the corridor was not small. It kept blowing on her body. When Huan regained her ability to think, she found that her body had long been frozen to the point that she couldn't feel anything. She shivered, stamped her feet on the ground, and used her frozen fingers to hold the key to open the door. The house was very quiet, and there was almost no sound. This kind of silence was suitable for thinking. So, her mind, which had finally cleared a little, was blocked by all kinds of spreading thoughts. That day, Huan slept especially late. When she went to bed, it was almost 1 o'clock in the morning. She turned off the light, stuffed herself under the quilt, and closed her eyes. Her mind was in a mess, so she could only open her eyes and stare at a point in the dark void. She didn't know when she fell asleep, but when she was in a daze, she heard some noise in the room. She was so sleepy that she couldn't even open her eyelids. In a daze, she wondered if it was daybreak, and then she fell asleep again. When Huan really woke up, the sky was already bright. The sunlight shone into the room through the gaps in the curtains, and it made people feel warm. Sitting up from the bed, Qinhuan looked around. She didn't see any stars, so she knew that it was late. She rubbed her face, picked up the phone beside her, and turned it on. The top left corner of the screen showed that it was 11 o'clock. Why is it so late? Qinhuan was a little surprised. Thinking that Xingxing should be hungry at this time, she no longer cared about those thoughts. She changed her clothes as fast as she could and went out. When the door opened, Qinhuan heard the sound of the TV outside. She shuffled in her slippers, washed up in the bathroom, and casually combed her hair. She walked to the living room, found Xingxing on the sofa, and discussed the lunch menu with him. Mom woke up late and didn't buy groceries. Let's have pineapple rice for lunch, okay? Okay. Xingxing was always supportive of his mother's cooking. Hearing this, he nodded his little head, pointed to the side and said, Mom, this is from an uncle. What is it? He sat behind the coffee table. The coffee table was slightly high, and it blocked the sofa completely. From Qinhuan's angle, she couldn't see anything. She walked over doubtfully, thinking that it was a package that was about to be delivered. But when she walked closer, she found that it was a bouquet of orange-red roses. Who gave this? Qinhuan picked up the bouquet of flowers and didn't find anything like a card inside. An uncle. What does that uncle look like? Xingxing's eyes were blank as he tried to recall. But because of the lack of contact, he really couldn't remember the person's appearance. After thinking for a long time, he shook his head and said, I don't know him. Qinhuan, she actually had some guesses. The original owner's interpersonal relationships were complicated, but after Qinhuan transmigrated, they were basically cut off. There were very few people who knew her new address. Among these people, except for married people and children, there was only one person left, Jiang Mingyuan. But how could he send flowers? Qinhuan felt that this wasn't something Jiang Mingyuan would do. According to the other party's old-fashioned personality of wearing a suit for 10,000 years, how could he play this kind of trick? She kept finding reasons to deny it, but this thought couldn't be suppressed. She pursed her lips, put the flowers in her hand on the coffee table, looked at Xingxing, and hurried back to the bedroom. She took out her phone, opened the recent contacts, and dialed. The phone went through. Qinhuan cleared his throat and asked dryly, did you get someone to send flowers? Yes, did you receive it? Jiang Mingyuan admitted. His right hand was twirling a pen used for signing. His face was calm, but his voice was gentle. I didn't know which one you liked, so I decided on my own. If you didn't like it, I'd have them change it. The method of sending flowers was taught to him by his assistant. After returning from Qinhuan's home yesterday, Jiang Mingyuan began to look for ways to chase people. However, the strategies online were somewhat unreliable, so he consulted Qiu Shan. As the chief assistant, Qiu Shan had completely adapted to his boss's recent abnormalities. Even when he heard his boss ask how to chase a girl, he was only silent for a moment before giving his opinion. He said a lot, but it was nothing more than being enthusiastic and attentive, and occasionally creating a surprise. Jiang Mingyuan wrote down what he said little by little and prepared to try it out one by one. The first thing to do was to send flowers. Qiu Shan said that there was a particular way to send flowers, so Jiang Mingyuan asked the staff for the specific meaning before choosing a rose. In the end, he chose an orange-red rose. It expressed his feelings and didn't seem too impulsive. Qinhuan didn't know how to express her feelings. It was as if she was getting to know that person again. She lowered her eyes and twisted her empty fingers together. Her voice was filled with unconcealable joy. This is pretty good. There's no need to change it. Okay, then I'll send this kind in the future. Cough. Qinhuan was choked by his words. She blushed and waved at the air. No need to go through so much trouble. It's a waste. If you like it, then don't waste it. Qinhuan's heart raced when she heard that sentence. She bit her lower lip but couldn't stop the corners of her mouth from rising. Her ears were burning. She lowered her voice and said, "Oh." She hurriedly found an excuse and ended the call. After the call ended, Qinhuan put the phone in front of her chest and grinned, showing her two small canine teeth. She wanted to sing. She patted her face and looked at the ceiling. She held the slightly warm phone and thought, actually, it feels good to be chased. Qinghuan walked briskly back to the living room and found a long-necked glass vase. She poured some water and put the flowers in it one by one. She leaned close and sniffed. Xianxia saw her actions and wanted to come over to smell. His head was almost buried in the bouquet. He sniffed too hard and choked on the pollen. Achoo! The child raised his head, squinted his eyes, and sneezed. 2 drops of tears squeezed out from his eyes. He rubbed his nose and wiped the tears with the back of his hand. He strongly praised the fragrance. Then he asked, Mom, did you find out who sent the flowers? I found it. Who is it? Your father. Xianxia was puzzled. Why did Dad send flowers? How could a child have so many questions? Qinghuan took a deep breath and pinched the flesh on her son's face with both hands. She wanted to shut him up, but she couldn't skip the topic under his curious eyes. Because Dad likes Mom, so he sent flowers. It was a strange feeling to say that another person liked her. It felt shameless, but the only audience in the room didn't understand his mother's dilemma at all. He widened his eyes in disbelief. He stood on the sofa and stomped his feet. He complained, then why didn't Dad send me flowers? Qinghuan felt a little tired. For a moment, he wondered if he was stupid to discuss this with this little kid. She looked at Xianxia for a while, then pursed her lips and looked away. She simply passed the buck. You'll have to ask Dad. Therefore, after Jiang Mingyuan received a call from Qinghuan, he received a call from his son a few minutes later. He had just eaten and felt a little strange when he received the call. He thought that something had happened. However, as soon as he picked up, he received a complaint from his son. Dad, do you not like me? How could that be? Jiang Mingyuan was surprised. He thought that someone had instigated discord in front of his son. The first person he thought of was his mother. His face darkened. Who told you this? No one told me. I just know. Xianxia put his hands on his waist. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. You sent flowers to Mom but not to me. It must be because you don't like me. After Qinghuan, Jiang Mingyuan also had nothing to say to his son. He felt a little apologetic toward his mother. He felt that he shouldn't have doubted her so much. He took 2 deep breaths, paused, and asked helplessly, Does Xianxia want flowers too? Yes. His tone was firm. Okay, then baby, wait for a while. Uncle will send flowers in about half an hour, okay? Okay. After getting a satisfactory result, the child was no longer angry. He put down his hands on his waist and sat back on the sofa. He swung his little feet and confessed to his father. Dad, I like you too. Dad likes Xianxia too. Then he said pitifully, but I don't have money. I can't afford flowers. It's okay. Jiang Mingyuan sighed. Dad doesn't like flowers. Xianxia, you don't have to send flowers. Hearing that he had saved his piggy bank, Xianxia was even happier. The flesh on his cheek squeezed into 2 lumps, and he happily said goodbye to his father. He completely carried out his attitude of throwing away after using it. Dad, I'm going to play with my toys. Then Dad will hang up. Bye, baby. Bye, Dad. After ending the call, Xianxia put down his hands and proudly showed off to his mother. Dad, the flowers will be here soon. Yes. Qinghuan, who had heard the whole story, didn't want to say anything. She didn't care about her son's smugness. She turned around, opened the fridge, and took out pineapples, preparing to cook. Jiang Mingyuan said that he would arrive in half an hour, but in fact, he arrived in less than half an hour. The one who came to deliver the flowers was Qiu Shan. Because the flower shop's speed was too slow and the boss had a guest to meet, he could only take over. He held a bouquet of flowers and pressed the doorbell. There was a clear chime from inside, and then the anti-theft door opened in front of him. The person who opened the door was a little boy. He raised his head and stared at the flowers in his hands. He reached out to take them. Uncle, this is from Dad. Yes, it's for you. Xiaoshan placed the flowers in his hands and smelled the sweet aroma of food. He raised his head and nodded towards Qinghuan, who walked out of the kitchen and said to her, "If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." "It's nothing." Qinghuan walked over and said apologetically. "The child is just being playful. I've troubled you to make a trip." It's fine, it's fine. I have nothing to do in the afternoon, so I came to run errands." Xiaoshan waved his hand and said against his will. "What a joke." The people who lived here were most likely the future lady boss and young master. No matter how busy he was, he had to say that it was nothing. If he appeared unhappy, what would he do if he accidentally offended someone? Xiaoshan didn't stay for long and left after saying that he still had things to do. He walked into the elevator. Qinghuan closed the door and looked at the flowers in Xingxing's hands. This flower was also a big bouquet. The pink flowers were mixed with some baby stars. It looked quite pretty. Xingxing hugged the bouquet that was much wider than his and was a bit confused. "Why are my flowers different from Mom's flowers?" "Xingxing, this is called the sky star flower. Isn't it pretty?" Qinghuan ignored his confusion and introduced the name of the flowers to him. Hearing that the flowers had the same name as his, Xingxing fell in love. He put the flowers on the ground and pointed at the petals of the sky star flower. He shook his little head and continued to show off. "This flower is pretty. It's even prettier than Mom's flowers." "Oh." Qinghuan's face was cold. He looked at his son on the ground and said, "There's no pineapple rice for you for lunch." "No, Mom." Hearing that there was no food, Xingxing didn't care about counting his flowers. He immediately jumped up and hugged Qinghuan's leg. "Mom, I want to eat." Qinghuan snorted and ignored him. He dragged his little tail and went to the kitchen to work. Xingxing was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to eat, so he became especially attentive. He didn't know how many good things he said and did whatever he was told to do. After working hard, when he saw the rice that was made from half a pineapple in front of him, he was so excited that he almost cried. The child took a spoon and ate a piece of pineapple. After chewing, he sighed. "Mom, eating is so hard." Jiang Mingyuan said and sat down. Every morning, Qinghuan received a fresh bouquet of roses. The next day, when she received the flowers in person, she was still shy. After receiving more, she could treat it as normal. There were so many flowers that the vases at home were full. Qinghuan didn't want to waste them, so he prepared to use these roses to make some rose sauce. The flowers were cut from the branches, the flower bases were removed, rinsed, and dried. He added white sugar and kneaded to make juice. Then, he put it in a bottle and sealed it with honey at the top. The sauce needed to be stored in the refrigerator for a month before it could be eaten. Qinghuan used the roses that were sent these days to make a total of a bottle of sauce. After he finished, it was the weekend. For people whose children were on vacation and who didn't need to go to the shop every day, there was not much difference between a weekend and a workday. However, thinking that Jiang Mingyuan would come to help them move today, Qinghuan still got up a little early. The moving matter had been discussed these days. Qinghuan still lived downstairs, while Xingxing had rooms upstairs and downstairs. The little boy was not satisfied with the result and made a fuss. Later, Jiang Mingyuan whispered something to him, and the little boy reluctantly accepted the fact. In winter, it was late at dawn. When Qinghuan got up, the sun had just come out. After she washed up, the sun looked a little warm. She washed the rice and cooked porridge, put some white fungus and lily in the porridge. After setting the time, she went to make spring rolls. The seasonings in the spring rolls needed to be fried first. Qinghuan put the stuffing into the pot in batches. After frying it well, she put it on the table. Then she heard the doorbell ring. So early? She was a little surprised. Usually, the flower shop would send flowers at about 8 or 9 o'clock, but the doorbell was 1 or 2 hours early. She put down the spatula, washed her hands, and went to open the door without even taking off her apron. When the door opened, a bouquet of roses greeted her. Qinghuan reached out and took it. She didn't receive a receipt that asked for an autograph. Instead, she heard a pleasant male voice, "Good morning." The exclamation of "Why are you here?" was suppressed in her throat. Chenghuan was stunned on the spot, and her face was red. She covered half of her face with the bouquet and said with her eyes down, "Why are you here so early?" "I woke up a little early." Jiang Mingyuan glanced at her quietly and found the other party's embarrassment. He coughed, slightly raised the corner of his mouth, and took the initiative to change the topic. "Are you making breakfast?" "Yes." When it came to her professional field, Chenghuan seemed a lot more relaxed. She secretly sniffed the bouquet of roses and felt that the flowers were particularly beautiful today, and the fragrance was even better. She pursed her lips and put the flowers on the coffee table. She turned back and pretended to be relaxed and said, "Did you not eat this morning? Why don't you eat here?" "Okay." Jiang Mingyuan naturally wouldn't refuse. He nodded and pointed to the bedroom. "Did Xianxia wake up?" She thought the man wanted to see his son, so she casually said, "No, you can wake him up." "No, wait for him to wake up." Jiang Mingyuan refused and followed Chenghuan into the kitchen. Seeing her pick the stuffing and put it on a very thin crust, he asked her what she was doing. "I'm making spring rolls. The stuffing is already cooked, so I just need to wrap it and fry it." This work didn't seem to be very difficult. Jiang Mingyuan saw that she had rolled one and asked to help. Chenghuan thought about it and agreed. So the man washed his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and began to help make breakfast. The spring roll stuffing was placed on a plate, and the two of them stood on opposite sides, very close to each other. Jiang Mingyuan's sleeves were rolled up to the top, revealing his smooth forearms. His arms were very white, and the veins were slightly protruding, full of hormones. In the past few days, the two hadn't seen each other. Except for the bouquet of flowers every day, Chenghuan could hardly feel the change in her relationship with Jiang Mingyuan. However, now that he was in front of her, the fact that she had deliberately forgotten became profound. The identity of the person in front of her was not only Xianxia's father, but also a suitor that she had a good impression of. Thinking of this, Chenghuan felt that even the air had become sticky, making it difficult for her to breathe. She didn't even know how to move her hands and feet. She had a spring roll in her palm, and her right hand was holding a pair of chopsticks to pick up food. Because she wasn't concentrating, the filling in the crust had far exceeded the amount needed for the spring roll, and it even slipped from the side of her palm to the ground. The stuffing fell on her slippers, making Chenghuan come back to her senses. She bit her lip with some annoyance and raised her eyelids to look opposite her. Seeing that Jiang Mingyuan was struggling with how to roll up the spring roll and didn't notice her, she breathed a sigh of relief and pushed back the extra stuffing. There were few people eating at home, so Chenghuan didn't prepare much stuffing. She only wrapped about 10 spring rolls. The wrapped spring rolls were placed in a bowl and plate, ready to be fried later. The spring rolls were fried in a pan, and oil was put in the pan. When the oil was hot, the spring rolls were put in and slowly fried over low heat. When both sides were fried until golden brown, they were ready to eat. The spring rolls that had just come out of the pan were a little hot. Chenghuan arranged the things in the shape of a pyramid. In the end, there was no place to put one more roll, so she asked Jiang Mingyuan if he wanted to eat it. Jiang Mingyuan had never eaten food before it came out of the kitchen. His first reaction was to refuse, but he hesitated. He frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, and then agreed with the strange feeling. "Okay." Chenghuan regretted asking. She was used to doing this with Xianxia at home, so she took the opportunity to ask. She thought that he would refuse, but he didn't know why he agreed. Hearing his answer, Chenghuan almost bit her tongue. She said, "Oh." She picked up the extra spring roll with a dull expression. She held it under her hand and was about to put it forward, but halfway through, she reacted and put it back with a dry smile. She handed the chopsticks to him and said, "You do it." Jiang Mingyuan's brows were still furrowed. He stiffly took the pair of chopsticks and reached out to pick up the spring roll on the side. He raised his hand and looked at the food at the end of the chopsticks. He felt uncomfortable all over and couldn't make himself open his mouth. Just as his hand stiffened and he didn't know what to do, Xianxia's voice came from behind. "Dad, what are you eating?" Xianxia's biological clock was very punctual every day. After he woke up, he put on his clothes and opened the door to smell the fragrance. He knew that his mother was preparing breakfast for him. The child valued food very much. Before brushing his teeth, he ran to the kitchen to see what was delicious to eat. Then, she saw her parents eating behind her back. Xianxia was very angry. They didn't even call him to eat. They must have forgotten about him. The little guy put his hands on his waist and snorted. He looked at his father fiercely and said, "I want to eat too." Jiang Mingyuan was feeling uncomfortable all over. Xianxia's words solved a big problem for him. He quietly breathed a sigh of relief and turned to reach the chopsticks in front of Xianxia. "Dad doesn't want to eat. You can eat. He just got up in the morning and was hungry." Xianxia's mouth began to secrete saliva when he smelled the fragrance. He opened his mouth and wanted to bite the food on the chopsticks, but then he remembered that he hadn't brushed his teeth. His mother said that he couldn't eat without brushing his teeth. He wasn't a child who ate like this. Xianxia stole a glance at his mother and closed his half-opened mouth. He looked at the spring roll with some reluctance and said to Jiang Mingyuan, "Dad, I haven't brushed my teeth yet. I'll eat after brushing my teeth." He pulled his pants and sniffed. After saying that, he turned and ran to the bathroom. His short legs moved quickly and he was very enthusiastic. "Okay." Jiang Mingyuan replied in a low voice. He put the spring roll back on the plate, put down the chopsticks, and walked out of the kitchen in a hurry. After brushing his teeth, Xianxia finally ate spring rolls. However, breakfast had already begun at that time. The one he ate was not special at all, which made the child a little sad. He complained that his parents didn't wake him up. After breakfast, the family began to tidy up the room. Qinghuan was familiar with moving twice in half a year. The clothes that he didn't wear had been packed and put outside. The dishes that he didn't use were placed in the middle of a shockproof film, tied with a rope, and put in a large cardboard box. After Qinghuan cleaned up the table, he tied up the washed dishes and put them at the back of the cardboard box. Jiang Mingyuan never needed to move by himself. After watching for a while, he couldn't find a way to help. He was not even as good as Xianxia. The little guy even knew to fold his clothes and put them in the suitcase. Although he folded them in an ugly way. The mother and son helped each other. They sorted out the clothes and kitchen utensils, and packed the bedding. Jiang Mingyuan walked around the house and finally found a place where he could help. He helped Xianxia pack the toys. After more than half a year, Xianxia was no longer the poor boy who didn't have a single toy. He now had a house full of toys. The toys were of different sizes. The big ones were taller than him, and the small ones were only the size of a palm. It was very troublesome to pack them up. Qinghuan found a lot of cardboard boxes in advance for moving. The cardboard boxes were squashed and stacked in the corner. They didn't take up much space. When they needed to be used, they could be resealed with tape. Jiang Mingyuan was doing this kind of work for the first time. He didn't feel the novelty and didn't panic. He calmly sealed the cardboard boxes and put the toys in the room one by one. He also divided the toys into different categories. The superhuman toys were never put together with the animals. When he finished packing the toys, Qinghuan was almost done with the other things. Compared with the last move half a year ago, there was a lot more luggage this time. It almost filled the living room. Jiang Mingyuan came out with the last box of toys. He washed his hands and called the driver. The driver had been waiting downstairs for a long time. Not long after the phone call, he came with a helper. He quickly packed the packed things into the car, said goodbye to them, and took the things away. The mother and son's daily necessities were moved away. The house didn't look much empty, but it suddenly lost its liveliness. It looked like a model house. "I was planning to stay here for a long time, but I ended up staying for half a year." Packing up was not an easy job. Qinghuan bent down and lowered her head for the whole morning. She felt that the muscles on her back were stiff. She opened her arms and stretched, pinching the muscles on her waist. "I hope there won't be a next time." "It's hard to say." Jiang Mingyuan was wiping the dirty sofa and coffee table with a rag. When he came out to wash the rag, he heard her sigh and replied expressionlessly, "Maybe there will be a next time." "How is that possible?" "Why do I keep moving?" Qinghuan turned her head and met his brown eyes. She suddenly realized what Jiang Mingyuan meant. Her throat choked, and she swallowed the rest of her sentence. She blushed for a while before she weakly replied, "Don't talk nonsense." "I'm not talking nonsense." "Chenghuan. Why are you so serious?" She turned her head, faced outside, and waved her hand. "Forget it, let's not talk about this. When are you going back? Take Xingxing with you." Jiang Mingyuan folded the clean rag and put it aside. He said to his back, "I'll wait for you." Chenghuan's sudden decision to move made the landlord and his wife unhappy. Although they said that the deposit would not be refunded, the couple still asked to come over to check, fearing that their house had been ruined. The couple's house was quite far away from here, and they would arrive in the afternoon. Chenghuan had planned to let Jiang Mingyuan take Xingxing back first, and she would wait here. She had specially left a piece of bread for them to eat. But now Jiang Mingyuan said that he wouldn't leave. Then a piece of bread wouldn't be enough, right? Fortunately, Jiang Mingyuan didn't covet her piece of bread. He raised his hand to look at the time and invited, "It's 11:30. Do you want to go out for dinner? I booked a restaurant. It's not far from here." The table had been booked, and this was just a formality. Jiang Mingyuan didn't give her a chance to refuse. After asking, he made a gesture of invitation, called Xingxing, and prepared to go out. He had booked a Sichuan restaurant, and it took only about 10 minutes to drive there. This restaurant was a little famous in Sea City. It was said that the food was very authentic. Every time it was time to eat, there would be a long line of people outside the restaurant. Chenghuan loved spicy food. After hearing about the restaurant's reputation, she wanted to try it. Every time, she retreated because of the long line. This was the first time she had been here. There was a long line in the restaurant as usual. Jiang Mingyuan held Xingxing's hand and walked in side by side with Chenghuan. They went to the service desk and reported their names. A waiter took them to a private room. They sat down, and the waiter went out. After a while, he came in with a menu. The menu was handed to Jiang Mingyuan, and he gave it to Chenghuan without even flipping through it. "You order." "Okay." As soon as they heard the name of the Sichuan restaurant, they knew that the food in this restaurant wouldn't be too light. The spiciness of each dish was marked with the number of chili peppers. At a glance, there were 4 or 5 chili peppers. At the end of the menu, a few slightly spicy or not spicy dishes were squeezed together, indicating the restaurant owner's obvious disdain. Worried that the other 2 people couldn't eat spicy food, Chenghuan ignored the dishes with 4 or 5 chili peppers and turned to the ones with 3 or so chili peppers when he ordered. The 3 chili peppers were medium spicy, so it wouldn't be too uncomfortable to eat. Chenghuan said 2 names, glanced at Jiang Mingyuan, and directly turned to the last page. He ordered century eggs with tofu and stir-fried vegetables that weren't spicy at all. Then, he hesitated, turned to the first page, and ordered a dish that occupied the top of the recommendation list and was marked with 5 chili peppers. This restaurant expressed its preferences all the time. For example, the 2 non-spicy dishes that were supposed to be served first and were the easiest to make were served after the spicy fragrant fish. There was a layer of red oil floating in the bowl of the fragrant fish, which looked very appetizing. Xingxing ate a few mouthfuls, and his tongue was numb from the spiciness. He shouted that his stomach was burning, and he didn't feel much better after drinking water. He didn't dare to touch those attractive dishes anymore, and ate tofu and vegetables with his father. He had a big appetite, and the portions of each dish in the restaurant weren't big. The only 2 dishes without chili peppers were almost all in Xingxing's stomach. Jiang Mingyuan couldn't fight with him, so he could only stretch his chopsticks to other places. He didn't notice that the dish he picked was the most spicy one. As soon as it entered his mouth, Jiang Mingyuan's face turned red. He swallowed it almost without chewing. He put down his chopsticks and drank a large glass of water. He sat upright and still, and didn't look at the food on the table again. "What are you doing here if you can't eat spicy food?" Looking at his uncomfortable appearance, Chenghuan also lost his appetite. She put down her chopsticks, sighed, and went out to call the waiter. They reordered several dishes without chili peppers so that they wouldn't starve. After the meal, Jiang Mingyuan went to pay the bill, and then went to get the car. The car stopped on the side of the road, and Chenghuan opened the door, put Xingxing in the back seat, fastened his seat belt, and closed the door, saying to him, "Don't go to such places in the future." you can't eat it. Jiang Mingyuan held the steering wheel and looked ahead. The rearview mirror reflected his handsome face, and his lips were still red from the spicy food. He said, as long as you like it. Qinhuan was suddenly teased, and he couldn't put on a serious face anymore. His gaze drifted for a while, and he only reacted when he heard his phone ring. The phone call was from the landlord, saying that they had arrived. Coincidentally, the car also arrived downstairs. They walked out and happened to meet the landlord outside the elevator, so they went in together. As soon as they entered the door, the landlord and Jiang Mingyuan inspected the house with their eyes. After looking around the living room, they went to look elsewhere. After looking around, they still came out with a sullen face, saying that there was no problem. Qinhuan returned the key. If there's nothing else, we're leaving. Okay. The landlord pulled a long face, took the key, and complained that it was difficult to find a new tenant because the rent was withdrawn too quickly. He nagged for a while, and by the time he finished, the previous tenant had already disappeared. After saying goodbye to the landlord, the three set off for their new home. The new home was very close to Jiang Mingyuan's workplace. Jiang Mingyuan parked the car, came out, and pointed to the headquarters of Jiang Group not far away. Like all fathers in front of their children, he said to Xianxia in a flaunting tone, "That's where Dad works. It's so big." Xianxia was very respectful. The headquarters of Jiang Group had more than 30 floors. It was not too tall, but the building's shape was very unique. It was also a landmark building in Sea City. Xianxia had seen this building on TV earlier. At that time, she was very curious. Now that she heard that it was where her father worked, she wanted to go and have a look. Jiang Mingyuan naturally had no reason to refuse such a request, so he agreed very easily. He held Xianxia's hand and walked into the elevator with Qinhuan. He swiped his card and pressed the floor button, arriving at Qinhuan's new home. The driver had already sent the things over. The luggage that occupied the living room in the original house was only placed in a small area here. The new house was very large, and the roof was very high. It gave people a sense of openness, which would make people feel comfortable. The things here were very well equipped. At first glance, one could tell that they had put in a lot of effort. When Qinhuan went to pack the luggage, she found a lot of kitchen utensils in the kitchen that were said to be very difficult to buy but also very useful. Seeing these things, Qinhuan's strangeness to the new environment disappeared by more than half. She was in a good mood, packed the things up, and went out to thank Jiang Mingyuan. "It's not a big deal." Jiang Mingyuan handed the card in his hand to her. "This is the card used to swipe the elevator. It has the authority to the top 4 floors. Then he gave her a bunch of keys, saying that which key corresponded to which door. After introducing all the rooms, there were still more than half of the keys left. "These are the keys to the rooms upstairs." Jiang Mingyuan paused when he said this. The corners of his mouth were straight, and his voice was a little low. "Do you want me to introduce them?" Qinhuan's brain almost crashed because of his show. When she came back to her senses, she was already upstairs. Compared with downstairs, there were fewer rooms in Jiang Mingyuan's apartment, which corresponded to the larger area of each room. Even the toy room prepared for Xianxia was nearly 40 square meters. There were a lot of toys in the toy room, all of which Xianxia had never seen before. When the little fellow saw these, she couldn't walk and had to stay to play. So, only Jiang Mingyuan and Qinhuan were left to participate in the tour. The 3 floors of the apartment were connected by stairs, and there were only 2 or 3 rooms on each floor. Jiang Mingyuan took the key and handed it to her every time he introduced a room. They walked all the way to the top floor, ignoring the rooms at the top of the stairs. He walked for a while and began to introduce them from the right side. "This is the gym. There are all the equipment you need. You can come and try it when you have time. This is the study. It is usually used more often." He opened the door of the study and let Qinhuan in for a visit. Like the other rooms, the study was not small. The 3 walls were made into book walls. They were full of various books and labeled for classification. Different from what Qinhuan imagined, there were not many books about economics. Instead, there were many books about humanities and social sciences. There were even many novels, Chinese or original texts, neatly stacked. You still read these books? Qinghuan went to the book wall on the right and pointed to a pile of novels. These novels were not famous books, but the most common online novels, which were the favorite of primary and secondary school students. I'm busy. I don't have time to read books. Jiang Mingyuan coughed softly, turned his head and explained to himself, these were prepared by my assistant. Jiang Mingyuan probably felt that it was a bit silly to have a big study at home with many books but not read them. After saying this, he added, in addition to this part, there are many others to read. He walked to one of the walls and said to Qinghuan, I've read most of these books. If you're interested, I can recommend them to you. Some of them are well written. Most of the books he pointed to were books on economics and politics, which were the most suitable for his temperament in this room. However, Qinghuan was not interested in these books at all. He even got a headache when he saw the titles, so he shook his head and refused without hesitation. Forget it, I don't like reading these. All right. Jiang Mingyuan nodded and said to her, you can't believe everything in books. It depends on experience. If you need anything in the future, you can ask me directly. Qinghuan was a little confused. Ask you what? She was just a self-employed restaurant owner. She probably wouldn't need such complicated knowledge that sounded so high and mighty. Managing a chain restaurant is not much different from managing a business. If you need anything in the future, I should be able to provide you with some experience, Jiang Mingyuan said matter-of-factly, as if opening a chain restaurant was a very simple thing. Qinghuan had never thought about this. Before this, her business plan was just how to come up with new dishes, how to do activities to attract customers, and so on. At most, she wanted to make a name for herself and find a bustling area to open 1 or 2 more branches. I don't think I can do it. She was a little uncertain. In her memory, the chain restaurants were mainly fast food, and it was not convenient for her to do it. Jiang Mingyuan was surprised. Why do you think you can't do it? Mine is neither convenient nor special. She frowned and said, it's not easy to make a name for myself. That way, there shouldn't be too many people joining me. Even if they join me, I can't guarantee that the taste will be the same as mine. If it's not delicious, won't it ruin my reputation? What if it's a direct operation? A direct operation? I don't have the money. Jiang Mingyuan paused and said, take your time. There's no need to rush. He didn't say that he had the money to lend her, which made Qinghuan sigh in relief. She smiled and walked over. Let's see the other rooms. Jiang Mingyuan. Okay. There were a total of 3 rooms on the top floor, a gym, a study, and a room near the stairs. Qinghuan's mind was a little confused by Jiang Mingyuan's words. When she walked to the door, she suddenly realized that she had forgotten something. Jiang Mingyuan's house had 3 floors. She had visited all the other rooms, and there was no other bedroom except for a guest room. The nature of this room couldn't be more obvious. Qinghuan secretly cursed him for being a pig's brain. She was so busy changing the topic that she forgot about it. Sure enough, standing outside the door, Jiang Mingyuan paused and said awkwardly, I can't give you the key to this room for the time being. It's okay, it's okay. Qinghuan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly waved her hand. Then let's go back. If you want to see it, that's fine. No, let's go back. Qinghuan smiled awkwardly. I'm worried about Xingxing downstairs alone. Okay. Jiang Mingyuan nodded. Then let's go downstairs. Although she was looking for an excuse, Qinghuan was really worried about Xingxing. She was afraid that something would happen to him. Qinghuan hurried downstairs. When she went downstairs, she saw that Xingxing was still playing in a sea of toys. She didn't know what time it was. After confirming that nothing had happened to her, Qinghuan was relieved. She handed Xingxing to Jiang Mingyuan and said that she wanted to go back. She said that the house wasn't ready yet. Do you need my help? No, there's only the clothes left. You can't help me. As Qinghuan spoke, she remembered that there was a change of clothes for Jiang Mingyuan in her suitcase. I'll bring the clothes up for you later. You don't need them anyway. Jiang Mingyuan paused for a moment, then nodded and said okay. Tidying up the clothes was actually a very time-consuming job. By the time everything was done, the sky was already dark. The room was dim and Xianxia wasn't at home. The house was empty and quiet. Qinhuan nestled on the sofa with her hands in her pockets. It was rare for her to taste loneliness. Since she transmigrated, she had been revolving around making money and Xianxia. Now, she didn't have to think about either of them. She just emptied her mind like this. To be honest, it was quite comfortable. She wanted to continue being dispirited like this. However, in fact, it was impossible. She was born to be busy. After a while, she wanted to cook again. Even if she told herself that Jiang Mingyuan wouldn't let the child starve, there was no way to suppress this idea. Qinhuan sighed. She got up, took her hands out of her pockets, and went to the refrigerator to see what she needed to do. The refrigerator was full of a lot of things. Jiang Mingyuan said that this was purchased by the property management. There was a group of owners in this apartment. The residents could inform the property management of what they needed, and someone would send fresh things over the next day. Qinhuan had never lived in such a high-class house. It sounded very amazing. However, after hearing about the property management fees and rent, she withdrew all her amazement. The fees were so expensive. It would be unreasonable if the service wasn't good. Most of the things in the refrigerator were dry goods or cereals, plus milk and fruits. There were no vegetables or meat. Qinhuan took a carton of milk and pulled out a bag of oatmeal. She was considering whether to use milk to mix with the oatmeal, or to use walnuts to cook millet porridge. She was very conflicted. She felt that both were feasible. Before she could decide, someone knocked on the door. For safety reasons, although the elevator card had confirmed the authority, the location of the elevator was actually outside the entrance. It was separated from the apartment by a door. Entering and exiting the door still required the owner's permission. It was the first day she moved in. At this time, it was either Jiang Mingyuan or Xianxia who knocked on the door. Qinhuan put down the milk in her hand and got up to open the door. When the door opened, the father and son outside were dressed neatly. When she took a closer look, it was actually a father and son outfit. "Mom, look at my clothes." Xianxia began to shout as soon as he saw her. He pulled the little monkey on the coat to show her. "Isn't it very beautiful?" The coat was short, fluffy, and black. There was a little monkey tattooed on the left chest and arm. The monkey's head was facing the shoulder, and its legs were on the other side. Its tail was slightly raised and blocked the ear. It looked like it was lying on a person. It looked lively and childish. It was very suitable for children. However, it was suitable for children. Qinhuan looked at the enlarged version of the monkey deliberately acting cute on Jiang Mingyuan's coat. She didn't know what to say. The man stood behind Xianxia, holding a bag in his hand. He was wearing a coat that didn't match his style. Through the collar, she could see the indigo tie inside. His face was stiff, and his whole person exuded an air of rejection. Qinhuan was a little amused. "Where did you get this coat?" "He bought it." Jiang Mingyuan pointed to Xianxia with a helpless expression. He walked in and handed over the paper bag in his hand. "There's one for you. I bought this." Xianxia came over and grabbed her clothes. He pressed her on the sofa and took out the coat from the bag. He gestured to her body. "Mom, you wear this too." Qinhuan was pressed on the sofa. This position was not suitable for strength, and she couldn't struggle out for a while. Xianxia had finished gestured. The next step was to take off her coat. He didn't know how to control his strength, and it still hurt a little when he poked the flesh on the collar. "You go down. I'll do it myself." She held her breath and pulled the coat to drive him away. "Then Mom. Hurry up and change. We'll eat after you change." The little guy licked his lips and said with a look of yearning, "Dad said that we're going to eat a very delicious steak today." This coat was really stupid. It didn't conform to Qinhuan's aesthetic at all. It looked like she would gain 10 pounds if she wore it. It was fine to wear it at home, but it was difficult for Qinhuan to accept going out to eat. She straightened her back and tried to reason with Xianxia. However, the little guy didn't listen at all and kept urging her to hurry up. Huan looked at Jiang Mingyuan again. The man only showed her a helpless smile. It seemed that he was looking forward to it. Huan was alone and helpless. In the end, she went out wearing this ugly coat. She didn't speak all the way with a sullen face. When they arrived at the place to eat, she asked with some complaint, "Why did you think of taking him to buy clothes?" "I just happened to be free, so I took him out for a walk." Jiang Mingyuan locked the car and turned back. "Didn't I tell you?" "I know." Huan walked behind Jiang Mingyuan and tried to block herself with his back. She whispered, "Don't let him buy clothes next time. He has bad taste." The person in front pulled his son, chuckled, and said, "We don't know how to buy clothes. Next time, you can come out with us to help." Huan thought for a moment. "Okay, your clothes are too old-fashioned." The restaurant Jiang Mingyuan booked was a high-end Western restaurant. Eating was all by appointment, so there was no need to wait in line. The waiter probably remembered him. When he saw them, he didn't ask anything. He took them to their seats. The seats were in the corner. The seats were good and the view was wide. Jiang Mingyuan ordered for the three of them. While waiting for the dishes to be served, they chatted. As they chatted, there was a sudden exclamation. "Mingyuan?" The person who spoke was wearing a black coat that reached her calves. Her hair was draped over her back, making her look beautiful and elegant. It was Chusun, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Chusun hadn't had a good time recently. Previously, she was introduced to Jiang Mingyuan by Mother Jiang. She thought that she could fly out of the Chu family and become the madam of the Jiang family. In the end, not only did she not get married, but she also became enemies. Jiang Mingyuan suppressed the Chu family because of the secret photos. When Father Chu found out, he was furious. He called Chusun back and scolded her severely. He suspended her card and promoted her younger brother's position. Until a moment ago, Chusun couldn't understand why Jiang Mingyuan was so agitated. However, today, looking at the obvious parent-child attire, she seemed to know the reason. She just didn't know if Jiang Muqing knew about these things. Based on her previous behavior, she probably didn't know, right? Thinking of this, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Forget it, these had nothing to do with her. Long time no see. Chusun tucked the side of her face behind her ear and smiled gently. She looked at Huan with a surprised expression. "This is the person I'm pursuing." Jiang Mingyuan's words were different from what Chusun had imagined. He raised his head and asked politely, "Miss Chu, are you looking for me?" "Nothing, I just came to say hello." Chusun was a little stunned. She didn't expect to hear these words from his mouth. She looked at Huan with an inquisitive gaze and said with a smile, "You two look very compatible. I wish you all the best, President Jiang." "Thank you." His attitude was clearly cold. In the past, Chusun could rely on that little bit of hope to find a topic to talk about. Now that this person had nothing to do with her, she couldn't stay any longer. After saying her goodbyes, she left. This person came and left suddenly. It was strange. Huan turned to look and found that she had returned to her seat and was chatting happily with a man opposite her. Sometimes, a woman's intuition was really mysterious. For example, Huan could smell a story after hearing a few words from the two people. She pursed her lips and secretly glanced at Jiang Mingyuan. In the end, she couldn't hold back her curiosity. "Who was that?" Huan's question came at a bad time. The waiter came over to serve the dishes. Jiang Mingyuan signaled her to wait with his eyes. He opened the napkin and wrapped it around Xianxia's chest. When they walked away, he explained, "She's the daughter of the Chu family." "Do you know Tianlan?" "It's from their family." "Oh, it's her." Hearing that she was the daughter of the Chu family, Huan immediately knew who she was. In the original novel, there were countless people who had an unrequited love for the male lead, from his subordinates to the daughters of his competitors. Many people loved him to death and insisted on snatching the male lead from the female lead. The eldest daughter of the Chu family was one of them. From the plot Huan had read, the eldest daughter of the Chu family was a very strong competitor. If the original owner relied on her son to get to the top, then this person relied on a strong backer, the male lead's mother. In the story, she was the only daughter-in-law that the male lead's mother liked. Jiang Mingyuan's mother created many opportunities for the two to be alone. When she gave up the novel, the male lead's mother also proposed a family trip abroad. This family included Chu Sun. According to Xianxia's age, the plot of the novel would unfold more than a year later. That is to say, from now until more than a year later, the two would not break off contact. Thinking of this, Chenghuan felt a little uncomfortable. She lowered her head and cut the steak into small pieces. She obviously cared about this question, but she didn't know how to ask. Dinner ended absent-mindedly. Chu Sun finished eating before them. When she left, she said hello again. Then she turned around, took her companion's hand, and left with a smile. Looking at her appearance, the two's relationship was quite good. Chenghuan turned her head and watched for a long time until the two walked out of the restaurant. Jiang Mingyuan had been paying attention to her movements. When she turned around, he asked, "You know Li Huayan?" "Who?" "The one next to Chu Sun is also in the food and beverage business." Jiang Mingyuan wiped his hands with a tissue. "He is also her current boyfriend." "Boyfriend?" Chenghuan was surprised. She couldn't believe it. Didn't the novel say that the eldest daughter was obsessed with the male lead for many years? How come there was a new person in the novel? Actually, it's more appropriate to call him fiancé. Jiang Mingyuan didn't care about these gossip. The reason he knew was that Chu Sun's father had sent him a wedding invitation in order to show goodwill, inviting him to Chu Sun's wedding. Their wedding is next month, which is the 6th day of the new year. Do you want to go and see? There will be a lot of people in the food and beverage industry coming over. It's a good choice to communicate with them. He said, "After all, I'm a layman. Most of the time, what I say may not be accurate." Chenghuan felt that this world was a bit mysterious. Why was Chu Sun getting married? It had never been mentioned in the novel. Did something go wrong? Chenghuan's face was wooden. For a moment, she felt that she might have read a fake novel. Since she came here, nothing had matched the plot of the novel. The male lead knew that he had a son without her coming. Not only was he not indifferent and resistant like in the novel, but he was also very easy to get along with. Another female supporting character, who was originally going to compete with the female lead for a man, married someone else so easily and seemed to be quite happy. Not to mention the female lead who hadn't shown up yet. It was questionable whether she could enter the Jiang group like in the novel. After all, in the original plot, the female lead was accepted by the company because she had a chance encounter with the male lead at the school where she gave a speech. The male lead treated her differently. What's wrong? Seeing that she had been silent, Jiang Mingyuan was a little puzzled. It's okay if you don't want to go. It's not difficult to get in touch with those people. I can recommend you in the future. His voice made Chenghuan come back to her senses. She shook her head and said, "Forget about the wedding. After all, I don't know anyone. It's not good to attend rashly." Okay. Jiang Mingyuan had no interest in the wedding. When he heard Chenghuan say that she didn't want to go, he decided not to go. "I'm going back for the new year. I'll be back on the 3rd day of the new year. There are still a few days left. Do you have anywhere you want to go?" "Dad, are we going out to play?" Hearing that they were going out to play, Xianxia's ears pricked up. He opened his eyes wide, grabbed the fork, and got a mouthful of sauce. He asked for a place. "I want to go to the island." The island he was talking about was the Red Coral Island. The child had only been to this place and couldn't say a second choice. Jiang Mingyuan smiled and rubbed his hair. He didn't agree and continued to look at Chenghuan. Chenghuan's mind was in a mess. She didn't have the ability to think. She was not familiar with this world, so she shook her head and said to let him make the decision. "Okay, then I'll tell you when I'm sure." After dinner, Jiang Mingyuan drove the three of them home. When the elevator arrived, Chenghuan walked out and turned to ask the little guy in the elevator, "Are you going to sleep upstairs?" "Yes." Xianxia shook his little head. Anyway, he couldn't sleep with his mother now. It didn't make much difference where he slept. Moreover, the child's interest in the new toys hadn't decreased. He wanted to sleep closer to the toys. After thinking about it for 2 minutes, he abandoned his mother. "Mom, I'll come to you tomorrow morning. It's not certain who you'll look for." Xinhuan refused to believe his flowery words. She turned to Jiang Mingyuan and said goodbye to him. "Go to bed early. You go to bed early too. Don't play with your phone too late." Jiang Mingyuan nagged and released the button. The elevator door slowly closed in front of him. Xingxing followed his father upstairs. He was still dreaming of lying in the pile of toys when reality gave him a painful blow. The elevator rose rapidly. When it stopped, it had already reached the top floor. The child was led out of the elevator. Looking at the decoration in front of him, he was a little confused. He turned around twice and raised his head to discuss with Jiang Mingyuan. "Dad, I want to go down. You sleep here." Jiang Mingyuan's house looked big, but there were only 2 rooms that could be lived in. The other guest room was still downstairs. He was worried about leaving his son alone on the first floor. Xingxing pouted and didn't want to. He originally wanted to sleep closer to the toys. Why did it become farther away? After all, his mother's room was only 1 floor away from the toy room. The child did some calculations and felt that he was at a disadvantage. So, he asked to go back. This request was mercilessly rejected by his father. Jiang Mingyuan carried Xingxing into the bedroom like a little chick. He quickly took off his clothes, brushed them clean, and stuffed him into the quilt. Then, he went to take a bath. Jiang Mingyuan's bed was very big. It was as hard as his own bed. Xingxing had slept on many soft beds. He was not used to this hard bed. He kept tossing and turning on the bed. He secretly took out his watch and called his mother to complain. Xinhuan was playing a game. The phone was on speaker. She was busy dealing with her son while playing a dungeon. After she finished playing, Xingxing was still nagging. Xinhuan quit the game. Ignoring the little boy's request to come back to sleep, she asked him, "Where's Dad?" "Xingxing, Dad is taking a bath." He thought that his mother was going to ask his father to let him go down. After saying that, he happily climbed out of bed and ran to the bathroom door. He reached out and pushed the door open. He raised his hand and shouted, "Dad, Mom is looking for you." Jiang Mingyuan was used to living alone. He didn't have the habit of locking the door after taking a bath. When Xingxing rushed in, he had just washed off the foam on his body. When he heard his son's words, he subconsciously took a bath towel and wrapped it around his lower body. He looked at the child with disapproval. His Adam's apple moved, and he said, "Go out first. Wait for me to finish." "Oh." Xingxing didn't know what the problem was. He went out without any psychological burden. He also said to Xinhuan on the other end of the phone, "Mom, Dad asked you to wait for him to finish." Xinhuan, who heard the whole thing, was speechless. As soon as Xingxing went out, Jiang Mingyuan immediately locked the bathroom door. He combed his wet hair back with his hand and stood in place for a while before returning to the shower. Xingxing said that he was not used to sleeping in this bed, but when Jiang Mingyuan came out, he was already sleeping like a little pig, holding the watch in his hand. Jiang Mingyuan bent down and took the watch from the child's hand. The call on the watch was not over yet, so he asked tentatively. A voice came from the watch, "Are you done showering?" Jiang Mingyuan, he was silent for a moment, then he said, "Yes." He walked out with light steps and closed the door. He tried to forget the embarrassing scene from before and talked about other topics. At the beginning of the conversation, the topic between the two of them was all about Xingxing. After talking about it, the child would fall into a state of speechlessness. Now that they were familiar with each other, they could talk about more things, from current affairs and politics to roadside snacks. Jiang Mingyuan would strictly control the time and urge him to go to sleep when it was time. Xinhuan did not recognize the bed when she slept. Even if the bed in her new home was a little harder than the previous one, it did not disturb her good sleep. Her biological clock was on time, so she woke up early the next morning. When she woke up, she was still a little groggy. She subconsciously looked at the other side of the bed and did not see anyone. Only then did she remember that she had moved, and Xingxing was still sleeping upstairs. She sat on the bed for a while, and when her hands felt a little cold, she changed her clothes and got out of bed. After washing up, she opened the door and found the things sent by the property management at the entrance. These things were the vegetables and meat she had asked for yesterday, as well as a bag of designated brand flour. The property management charged high fees, and the quality of the things provided was also guaranteed. She stuffed the things she did not need into the fridge for the time being. Qinghuan opened the flour bag and scooped out a spoonful of flour from it. She added the flour to the egg and stirred it until it became a ball. She covered it with a thin film and let it soak for 10 minutes. Taking advantage of the time, Qinghuan took a pot and grabbed 2 handfuls of millet. She washed it and added water to cook porridge. 10 minutes later, the dough was soaked. She kneaded the dough into strips, plucked them into uniform sizes, and rolled them into dumpling wrappers with a rolling pin. After the dumpling wrappers were done, all that was left was the stuffing. The chopped meat stuffing was mixed with the chopped water chestnuts and carrots. Then, he added the soy sauce, ginger powder, and oil and wrapped them in the prepared dumpling wrappers. The wrapped dumplings were neatly stacked on the chopping board. Qinghuan took out another pot, poured oil into the pot, turned on the fire, and fried the dumplings in the pot until they were golden brown. He added water and stewed them. As if she had calculated the time, the moment she finished collecting the juice, the room was filled with the fragrance. Just as she was about to take out the pot, the doorbell rang. He didn't need to guess to know who it was. Qinghuan turned off the stove, took out the things, washed his hands, and went to open the door. "Why don't you just come in? Don't you have the key? I'm afraid it might be inconvenient for you." Jiang Mingyuan stood outside the door with a sleepy Xianxia and a bouquet of flowers in his hand. He handed the flowers to Qinghuan and walked in with the child. He said in a relaxed tone, "If you don't mind, I won't knock on the door next time. It's not inconvenient. You can just come in." Qinghuan held the bouquet of flowers and felt that there seemed to be a lot more flowers than before. She put the flowers in a vase on the side, walked into the kitchen, brought out breakfast, and called them to eat. Seeing Qinghuan come out with something, Jiang Mingyuan consciously went to get the bowls and chopsticks. The 3 of them sat at the table and had their first breakfast after the housewarming. After eating, Jiang Mingyuan had to go to work. Qinghuan walked him to the door. When they were waiting for the elevator, she said to him, "Don't send flowers in the future." Jiang Mingyuan was slightly stunned. He looked at her and nodded, saying, "Okay." Then he asked, "What do you like?" "There's nothing I like. You don't have to send me flowers." This answer made Jiang Mingyuan feel awkward. He frowned slightly as if he had encountered something difficult. "You really don't want to?" As he spoke, the elevator door opened. Qinghuan shook her head and said no. She pushed him. "Don't think about it. Go to work." Jiang Mingyuan nodded and walked into the elevator, thinking. After breakfast, Xianxia wanted to play with his toys. Qinghuan took him upstairs. The mother and son, one playing with toys and the other playing games, got along very well. Qinghuan played games for a long time. When she put down her phone, she felt empty. She went downstairs to make lunch. After eating, Xianxia continued to play with his toys. She held the phone and hesitated. Finally, she stuffed it into her pocket, went to the top floor, and took a management book from the study to read. Since Jiang Mingyuan proposed the idea of opening a restaurant chain yesterday, Qinghuan had been thinking about it. She didn't have enough money to open a branch now, but she could first learn about the relevant knowledge. When she had money one day, wouldn't she be able to use it? With this beautiful hope, Qinghuan opened the book. The book was written by a very well-known entrepreneur. There were a lot of high-end titles piled up. Qinghuan was shocked when she saw it. She felt that she could learn a lot from it. Then she turned to the first page of the text. 5 minutes later, the page number was still there. Qinghuan turned to the back and turned back again. Her face was blank. She was stunned for a while. Then she picked up her phone again, opened the browser, and searched for a term she didn't know the meaning of. Just like that, he looked at the dictionary and continued to read. He had read quite a lot in the afternoon. It was getting dark outside. Qinghuan put down the book and went downstairs to prepare dinner. Halfway through dinner, Jiang Mingyuan came back. He took off his suit and rolled up his sleeves to help. Qinghuan cut the vegetables and said to him that she went to the study. "I took a book from you." You can read any book in it. Jiang Mingyuan was happy that she had walked into his territory. He removed the shell of the last prawn in his hand and asked her what book she was reading. Chen Huan told him the name of the book. Hearing that she was reading a management book, Jiang Mingyuan was even happier. He turned back and said a lot of book titles, saying that it would be better to read them together with that book. Of course, the things on the tree can only be used as a reference. You can't trust them completely. In the end, he added this sentence. Chen Huan nodded. I know. The time for dinner passed as the two people asked and answered questions. After dinner, the two people were still talking about the book. Probably because it involved his area of expertise, Jiang Mingyuan seemed to be a little talkative. Not only did he explain the advantages and disadvantages of each book in detail, but he also combined the actual situation and talked about a lot of examples he had encountered. When needed, Jiang Mingyuan was actually a very eloquent person. The story he told was full of ups and downs, completely frightening the two listeners. However, the two listeners had completely different impressions. Chen Huan learned from his experience and thought about what to do if she encountered it. As for Xianxia, this child completely listened to the story. After listening to it, he felt that his father's work was very interesting and wanted to go and see it. Jiang Mingyuan didn't think much and agreed, saying that he would take him to the company the next day. Hearing that he could go to the company with his father, Xianxia was also very happy. For the first time, he took the initiative to ask to sleep with him. This little snob. Chen Huan was a little speechless about the little brat's behavior. Jiang Mingyuan smiled and didn't say anything. He raised his hand and rubbed Xianxia's head. Jiang Mingyuan was a man of his word. He took the kid to the office after breakfast the next day. The driver knew about their relationship, so he wasn't surprised. However, the employees in the company were all stunned when they saw their boss walking in with a kid who looked very much like him. The transmission of gossip was the fastest in the world. In less than half a day, almost everyone in the headquarters building knew that their boss had a son. They were all guessing who picked their boss, this untouchable flower. As one of the people involved, Xianxia didn't know anything about this. He stayed in the office for half a day and was tired of going to work. Dad, can't you go out? He sat on the sofa at the side, holding his True Love Superman toy, and looked at his father behind the desk with sympathy. He could only stay in one place and not move. It was like going to class. It was so boring. Does Xianxia want to go out and play? Jiang Mingyuan raised his head from the documents. Because he took his son with him, Jiang Mingyuan didn't arrange a meeting today and spent half a day in the office. He also knew that the little guy couldn't stay in the office. He guessed that this time, he might want to go out and play, so he asked him to wait. Dad will take you out when I'm done. Dad, you do your work. I'll play by myself. Xianxia waved his little chubby hand and was very obedient. In the child's heart, his father was so pitiful that he couldn't add additional burdens to him. Even if Xianxia said that he didn't want to, Jiang Mingyuan still took his son to the 10th floor after breakfast. Jiang's reputation in the industry had always been good, and the benefits were very good. In the headquarters alone, there were 2 full floors for employees to relax, including but not limited to a movie theater, a gym, an indoor basketball court, a swimming pool, and dancing machines and game consoles. There were even dozens of cubicles in the gym. There were sandbags or roly-polies in the cubicles for the employees to reduce their stress. When they were in a particularly bad mood or were under a lot of pressure, they would find an empty cubicle and vent. When they came out, they would be a good man again. Jiang Mingyuan naturally couldn't take his son to hit sandbags, and he couldn't take him to play games. According to what he knew, children had no resistance to these things. It didn't matter if he took him to play, but it would be terrible if he accidentally became addicted. Jiang Mingyuan eliminated those leisure facilities in his heart one by one and finally chose the movie theater. The movie theater was very small and could only accommodate a dozen people. The sofa was very spacious, and there were single and double people. You could choose any movie you wanted to watch, from horror movies to literary movies. Jiang Mingyuan chose a cartoon with a very good reputation. The main plot was similar to little tadpoles looking for their mother. In the middle, there was a fantasy story about some people becoming demons. In the end, the protagonist found a way to rescue these demonized humans and took them to escape from the city. Because the audience was children, the movie didn't last long, only a little more than an hour. The whole movie's plot was compact and the graphics were exquisite. There was nothing too scary about it, and even the demons were beautiful. Xianxia was very engrossed in watching. After it ended, he hugged Jiang Mingyuan's neck and asked Duo if she had found her parents. The sequel of this cartoon hadn't come out yet, and the protagonist Duo was still on the road to find her parents. No one knew if the author would make a big move in the end and make the protagonist's search result unexpected. Jiang Mingyuan held Xianxia and hesitated for less than half a second between telling the truth and lying. He nodded and said affirmatively, "Found them." When he said this, Xianxia became happy. After being happy, he said with disdain, Duo is so stupid. She actually lost her parents. He stuck out his little chest and said proudly, "I won't lose them. Xianxia is the smartest." Jiang Mingyuan smiled as he walked out of the movie theater. When he walked out, he saw Qiu Shan waiting outside. The assistant had a difficult expression. He walked to his side and whispered, "Madam is here. She's waiting for you in the office." "Got it." Jiang Mingyuan nodded slightly without even blinking. He took Xianxia upstairs and pushed open the office door. Sure enough, there was another person in the office. As the boss's mother, Gu Mingli was treated very well here. As soon as she arrived, the assistant made coffee and cut a plate of fruit. However, Mrs. Jiang was obviously not interested in these things. She sat on the sofa with her back straight and her chin slightly raised. She had an elegance that seemed to melt into her blood. "Mother." Jiang Mingyuan put Xianxia down and greeted her. Then he lowered his head and introduced her to Xianxia. "This is Grandma." "Grandma?" Xianxia was puzzled. He looked up at his father and asked, "Is she Daddy's mother?" He remembered that the nursery rhyme taught at school said so. "That's right." Jiang Mingyuan took his hand and walked over. He whispered, "She is Daddy's mother. Xianxia needs to call her Grandma." Xianxia obediently replied with an "O." He opened his big eyes and called out to Gu Mingli, "Grandma." Sigh. Gu Mingli's attitude towards her grandson could be considered gentle. She responded softly and the corners of her mouth curled up at the perfect angle. She stretched out her well-maintained hand and pulled Xianxia in front of her. "You're Xianxia, right? This is the first time Grandma has seen you." Xianxia nodded. He looked a little shy. He did not seem to be so natural when interacting with this unfamiliar relative. "You're already so old. Are you in school?" Gu Mingli touched Xianxia's face with a gentle gaze. Jiang Mingyuan said softly, "Don't you already know?" "I'm not asking you." Gu Mingli looked up at her son and skipped the topic. She took out a red packet from her handbag and stuffed it into Xianxia's hand. "Here, this is Grandma's gift to Xianxia." The red packet was very thin. It was certain that it did not contain cash. This was the first time Xianxia had received such a thing. He did not know what to do. He raised his head and looked at his father. Seeing him nod, he accepted the red packet. After giving the red packet, Gu Mingli hugged Xianxia affectionately. Jiang Mingyuan watched from the side for a while. Just as she was about to pinch Xianxia's face, he asked, "What brings you here? Can't I see you when I have nothing to do?" Gu Mingli smiled at him, his tone carrying a hint of complaint. "Do you think everyone is like you, neglecting their families? I'll always miss you." Jiang Mingyuan's expression was calm as he walked over and pulled Xianxia out. He walked behind the desk and said, "If you're bored, you can find third uncle's daughter to express your motherly love. I have to work, so please go ahead." Since the last incident, the mother and son had almost completely fallen out with each other. Jiang Mingyuan was not polite with his words and directly hit the other party's sore spot. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Sure enough, Gu Mingli immediately stood up from the sofa after hearing this. Her gaze was aggressive. "I have nothing to do with your third uncle. Don't always slander him." Jiang Mingyuan snorted through his nose and lowered his head to read his documents. Xianxia stood next to him and keenly sensed that the atmosphere was not right. He widened his eyes and looked at his father, who was very different from usual, and the very angry grandmother. He was afraid and hid behind Jiang Mingyuan again. Jiang Mingyuan only then realized that his attitude might have frightened the child. He put down the pen in his hand and sighed. He pulled Xianxia to the front of his body and held him in his arms. He raised his head and asked calmly, "What do you want from me? Don't beat around the bush. Just say it directly." He gave her a way out, and Gu Mingli took it. Her face returned to its usual gentle appearance. She sat back down on the sofa and said to Jiang Mingyuan, "I'm here to see the child." In order to make it easier to control her son's whereabouts, Gu Mingli had several informants in the company. She would give them an extra bonus, and these people were responsible for reporting Jiang Mingyuan's schedule to her. Originally, there were no problems, but some time ago, Jiang Mingyuan found an excuse to fire all of these people. This caused Gu Mingli's sources of information to lag by a lot. This time, Jiang Mingyuan brought his son to the company and caused such a big commotion that Gu Mingli, who was far away at home, also heard the news. That was why she rushed over in a hurry. Unlike her requirements for her daughter-in-law, Gu Mingli's requirements for her grandson were much lower. In her opinion, it did not matter who the child's mother was. As long as the child was raised by her, he would definitely not be stingy. She took it for granted, and the words that came out of her mouth were similar. The child is not young anymore. Have you arranged a teacher for him? I remember that you were already learning a foreign language from a foreign teacher when you were 3 years old. If you can't find one, I have one here. Mother, Jiang Mingyuan interrupted her. I seem to have told you before that my child doesn't need you to interfere. Gu Mingli's face stiffened. Of course, she remembered this sentence. That was the most humiliating day of her 30 years as a mother. As soon as Jiang Mingyuan left, she called that person to complain, but that person asked her to bear with it for the sake of the future. Just bear with it, just treat it as a compensation for all the years they had missed. Gu Mingli raised her chin and swallowed twice. She forced herself to suppress the anger in her chest and continued to reason calmly. How can I not interfere? You're a man, so how can you teach a child? You're just like your father. He didn't know anything at that time. He only knew how to play with you every day. I didn't know that there was also Xianxia's mother. His mother. Gu Mingli almost said that woman was nothing, but when she remembered the conflict between the two of them, she restrained herself from saying the rest. She lowered her eyebrows and changed her words. His mother is just like you. She has no experience. Jiang Mingyuan frowned slightly and looked like he was deep in thought. His reaction made Gu Mingli happy. Her son had fallen out with her because of some small matter, and the people outside were laughing at her. She couldn't let her grandson follow the same path. She had to teach him well. When the time came, let's see what those people would dare to say. Jiang Mingyuan thought for a while and his brows relaxed. He looked at Gu Mingli and said something completely different from what she had imagined. I have a shipping company in Country M and I'm too busy. I want third uncle to help me manage it. What do you think? Gu Mingli first wondered why he was talking about the company, but after hearing it, she was happy. Her son had been pushed out of the company because Su Dong and the others had gone too far. Later, her son came back and settled the score with this group of uncles and brothers. Su Dong had been busy all his life, but in the past few years, he had been idling at home and couldn't find anything to do. He was always afraid of being retaliated against. He was unhappy, and Gu Mingli also felt bad. It would be great if he could go abroad. Wasn't the reason why he didn't dare to touch Su Dong in the past few years because he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to leave? Now that her son had asked him to manage a company, he could escape from this place without fear. It could also be a new starting point. It was the best of both worlds. Moreover, because of those futile ideas, it was always inconvenient for Su Dong to contact her. If he went abroad, he wouldn't have to worry about these problems. Thinking about how the two of them could meet freely in the future and even live in the same room, Gu Mingli couldn't wait to agree on Jiang Sudong's behalf. She tried hard for a long time to suppress her joy. She nodded slightly and said that she could help ask. After that, she didn't show any familial affection and couldn't wait to leave. The office door closed in front of him, and Jiang Mingyuan's expression gradually turned cold. Xianxia saw him like this and was a little scared. "Dad? It's okay." Jiang Mingyuan patted his son's back to comfort him. Ignoring the documents on the table, he opened a web page on the computer and asked Xianxia in a soft voice, "Let's pick a gift for Mom. Baby, which one do you think looks good?" The afternoon of Xianxia's first day at work with his father passed by while they were picking gifts. After Qiao Shan, he sent over a lot of brochures, all of which were the new products of the season from various luxury stores. The little boy was very serious in picking them out. He looked at each item many times, picked out the ones he liked, and compared them one by one. It wasn't until he got off work that he found the one he was most satisfied with. It was a white pouch with a furry exterior. There was a large brand logo inlaid with different types of gems, and it looked dazzling. Xianxia took a fancy to this one at a glance. After looking around, he didn't think that there was anyone more beautiful than this one. He took the brochure to find his father. Jiang Mingyuan just finished dealing with the last task. He put the document aside and took the thing in Xianxia's hand. He raised his eyebrows slightly. "Choose this?" "Yes." Xianxia nodded. "I think this is very, very beautiful." "Okay then." Jiang Mingyuan didn't have any objections. His understanding of these things wasn't much different from his son's. Since Xianxia said it was okay, he would believe it for once. He made the call. The other side said that this bag didn't exist in the country and needed to be temporarily transferred. They needed to wait for 2 days. Jiang Mingyuan said that there was no problem. He hung up the phone and agreed with Xianxia not to tell Qinghuan about this matter first. "Okay." Xianxia raised his head and looked inexplicably proud. "We won't tell Mom." With the secret between her and her father, Xianxia returned home excitedly. The moment she reached home, she giggled foolishly at Qinghuan. After laughing for a while, she ran around the house with her toys. After a while, she called out Mommy. It seemed that the secret might be leaked in the next second. How could Qinghuan not see that there was a problem with him like this? After dinner, she caught Xianxia when he ran over again. She held him down and asked, "What bad things did you do today?" He. Xianxia first laughed a lot, then turned his head to look at his father and said, "I didn't." This kind of behavior was not much different from saying that he had a secret. Jiang Mingyuan held his forehead. He met Qinghuan's suspicious gaze and said calmly, "Maybe it's the first day you went to the company with me, so you're a little excited?" "Dad, what do you mean by excited?" "It means that you're very happy." "Oh, then I'm very excited." Xianxia nodded his little head up and down. He rolled his eyes and said to Qinghuan, "Mom, I saw Grandma today. She gave me a red piece of paper." As he spoke, he took out the red packet in his pocket. The red packet was crumpled and tattered, revealing a corner of the card inside. Qinghuan took the red packet and looked at Jiang Mingyuan with a worried expression. "It's okay, don't worry." Jiang Mingyuan was sure that his mother was not in the mood to care about his love life recently. He smiled and said carelessly, "She just came to see Xianxia. She doesn't care about anything else. Just accept the gift. You can use it or not, and don't have any psychological burden. Anyway, it's all money I earned." In the end, he added this sentence. Qinghuan, her expression gradually changed. She looked at Jiang Mingyuan as if it was the first time she met him. She said in surprise, "I didn't expect you to be able to joke." Jiang Mingyuan. "I'm telling the truth." "Okay." Qinghuan shrugged. She really didn't mind. She didn't want a child's gift. She took out the card in the red packet and stuffed it into Xianxia's pocket. "Take it. Dad gave you pocket money." Xianxia lowered his head and took the card out of the bag. He frowned and looked at it for a long time. Suddenly, he looked up at Jiang Mingyuan and said, "Dad, you're lying. This isn't money at all." Jiang Mingyuan glanced at the femme fatale not far away and said to his son, "This is not money, but there is money in it." "How can there be money in it?" Xianxia looked at the card and did not find any gaps, so he became even more suspicious. "There is not money in it." Because of the child's suspicion, Jiang Mingyuan had to explain in detail how the small card contained money. Xianxia did not understand half of it, but he knew that his father did not lie to him, so the small card that was originally not valued became his new favorite. Xianxia stared at the card as if he saw the shadow of a new toy on it. After he finished looking, he returned the card to Qinghuan. "Mom, hold it for me." After going around in circles, the gift that Gu Mingli gave to Xianxia was finally in the hands of Qinghuan. She put away the card, promised to buy a new toy for Xianxia, and began to chase him away. Xianxia had slept with his father for 2 nights, so he had a good understanding of sleeping with his father. When he saw his mother rushing him, he consciously pulled his father's hand. The father and son walked into the elevator, and Xianxia pulled him and whispered, "Dad, am I great today?" Jiang Mingyuan lowered his head and looked at his son. He was silent for a moment, and when the elevator opened, he said in a low voice, "Then let's not let Mom know tomorrow." The little boy clenched his fist and asked, "When will that shiny thing arrive?" "The day after tomorrow." "Is it for Mom?" "No." Jiang Mingyuan glanced at his son, found a change of pajamas, and went to fill the bathtub. "Why?" Xianxia followed in and stomped his feet. "I chose that." Jiang Mingyuan reached out to test the temperature of the water, and said to his son, "Because I paid for it." When it came to money, the little boy was full of confidence. He raised his hand, lay on his father's back, and hugged his neck. He snorted and said, "I have money too." Jiang Mingyuan nodded and carried Xianxia to the side. He felt that it was childish to argue with the child, so he said, "I'll count it on you next time." "But I like that shiny thing." "You can buy the same shiny one next time," Jiang Mingyuan suggested. This idea was approved by Xianxia. The little girl thought that it was indeed reasonable, so she stopped making trouble. She obediently took off her clothes with her father and got into the bathtub with water. Jiang Mingyuan's bathtub was big enough to swim in, and it wouldn't drown people. Xianxia was so engrossed in playing with the hot pepper chicken in the water that her bath time was postponed indefinitely. Jiang Mingyuan had been watching from the side. From time to time, he would test the temperature of the water. When he felt that the water temperature was a little low, he would force the child out and put him under the shower to wash him again. After that, he would dry his body and change into pajamas before carrying him out. After taking a shower, Xianxia still didn't want to sleep. She was put on the bed and rolled around twice. She moved to the bedside and picked up a picture book from the cabinet to read. There was heating in the apartment, so she wasn't afraid of freezing in her pajamas. Jiang Mingyuan didn't have anything to worry about. After telling her not to go out, she found her clothes and went in to take a shower. He took a quick shower. When he came out, Xianxia was still awake. The little boy was sitting cross-legged on the bed with a picture book on his lap. He was reading and laughing. Jiang Mingyuan dried his hair, walked over, lifted the quilt, and called him over to sleep. "Wait a minute." Xianxia lowered his head and said. His eyes were still staring at the book. He turned 2 pages and finished reading what he wanted to know. Then he put the book aside with satisfaction and rolled into bed. He took the initiative to ask, "Dad, I don't want you to tell me stories anymore." "Okay." Jiang Mingyuan was really not good at telling stories. Hearing him say that, he was relieved. He tucked in the quilt and patted it twice outside. "Go to sleep." "Well, good night, Dad." "Good night." Jiang Mingyuan kissed him on the forehead and asked in a low voice, "Do you still want to go to the company with Dad tomorrow?" The little boy closed his eyes and shook his head. He clenched his hands into fists and put them to his mouth. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep. The next day, Jiang Mingyuan went to work alone again. Not long after he arrived at the company, he received a call from Gu Mingli. Gu Mingli was delivering a message for Jiang Sudong, saying that he was willing to go abroad to help him take care of the shipping business. Jiang Mingyuan was not surprised to hear this. He set a time for Jiang Sudong to come over. After putting down the phone, he contacted the lawyer and asked him to prepare the necessary materials. The appointment with Jiang Sudong was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon the next day. The other party came half an hour early. Jiang Mingyuan came back from inspecting the branch office and heard that the other party had already arrived. Jiang Sudong sat in the reception room on the top floor and looked at the decorations in the room. His heart was filled with endless emotions. A few years ago, he still had the final say here. He could make Jiang Mingyuan wait here for a whole day without giving him a glass of water, and he could also make the front desk directly block people outside the door. But now, he had become the one asking for help. He waited here in panic, waiting for his nephew's possible pity. In the past few years, Jiang Sudong could be said to have been scared out of his wits. Most of the people who used to hang out with him were in prison. He was clean and did not have any problems found, so he escaped prison. However, his career was over. Not only was his shares in the Jiang Group forced to be transferred to others, but even his other companies were not spared and ended in bankruptcy. Jiang Sudong spent most of his life savings in this business. It could be said that he fell from the sky to the earth. At first, he was unwilling to accept it and tried to make a comeback. However, every time, he ended in failure and owed a lot of money to the bank. He did not have a job, and no one dared to interact with him. If it were not for Gu Mingli helping him pay off his debts and providing him with occasional financial assistance, Jiang Sudong would not even have been able to eat. He was tired of his current life, so when he heard the news from Gu Mingli, even if he felt that his nephew could not have any good intentions, he still came over. Third uncle. The door of the reception room was opened. Jiang Mingyuan walked in with someone from outside and sat across from him. Sorry to keep you waiting. I haven't been here for long. Jiang Sudong came back to his senses and smiled at Jiang Mingyuan. His smile was humble, but reality made him lower his noble head in front of his nephew. Let's not talk about small things. Let's get down to business. Jiang Mingyuan raised his chin. The lawyer took out the information that had been prepared and told Jiang Sudong all kinds of information about the company. That company was bought by Jiang Mingyuan's father for him to practice when he went abroad to study. Later, Jiang Mingyuan's father passed away unexpectedly and he took a leave of absence to return to the country. The company had been left in a state of neglect and was handed over to a professional manager to manage. Because of its good foundation, it still had a few million in profits every year. Only a few million? Jiang Sudong was greatly disappointed. He thought that with his nephew's ability, the company under his control should be worth at least tens of millions. Jiang Mingyuan stared at his fingertips and said indifferently, you can go out and have a few million, or you can stay here and not earn a single cent. You can choose. Jiang Sudong stared at him as if he was going to explode at any time. There was obvious and deep hatred in his eyes. He gritted his teeth and after a long time, he squeezed out a few words from his throat. I'll go out. Okay, you can talk to the lawyer about the rest. I still have something to do. Excuse me. Jiang Mingyuan nodded and got up to leave. The transfer of company shares wasn't something that could be done overnight. Jiang Mingyuan didn't intend to pay much attention to it. He left the conference room and returned to his office. Not long after he started working, his assistant knocked on the door and came in. She said that LX's person was downstairs and was here to deliver a bag. Let her come up. Okay. The assistant nodded and left. As soon as the door closed, the expression on her face changed. She rushed back to the office and returned the call from the front desk. She couldn't wait to spread the news to her colleagues. The boss bought a bag. It looks like he's going to give it to someone. The female colleague next to her sighed and leaned back in her chair. She tilted her head and looked at her. Don't say it. My heart hurts. Stop dreaming. Get up and get to work. The assistant who spread the news was already married and didn't have any thoughts about the boss. She pulled her up. Even if you feel bad for the boss, he won't become yours. He'll only deduct your bonus because of your work performance. Deducting bonus could be said to be a big killer weapon. The female colleague didn't feel bad when she heard that. She sat up and started working energetically. She guessed as she worked. How much do you think the boss will give out this year? I don't know. Anyway, it won't be little. LX's employee came up 2 minutes after the assistant left. She was carrying a craft paper bag. She knocked on the door and came in to let Jiang Mingyuan check the goods. After confirming that there were no problems, she handed over the bill for Jiang Mingyuan to sign. For big customers, the bills of these luxury stores were settled on a monthly basis. Because of the delay in the morning, Jiang Mingyuan had to work overtime at night. It was already past 11 o'clock when he returned home. He took the bag that he didn't give out and went upstairs. He wondered if he should send a message, but he was afraid that the person downstairs was already asleep. While he was hesitating, the other party sent a message first. "Are you home yet?" It was almost the end of the year. Chenghuan was also very busy. She had to consider the activities and overtime arrangements for the new year. She also had to count the employees who were preparing to leave and replace them as soon as possible after the new year. Also, the temperature rose after the new year, so the dishes had to be changed. She was writing a plan on a piece of paper when she vaguely heard the sound of the elevator. Chenghuan sneered. She thought that she was hallucinating. The elevator in this apartment didn't make any sound at all. How could she hear it from a few doors away? Although Chenghuan told herself that, she couldn't let it go. After thinking for a while, she still sent a message. She didn't expect that person to really come back. It was late, so the two of them didn't talk for too long. After a few words, they urged each other to go to bed. Chenghuan finished sending the message and put down her phone. She stood up and stretched. She went to Xingxing's room to take a look, changed her clothes, and went to bed. The next day, Chenghuan woke up early again. Just as she finished washing the rice, Jiang Mingyuan came down. He was still wearing a neat suit with shiny leather shoes. His hair wasn't combed back, and a few strands of hair fell on his forehead. The man had one hand behind his back, and the broken diamonds on his other sleeve shone faintly. He looked a little different from usual, but she couldn't tell what was different. Chenghuan turned to look at him for a while. She couldn't find the specific difference, so she stopped looking. She turned her head and plugged in the power. "Why are you here so early today?" "A little." Jiang Mingyuan opened his mouth and found that his throat was a little hoarse. He coughed softly to clear his throat and continued, "I have something to ask you." "What's the matter?" Chenghuan turned and asked. The man slowly approached. His jaw was in a straight line, and he looked a little nervous. He reached out the hand behind his back and held a bag in his hand. The bag was pure white with a little fluff. The gemstone logo on the front shone with a charming luster. Jiang Mingyuan handed the bag to Chenghuan and said dryly, "A gift for you." Chenghuan didn't know much about luxury jewelry in this world, but she knew that it couldn't be cheap just by looking at the dazzling gems on the bag and the person who gave it to her. Although it looked like a nouveau riche, it was actually quite nice. Chenghuan liked furry things, and she liked the bag at first sight. But when she thought about the price, she didn't dare to accept it. It was too expensive. She couldn't afford it. Chenghuan only glanced at it before looking away. She stared at Jiang Mingyuan's face and said helplessly, "Why did you think of giving me something again?" Jiang Mingyuan. Of course, it was because the assistant said that all girls liked bags. But he couldn't say that. He observed Chenghuan's expression and asked carefully, "You don't want it?" "No." "You don't like it?" Jiang Mingyuan looked a little troubled. "What do you like?" "I'll give it to you." "Don't." Chenghuan sighed. "You don't have to always think about what to give." The other party replied matter-of-factly, "I'm chasing you. I have to show something." Chenghuan, their eyes met, and she looked away with a slightly red face. "Oh," she said dryly. "But it's too expensive." "It's not expensive." The man walked closer and put the bag in her arms. He looked down at the tip of the woman's pink ears and said domineeringly, "I can afford it. I can give you anything you like." The man was too close, and she could smell a refreshing breath. Chenghuan's face heated up again. She couldn't care less about the bag that was forced into her hands, and her mind was focused on the person next to her. The air was a little warm. She stared at the man's face as he approached, and her thoughts ran wild. The bag that was stuffed into her arms wasn't pushed out. Jiang Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile appeared on his face. He looked at the woman in front of him, and his eyes were gentle. He lowered his head slightly and moved closer. Qinghuan looked at his face magnified in front of her and took a step back nervously. Her heart beat faster and faster. She put her hand back on the chopping board, and her body tensed up. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she looked like she was welcoming him. "Don't move," the man said in a low voice. Qinghuan was so nervous that the veins on her neck popped out. She bit her lower lip. Jiang Mingyuan nodded and moved closer to Qinghuan. He was so tall that his breath hit Qinghuan's forehead, which made the small piece of skin on Qinghuan's forehead feel like it was being roasted by fire. "You have white hair on your head." Jiang Mingyuan's voice came from above. Qinghuan's imagination of all kinds of kissing scenes in idol dramas turned into bubbles at this time. The breath he was holding disappeared completely, and the blush on his face gradually faded. He was actually a little disappointed. Then help me pull it out." "All right." Jiang Mingyuan reached out and fiddled with her hair. The hair under his hand was cold and soft, making him unable to put it down. In a place where Qinghuan couldn't see, the man's eyes gradually deepened, and the speed at which he pulled out the hair was comparable to slow motion. When he put down his hand, he turned sideways and brushed his lips across the woman's forehead. Qinghuan seemed to feel something and looked up slightly. However, the man's face was still indifferent, and he put the white hair in her hand. "It's done." "Uh-huh." Qinghuan suddenly clenched her fist and twisted the hair around her fingers. "Well, I'm going to cook." "Okay." The man didn't continue to stay this time. He nodded and went out. After he left, Qinghuan raised her hand to touch her forehead, and the blush on her face rose a little because of some speculation. She pursed her lips and looked at the bag in her arms, feeling a little worried. Qinghuan touched the gemstone logo with her fingers and put it aside. She calculated the available savings in her heart and wanted to buy something for that person. Just think of it as a spring festival gift. When they were eating in the morning, Xianxia also saw the bag. The secret that the little guy had been holding in his heart for a few days could finally be revealed, so he couldn't wait to show it to himself. He was full of pride and said while eating porridge, "Mom, I chose this. It's shiny, isn't it very beautiful?" Qinghuan. "It's okay." Although she didn't like the logo the most, it was too conspicuous. Xianxia didn't hear the faint disdain in her words and was proud of his own taste. He puffed out his small chest and snorted. "This is a gift from Dad." "Mom, I'm going to give you the same." Qinghuan had a headache and glanced at Jiang Mingyuan, who was watching on the other side. The heating in the house was strong, and the man didn't wear a coat. His sleeves were unbuttoned and rolled up, revealing the smooth muscles of his forearms and full of the smell of hormones. He slightly raised the corner of his lips and smiled at Qinghuan. Then he turned to his son and said, "You may not have this chance." Xianxia didn't believe it. "Why?" "This bag is limited, and it's sold out now." "But you didn't tell me before." The little guy was not convinced. "Really?" Jiang Mingyuan put down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. He was a little rascal. Dad didn't know before. "Dad, you lied to me." Xianxia looked wronged and glared at his father, but the one who was being stared at didn't respond. He put down the bowl after eating, touched his son's head, and kissed him on the face. "Dad is going to work. Listen to Mom at home." Then he straightened up, faced Qinghuan, and said goodbye. "Qinghuan. Goodbye." Because of what happened in the morning, no one came to see Jiang Mingyuan off when he went out. He didn't care about this and was in a good mood. He even took the initiative to increase Qiu Shan's bonus. He maintained this good mood for several days until the 25th of December. As the Spring Festival approached, the company's people were restless. Some employees who lived far away had already asked for leave in advance to go home. The rest were looking forward to the annual meeting, looking forward to the year-end bonus, and planning how to spend the Spring Festival. Jiang Mingyuan also had plans for this. He had to go back to his hometown to pay respects to his ancestors on the eve of the Spring Festival. He would only be back on the second day of the Spring Festival. From the 3rd to the 8th day of the Spring Festival, he had 4 free days to go out and have fun. He had already confirmed the location and arranged the itinerary, trying to make them have fun. Then, he received a call from Gu Mingli, saying that he wouldn't be spending the Spring Festival at home. The transfer of shares of the shipping company in Country M hadn't been settled yet, but Jiang Sudong had already gone there, saying that he wanted to familiarize himself with the environment there. Jiang Mingyuan knew that Jiang Sudong would not stay in the country for long after he left, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. She didn't even want to wait for the spring festival. He pursed his lips into a straight line. His good mood was completely ruined by one sentence. He asked coldly, "Don't you want to wait until New Year's Eve to visit your father's grave before leaving?" According to their customs, they would first pay respects to their ancestors on the eve of the spring festival before having their New Year's Eve dinner. However, Gu Mingli had waited for more than 30 years. She finally had the chance to be with her sweetheart openly. How could she be willing to continue wasting time? And to be honest, she also felt a little guilty about having an affair. She didn't really dare to meet her dead husband. "I've already paid respects to your father." Actually, she hadn't. However, Gu Mingli didn't feel guilty at all. Her voice sounded a little weak. She coughed twice and said to her son on the other end, "Mom doesn't want to leave at this time. I also want us to have a reunion for the spring festival, but you know how bad the air will be during the spring festival. The doctor said that my body can't take it and that I should go to recuperate as soon as possible. I can't delay it." Jiang Mingyuan's expression turned even colder when he heard this. He sneered and said in a voice that seemed to be mixed with ice, "I know. I still have something to do during the spring festival and can't accompany you. I wish you a speedy recovery." "It's okay. You're fine in the country." Gu Mingli didn't dare to let him go with her. Hearing this, she was overjoyed and said a lot of words to express the affection between mother and son. Jiang Mingyuan listened to her for a long time, but his expression didn't change. He took a sip of water and called out to her when she finished speaking and was about to hang up, "Mom, I hope you won't regret it." Gu Mingli keenly caught a hint of danger and asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" "Nothing. I still have something to do. I'll leave you to it." With that, she hung up the phone. In the villa, Gu Mingli, who had been hung up on, was a little anxious. She held her phone and paced back and forth in the villa's living room. The sun was shining brightly outside, but the wind that blew in was bone-chilling. Gu Mingli shivered from the wind and quickly walked a few steps to close the door. She reached out to touch her face. The skin on her face was still smooth and tender, but the muscles under her skin had loosened. She was no longer young. She had only one obsession in her life. She had hoped for it for more than 30 years. How could she shrink back when she was about to succeed? Her son had only said a few words. Did she have to panic like this? Gu Mingli kept trying to convince herself. Finally, she succeeded in convincing herself. She loudly called the housekeeper and ordered her to pack her luggage. The next day, Jiang Mingyuan was informed that Gu Mingli had left the country. She had moved most of her belongings and exchanged all the savings under her name for M country's currency. Obviously, she had made up her mind not to come back. "I got it." Jiang Mingyuan's voice was faint. There was no trace of the anger he had yesterday. He put down the phone and contacted another person. "She's here. Do as we said." "Okay." The annual party at the Jiang Group's headquarters was set to be held on the 28th of December. They had booked the largest banquet hall in a 5-star hotel in S City. The party would start at 6 o'clock and end around 11 o'clock with dinner and a performance and lucky draw. Family members could be brought to the party. Jiang Mingyuan invited Xinhuan a few days ago but was rejected. Today, he didn't give up and asked again. "I don't think so." Xinhuan hesitated and shook her head. "It's not appropriate for me to go. You can go with a suitable identity." Jiang Mingyuan bent over and leaned over. He supported himself with one hand on the back of the sofa. His handsome face was very serious. "The Civil Affairs Bureau is not on holiday yet. It's not too late to go through the formalities." "No, no." Hearing this, Xinhuan was stunned for a moment. When she reacted, she blushed and shrank to the corner. She waved her hand embarrassedly. They hadn't even started dating yet. It was too scary to jump to the stage of marriage. Seeing her hurriedly refuse, Jiang Mingyuan's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment. He straightened his back and rubbed her hair. He gave himself a way out. I was joking. When Jiang Mingyuan said that he was going to get a marriage certificate, Qin Huan was scared out of her wits. Her first reaction was to refuse, but when he said that he was joking, she breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she felt a little disappointed. Qin Huan secretly sighed at how cheap she was. She took a deep breath and suppressed those strange feelings. She turned her face away and asked him when he was leaving. I'm leaving now. Jiang Mingyuan didn't go to the company today, but he had to meet a guest in the afternoon at 3 o'clock, so he had to leave early. Be careful on your way. Qin Huan got up and walked him out. The elevator stopped on the first floor, and after waiting for a while, Jiang Mingyuan suddenly turned around and asked, "What's the plan for the new year?" Qin Huan's eyes left the phone screen. She was puzzled, and then she replied, "There's no special plan. It should be the same as before." She didn't have any close friends here, and the only family left of the original body was her mother. However, she had remarried many years ago, and the two had long lost contact. Even if Qin Huan wanted to visit, she couldn't find the place. Is that so? Jiang Mingyuan frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, "I'm going back to my hometown to worship my ancestors on New Year's Eve. I want to bring Xingxing back and let my father see it." Is it far? It's 2 provinces away. Qin Huan made an "oh" sound, thought for a moment, and then nodded in agreement. That's right. You can take it. What about you? Me? I'll be fine at home alone. Qin Huan didn't care. In her previous life, after her grandfather died, Qin Huan always came to celebrate the New Year alone. She was used to this and didn't think much of it. How can you celebrate the New Year alone at home? Jiang Mingyuan took a step to the side and walked out of the elevator's detection range. The elevator door that had been opening and closing finally closed completely. He walked to Qin Huan's side and said with a hint of pleading, "Why don't you go back to my hometown with me?" Qin Huan was originally standing in the corner. Jiang Mingyuan stood in front of her, almost blocking all her space. In front of her was the man's broad chest. Qin Huan pressed herself against the wall and looked down at the lines on his suit. It's not convenient. There's nothing inconvenient about it. It just depends on whether you're willing or not. Jiang Mingyuan reached out and put his hand on her shoulder until he found her weak spot. And Xingxing definitely doesn't want to be separated from you. Qin Huan was at a loss for words. The hand on his shoulder gave him a lot of pressure. She glanced at him from the corner of her eyes, her ears slightly red, and said that she would think about it. Okay. Jiang Mingyuan raised the corner of his lips, put down his hand, and whispered in her ear, "I'll wait for your good news." The man's breath hit her ear, making it even hotter. The redness spread from her ear to her neck, and there were signs of it moving to her face. Qin Huan felt that her skin was burning. She leaned back and put her hand on his chest. Her eyelashes trembled slightly. "Hurry up and leave. You're going to be late." Jiang Mingyuan was pushed away, but he didn't feel angry. His eyes swept over her earlobe, and the smile on his face deepened. He said okay and pressed the elevator again. When he went downstairs and got in the car, he called Qiu Shan and said that he would give him a 10% year-end bonus. Qiu Shan, who had received 2 raises in a short period of time. "Thank you, boss." Jiang Corporation's holiday began on the 29th of December, which meant that the day of the annual meeting was the last day of work. Without any worries, the employees were obviously more relaxed, and they drank more freely than usual. In such a lively occasion, there was no need to talk about superiors and subordinates. Even the usually dignified Jiang Mingyuan was toasted many times. There were too many employees who came to toast him, and even though he had a high alcohol tolerance, he was already drunk by the time it was almost over. Jiang Mingyuan, who was drunk, didn't look any different than usual. His face wasn't red, his words were clear, his expression was normal, and he didn't even walk crookedly. Probably only people who knew him well could tell that he was drunk from his slow reaction and unfocused eyes. Qiu Shan and Jiang Mingyuan had attended many dinners, so he was familiar with his boss's various reactions. Seeing him like this, he knew that he couldn't take it anymore, so he stopped those who wanted to toast him and took him home first. The hotel where the annual meeting was held was quite a distance away from the apartment, and it took about 20 minutes to drive. When they arrived at the apartment, Jiang Mingyuan, who looked normal, was already lying in the back seat like a puddle of mud. Xiao Shan and the driver got out of the car, and the two of them worked together to pull him out. Jiang Mingyuan was woken up by this action, and he frowned and glared at them. He pushed them away and supported himself on the car. "Boss, can you still walk?" The person who was asked didn't respond. After standing for a while, he took a step forward. He walked very slowly, but steadily, and didn't look like there was any problem. Even so, Qiu Shan didn't dare to let him walk alone, so he supported himself on the side and followed him into the elevator. Once in the elevator, Jiang Mingyuan swiped his card and pressed the floor, then leaned against the elevator wall and closed his eyes to rest. The elevator moved very quickly, and they reached their destination in 20 seconds. Qiu Shan called him twice, and he opened his eyes, holding onto the elevator as he walked out step by step. Qiu Shan followed him out of the elevator, turned on the lights, and went to boil water to make a hangover soup for him. The hangover soup was placed on the coffee table, and Qiu Shan asked in a low voice, "Boss, do you want me to stay and take care of you?" Jiang Mingyuan pressed his thumb against his forehead, and endured the throbbing headache. After a while, he shook his head. "No need." In the past, it was always the same answer, so Qiu Shan wasn't surprised. He reminded him not to forget to drink the hangover soup, and then left. The driver was still waiting downstairs, and seeing him get into the car and ask how the boss was, he started the car. Stepping on the accelerator, the car slowly drove away from the apartment. Qiu Shan looked at the apartment building that was gradually getting further away, and suddenly noticed that a light was still on one of the floors. He made a sound of acknowledgement, and suddenly thought of something. He picked up his phone, found a number in his contact list, and dialed it. Qinghuan had just finished playing games and was about to go to bed. Just as she put down her phone rang. She looked at the caller, and picked up the phone with some confusion. "Hello?" "Hello, Miss Cheng, I'm Qiu Shan, do you still remember me?" "I remember, what's the matter?" Qinghuan's tone was a little worried. She knew that this person was Jiang Mingyuan's assistant. Now that he was calling, could it be that something had happened to him? "It's like this." He went straight to the point. "The boss is drunk, and now he's alone at home. I want to ask if it's convenient for you to go up and take care of him. It doesn't have to be too troublesome, just watch him drink the hangover soup." "Okay." Qinghuan only hesitated for a second before agreeing. She hung up the phone, got up, changed into a set of clothes that she could go out, and took her keys upstairs. When Qinghuan came up, Jiang Mingyuan was still on the sofa. He raised his head with his eyes closed, and deep furrows appeared between his brows. He looked very uncomfortable. The hangover soup on the coffee table was still there, and there were no traces of it being touched. She walked over and touched the bowl with the back of her hand to test the temperature. It wasn't hot, and it was edible. Qinghuan walked to the person's side and reached out to push him. "Jiang Mingyuan?" The person didn't respond at first, but after a while, he reluctantly opened his eyes and looked at her. "Your assistant said that you were drunk, so he asked me to take care of you." She moved closer. "You can drink the hangover soup." Jiang Mingyuan didn't respond. He just stared at her, and even the speed of his blinking was slower than usual. Qinghuan waited for a long time, but there was no response. She had no choice but to say it again. Then she turned around and bent over to take the hangover soup. A hand reached out from behind, wrapped around her waist before she could take the bowl, and brought her back. Qinghuan sighed as she was brought into the person's arms. When she reacted, she wanted to break free, but the other person's arms were too tight, and there was no way to escape. She tried twice but couldn't break free of the person's arms. She was so angry that she slapped the person's arm. "Jiang Mingyuan, don't be a hooligan." "Okay." The man responded in a low voice, but his arms didn't show any signs of loosening. He leaned over, put his chin on Qinghuan's shoulder, and sighed. "Don't move." He drank a lot of wine, and his breath was full of the smell of alcohol. In fact, it didn't smell very good. Qinghuan frowned at the smell and tried harder to break free of the hand on her waist. After a long time, the man wrapped his remaining arm around her waist. Jiang Mingyuan. Chen Huan whispered. Are you pretending to be drunk? The man grunted again, still maintaining the same posture. She didn't use a lot of strength just now, and now she didn't struggle. Her shoulders were uncomfortable, so she reached out and pushed the man's face back. The next second, the man leaned over again. Chen Huan was angry. What do you want to do? She had already prepared for the worst, thinking about how to deal with it if the other party wanted to force a relationship. However, the person behind her didn't react after hearing this, nor did he take any further action. He maintained the same posture for a long time before he said in her ear, I want to marry you. Chen Huan, she didn't know whether this person was really drunk or pretending to be drunk. It stood to reason that if he was pretending to be drunk, he shouldn't let go of this opportunity. But if he was really drunk, was he like this when he was drunk? Chen Huan was suspicious and wanted to test him. She tilted her head back, looked at the side of his face, and asked, marry for what? When the words came out of her mouth, she was surprised to find that there was a hint of joy in them. She coughed softly to cover it up and turned her face away. She felt that her previous rejection seemed unreasonable. However, the drunk person behind her didn't notice this at all. He frowned and thought about this question while his head was throbbing with pain. Then he answered, if we get married, we can be together forever. No. After he said that, he refuted himself. An elegant figure appeared in his mind. His frown deepened, and his hands around Chen Huan's waist tightened. His breathing became heavy, and he gritted his teeth and said, marriage is not possible. There was a hint of pain in his voice. Chen Huan didn't know who he was thinking of to say that, and her heart was a little choked for a moment. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out of it for a long time. Finally, she turned her face away and fell silent. She didn't speak, and Jiang Mingyuan didn't speak either. He maintained this posture and held her in his arms. Chen Huan sat for a long time, and her legs were a little numb. She guessed that the person had fallen asleep. She tried to struggle, but found that he hadn't. Don't move. Jiang Mingyuan retracted his arms. When he spoke, his breath hit her neck, and it was surprisingly hot. Be with me, okay? When Chen Huan heard him say that, the person moved his face closer. The tip of his nose was against her chin, and his lips were against her neck. There was a seductive taste in his low voice. For a lifetime, okay? Listening to his words, Chen Huan couldn't refuse at all. She was silent for a moment, and then she whispered yes. A lifetime was too long. She didn't know if there would be any accidents in the future, but at this moment, she was really willing. After getting a satisfactory answer, Jiang Mingyuan became much more well-behaved. The arm around her waist loosened a little, allowing Chen Huan to finally have some space to move. She moved on the man's lap to relax her slightly numb legs. The man behind her sniffed her neck like a puppy, and his breath tickled her a little. Chen Huan patted the hand on her waist. The man snorted softly and moved his lips on her neck. Let go. Drink the hangover soup first. Okay. It was still the same monotonous voice. This time, he seemed to listen. After a while, the arm around her waist finally let go. Chen Huan stood up immediately and walked a few steps on the ground to relieve the stiffness in her legs. She let out a long sigh of relief and picked up the hangover soup to test the temperature. After such a long time, the hangover soup had completely lost its temperature, and the wall of the bowl was a little cold. The soup was definitely not drinkable. Chen Huan prepared to make a new one. She held the bowl and turned to Jiang Mingyuan and said, wait here for a while. I'll make a new hangover soup for you. The man didn't react. He just stared at her. When she turned to leave, he immediately followed her. He was drunk, and his balance was a little bad. It was fine if he wasn't in a hurry, but when he was, he bumped into the coffee table. The hard glass hurt his leg. Jiang Mingyuan frowned, bent down to support him, and continued to move forward. Chen Huan walked into the kitchen, opened the fridge, and glanced at it helplessly. Jiang Mingyuan basically didn't open the stove at home. The fridge was empty, and there wasn't even a bottle of mineral water. Therefore, the ingredients for the hangover soup in a tea green gift box became particularly conspicuous. The box wasn't big, only about the width of a palm. The things inside were carefully divided into portions. When needed, she just took out a portion and cooked it directly. Xinhuan flipped through the instructions, took out a set of ingredients, and walked into the kitchen to cook the soup. When she was cooking the soup, Jiang Mingyuan followed behind her like a giant pendant. He seemed to be suffering from skin hunger and thirst, sticking to her all the time. Xinhuan watched the fire while enduring the harassment of the person behind her from time to time. When the hangover soup was ready, she poured it into a bowl. The person behind her subconsciously took the pot from her hands and prepared to wash it. However, he forgot that this was his own kitchen. Not to mention dishwasher, there wasn't even a rag to wash the dishes. The man held the pot of soup in his hand and was stunned for a while. He turned on the tap and prepared to use his hands directly. Just leave it there. Don't you have a cleaner here? You don't need to wash it. Xinhuan watched the show from the side. When she had seen enough, she stopped them. She went forward and patted them on the arm, asking them to put down the pot and drink the food first. Xinhuan didn't put a lot of water in the hangover soup, and the temperature was suitable for drinking. Jiang Mingyuan put down the pot, took the bowl from her hand, and drank the black soup with a strange smell in one gulp. The hangover soup didn't look and taste good, but the effect was good. Not long after drinking it, the annoying headache was relieved a lot. The wrinkles between Jiang Mingyuan's eyebrows smoothed out a little, and he was sleepy. He put down the bowl, wrapped his arms around the person in front of him again, and hugged her to walk out. Sleep. Hey, hey, hey. Xinhuan was in his arms, and she couldn't see the ground under her feet. She sighed a few times, but it was useless. The man maintained this awkward posture and took her step by step into the bedroom. This was the first time Xinhuan had entered this room. Like Jiang Mingyuan, the decoration style of his bedroom was cold and hard. It was full of black, white, and gray, and looked worse than a hotel. After entering the room and closing the door, Jiang Mingyuan took her to the bathroom in this posture. Then he put her aside, squeezed some toothpaste, and began to brush his teeth. Xinhuan stood to the side and felt that she had become a decoration that he couldn't bear to part with. She couldn't leave his sight, and even when he was washing his face, he had to stare at her. Jiang Mingyuan finished washing up and began to take off his clothes to take a shower. He unbuttoned his shirt with one hand, took off his cufflinks, and put them aside. He took off his suit, threw away his tie, and then took off his shirt. The shirt buttons were unbuttoned one by one, revealing the full muscles of his collarbone and chest. Further down were the neatly arranged abdominal muscles, and on both sides of his lower abdomen, the Apollo's belt hidden under his suit pants. The pure white shirt fell to the ground. Xinhuan swallowed and resisted the urge to touch it. She turned her head, cleared her throat, and said slightly hurriedly, "I'll go out first." After saying that, she rushed out of the bathroom without waiting for him to respond, closed the door behind her, and leaned against the door to take a deep breath. "I'm going back. You should go to bed early after your shower." She stood outside the door and said to the blurry figure inside. After saying that, she rushed out the door as if someone was chasing after her. There was no other figure in the bathroom, and even the sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Jiang Mingyuan stopped what he was doing and stared at the door for a long time. Then he looked away, chuckled, and continued with the work at hand. He was indeed drunk, but it wasn't as serious as Qiu Shan thought. When Xinhuan came over, he actually still retained a trace of sobriety. It was only because of the alcohol that he did something that he wanted to do for a long time but didn't have the courage to try. Now it seemed that the effect was good. Jiang Mingyuan stood under the shower and raised his head to let the water rush down. He was still a little drunk, and his control of his body wasn't as good as usual. He accidentally let the water flow back into his windpipe, choking him and making him cough. But as he coughed, the curve of his mouth widened. Xinhuan suffered a lot of stimulation that night, so of course, she couldn't sleep. Her mind was in a mess. As soon as she closed her eyes, all kinds of imaginary scenes swarmed in. There were all kinds of fragments. Maybe 1 second she was thinking about the wedding scene, and the next second it was two people arguing and fighting. Xinhuan stayed up until dawn as if she had watched a movie all night. The alarm clock rang, and she sat up from the bed with her hand covering her forehead. After a moment of dizziness, she lay back down, wrapped the quilt tightly, and continued to try to sleep. Probably because she was too sleepy, Qinghuan really fell asleep this time. Even the knocking on the door didn't wake her up. When Xingxing woke up in the morning, the house was quiet. Not only was there no sound of talking, there was also no familiar aroma of food. He walked to the kitchen in his small slippers to make sure that there was nothing to eat. Then he went back to the master bedroom and was about to open the door to go in. The little guy's hand touched the door handle. He didn't know what he thought, but he retracted his hand. He clenched his hand into a fist and knocked 3 times on the door with his knuckles like his father. There was no response from the door. Xingxing waited for a while and knocked again. Then he couldn't wait to open the door and go in. The bed area of the master bedroom was not small. As soon as he pushed the door open, he could see a bulge on the bed. Xingxing walked to the head of the bed and climbed up. Finally, he saw half of his mother's face under the quilt. He leaned over and whispered a few words. When he didn't wake her up, he stopped. He pouted and climbed out of bed, quietly went out and closed the door. In the past, there were times when Qinghuan couldn't get up in the morning. Xingxing had some experience in how to fill his stomach. He opened the refrigerator, stepped on a small stool, and took out a can of milk and a small cake. He put the box of milk in it, knelt on the dining table stool, opened the cake package, and ate it with a spoon. He chewed twice and closed his eyes. The cake was delicious. For the sake of his health, Qinghuan generally didn't let him eat too many sweets. Xingxing especially cherished the opportunity to eat cake. However, he had only eaten 2 mouthfuls when there was a noise at the door. The child turned his head vigilantly, put down the spoon and climbed out of the dining chair. As soon as he turned around, he saw Jiang Mingyuan come in. Alcohol numbed the nerves, so Jiang Mingyuan didn't lose sleep last night because of excitement. However, the hangover was not good. When he woke up, his head still hurt and his limbs felt a little numb. It should be that the alcohol hadn't been metabolized. Although his body was uncomfortable, Jiang Mingyuan was full of spirit. He still remembered what happened last night. He remembered that Qinghuan had agreed to his pursuit. Recalling those scenes, he felt as if there was a fire burning in his heart. Jiang Mingyuan was excited and afraid that Qinghuan was just perfunctory yesterday. So when he woke up, he washed up as quickly as possible and went downstairs. He moved quickly. When he reached the door, he was a little nervous. It was rare for him to care about his appearance. Facing the mirror of the elevator, he smoothed out a strand of uneven hair on his forehead before opening the door and walking in. Jiang Mingyuan thought a lot about what he would say when he saw Qinghuan. However, when he really walked in, he didn't see the person who made his heart burn. Instead, it was a little bean with cream on the corner of his mouth. The little bean looked at him, called out "Dad," climbed back into the chair, and continued to eat his cake. Jiang Mingyuan looked at the food he was eating and frowned. "Why are you eating this in the morning? Where's Mom?" "Mom is sleeping. I can't wake her up." Xingxing scooped up a large piece of cake. Before he could put it into his mouth, his hand was grabbed. Jiang Mingyuan took the spoon from his son's hand and put it aside. He took a tissue and wiped his son's mouth. "Dad will take you to eat breakfast." "Oh, okay." Xingxing looked at the unfinished cake regretfully and nodded. Anyway, everything else was delicious. Jiang Mingyuan took Xingxing out and left a note before leaving. After the father and son finished their breakfast, they packed another set for the one at home. However, when the breakfast was all cold, the master bedroom door showed no signs of opening. Qinghuan slept until the afternoon. When she woke up, the sun was already in the west. She sat on the bed and stretched. She reached for her phone and looked at the time. Staring at the number on the screen, Qinghuan almost rolled out of bed. She made sure that there was no mistake several times before hurriedly lifting the quilt and getting out of bed barefoot. Qinghuan cleaned herself up as quickly as possible and pushed the door open. The father and son were both in the living room. When they heard the sound, they looked over at the same time. Their gazes were too hot. Qinghuan subconsciously looked down at her clothes. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, she looked up and smiled at the 2 people on the sofa. "Mom, you slept for a long time. Dad and I have already finished lunch." Xianxia trotted over and handed her the paper box in his hand. Mom, are you hungry? Eat cake. Qinghuan had just woken up and didn't feel hungry. What's more, she didn't like to eat cake. She refused. Mom doesn't eat this. Xianxia can eat it himself. When the child gave the cake, he was a little distressed. He had been pestering his father for a long time. Before his father agreed to compensate him. Hearing that his mother didn't want it, Xianxia happily took it back. He patted his chest and said, Mom, what do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. After he finished speaking, he glanced at the person next to him and changed his words. Dad will buy it for Mom. Okay, you go play games. Jiang Mingyuan stood aside and rubbed his son's head. Dad has something to say to Mom. Qinghuan's cheeks were slightly red. She heard Xianxia ask, what is it? Jiang Mingyuan looked at Qinghuan and said to the little guy, something a child shouldn't know. Why can't a child know? There's no reason. Xianxia's gaze turned between his parents many times. Finally, he nodded reluctantly and sighed. Well, you adults have a lot of things to do. After he finished speaking, he walked away with his short legs. Without the annoying light bulb, Jiang Mingyuan became more aggressive. He walked slowly and forced Qinghuan into a corner. He looked at her many times before he lowered his head and said in her ear, I thought you regretted it. No, no. Qinghuan was still a little shy and didn't know how to face this person. But when she saw that this person was as uneasy as she was, she felt a lot of courage in her heart. Qinghuan tried to lean forward a little. She reached out and hugged the person in front of her. She leaned her head on his chest and whispered, I won't regret it. Jiang Mingyuan took a deep breath and stroked the woman's lower back. His heart was filled with satisfaction. His waist was held by someone, and her fragrance lingered around his nose. Jiang Mingyuan's heart was filled with satisfaction. He lowered his head slightly, and his lips tentatively reflected on Qinghuan's forehead. Seeing that the other party didn't resist, his courage gradually grew. His lips gradually moved down from the center of the eyebrows to the bridge of the nose, and he gently bit the tip of the nose. A little bit away, he finally caught the pair of rosy eyes that he still longed for. Their lips were pressed together, and for a moment, there was no other movement. They breathed each other's breath, and even the air became quiet. After a long time, Jiang Mingyuan moved his lips. He opened his lips, and the other party seemed to have a tacit understanding with him, and opened her mouth at the same time. The tips of their tongues stretched out and touched each other tentatively. After getting familiar with each other, they were tightly entangled. After all, they didn't have much experience. When the two kissed, it was inevitable that they would bump into each other. They either hit their teeth too hard, or accidentally bit their tongues when they intertwined. But even if the process didn't go well, they didn't plan to separate. There was a little noise at the door, but the two people who were hugging each other didn't notice it. A few seconds later, a clear child's voice sounded at the door, Dad, Mom, what are you doing? Xianxia stared at them with a toy plane in his hand. His eyes were pure and innocent. The people who were hugging each other were stunned when they heard the voice. Qinghuan reached out and pushed Jiang Mingyuan out of his arms. He hid behind him and wiped his lips with the back of his hand. For the first time, he was a little afraid to face his son. He didn't know whether it was because men were born to be more thick-skinned in this regard, or because Jiang Mingyuan was a master of cultivation, but he looked much calmer than Qinghuan. The man took out a tissue and wiped the water stains on his lips unhurriedly. Then he asked the child standing at the door, Why did you come down? I came down to play? Xianxia walked over with the little plane. He stared at his father's brightly colored lips and stuck out his little tongue. Dad, are you and Mom playing kissing? Jiang Mingyuan. Yes. Why do you have to stick out your tongue when kissing? Xianxia was particularly puzzled. I've never done that before. This is a game for us adults, you're still a child. Jiang Mingyuan paused when he felt someone pinch his waist. He held the hand and squeezed it a little. Then, he stepped forward and rubbed his son's head. He began to change the topic. Okay, there's nothing strange about this. Daddy will play games with you. Oh. Xianxia was still confused, but the game was obviously more attractive to him, so he just looked up at his blushing mother and obediently followed his father. The two of them walked away with their backs to her. Xianxia exhaled and patted her face. She tried her best to suppress her erratic heartbeat and asked in a normal voice, "I'm going to cook. Do you want to eat?" "Don't bother. I bought you lunch. It'll be here soon." Jiang Mingyuan squatted on the ground and helped his son dismantle the plane. He took the time to reply to Xianxia. He pointed to the sofa next to him. "You can sit and play with your phone or watch TV. You can also watch us dismantle things." His face was soft and relaxed. "Don't go far. I want to watch you." Xianxia's cheeks, which had not faded, turned even redder. She glared at the person on the ground, wanting him to stop talking nonsense, but her eyes were shy and did not have the slightest power. After she finished glaring, she really sat on the sofa, straightened her back and knees, and waited for lunch to arrive. Jiang Mingyuan was telling the truth. He was really afraid that she would leave. Every once in a while, he would look at her. Xianxia could not relax at all. When the takeout arrived, the tips of her ears were still red. The takeout could not be sold outside the apartment. It was sent to the guard office, and the guard sent it downstairs to pick it up. The phone rang. Jiang Mingyuan picked it up and said a few words. He hung up the phone and let Xianxia play by herself. He put on his coat and went downstairs to get the takeout. The takeout was quite sumptuous. There were 4 dishes and a soup. The portions were very small, and the food was well insulated. When it arrived, it was still steaming. Jiang Mingyuan carried the takeout boxes upstairs and put them one by one on the coffee table. He went to the kitchen to get a pair of clean chopsticks and handed them over. He bent down and kissed the corner of her eyes. "Okay, eat here." Xianxia took it, glanced at Xianxia, and whispered to him, "Be careful." The man made a sound of "hmm." His eyes were full of smiles. Obviously, he did not take it to heart. It was almost 3 o'clock when they finished eating. After eating, Xianxia packed the garbage and said to the 2 people at home, "I'm going to the store. I'll go with you." Jiang Mingyuan got up. Xianxia refused. "No, you and Xianxia stay at home. I just have something to do. I'll be back soon." The man was not very satisfied, but in the end, he reluctantly agreed because Xianxia promised to accompany him back to his hometown. The main purpose of Xianxia's visit to the store was to give out red packets for the new year. The plan to work overtime during the Spring Festival had been decided. Except for New Year's Eve and the first day of the new year, she had to work for the rest of the days. Originally, Xianxia was going to give out the money when the store opened on the second day of the new year as a good start. Now that the plan had changed, this matter had to be brought forward. The money was the serial new banknotes that she had taken out at the bank. It was packed in a red envelope, and there was a lot of bulging money. Xianxia's store had only been open for a short time, but the business was good. She had made a lot of money in the past few months. She was not a stingy person. Giving more red packets for the new year would make the employees feel comfortable. There were many foreigners in S City, and at this time, they had all gone back. The originally busy city had become a little empty, and the business of the store was inevitably affected. When Xianxia went there were only 1 or 2 tables of customers. She walked into the kitchen with her bag, took out the red envelopes from the bag, and gave them to everyone in turn. The employees who received the red packets were naturally happy. After seeing the amount of money inside, they were even more satisfied. Their resentment about having to work overtime during the new year also lessened a lot. After giving out the red packets, Xianxia was ready to go back. There were still 2 people waiting for her at home. She went downstairs along the escalator. When she reached the first floor, she saw that the watch store next to the stairs was having an event. When she saw the advertising slogan on the sign, she remembered Jiang Mingyuan's eternal suit, so she turned back and prepared to buy clothes for him. On the 28th of December, many clothing stores in the shopping mall were closed. Many of the remaining stores were also out of stock. Xianxia looked at the first floor and finally chose a store at the end of the street. It was a light luxury brand that catered to the young crowd. The price was also within the range that Xianxia could accept. The men's clothing store was decorated very elegantly. There were not many clothes hanging on the hangers. The attitude of the staff was not very attentive, but they would introduce a piece of clothing to you in detail when you liked it. Qinghuan looked around and finally chose a woolen sweater with flower stripes. The sweater was stone gray, and only a little light gray and black decorations were made on the sleeves. It looked very comfortable. You have good taste. This is our new product this year. It's very slim fit and comfortable to wear. The staff brought the sweater to Qinghuan's size and smiled as she recommended other clothes and pants that could be used to match it. Qinghuan stayed in the clothing store for half an hour. When she finally came out, she carried 4 or 5 shopping bags in her hands. A set of winter clothes that could definitely be seen. It was almost 4 o'clock when she walked out of the shopping mall. Qinghuan waited at the door for more than 20 minutes with the things in her hands before an empty taxi came. She carried a handful of things and got in the car. After closing the door, she sighed and put the plan of getting a driver's license and buying a car on the agenda. When she got home, the sun was already half down the mountain. Jiang Mingyuan was teaching his son to do math problems. Xingxing could already count from 1 to 200 and could do addition and subtraction within 50. When Qinghuan entered the door, the little guy was counting with his fingers. He counted for a while, scratched his head, and came up with an answer with uncertainty. It's 48. By the way. Jiang Mingyuan handed over a gift box. This is your reward. Thank you, Dad. Xingxing took it and turned around when he heard the sound at the door. When he saw Qinghuan, he ran over with a smile, still holding the box in his hand. Mom, I can count 70 to 22. This is my reward from Dad. Xingxing is so smart. Qinghuan put down the things in her hands and kissed him, praising him. The child was praised and smiled foolishly. He held the things in his arms and looked at the paper bag on the ground. Mom, did you buy this for me? From the mouth of the bag, the color of the clothes inside was not very bright and did not meet his mother's aesthetic. So Xingxing thought it was for him. He put down the package in his hand and bent down to take out the things in the bag. He took out the woolen sweater that Qinghuan first took a fancy to. The little guy shook the sweater on his body and then the joy on his face disappeared. He turned the sweater over and looked at it. He looked up with a little grievance. Mom, this sweater is too big. Cough. Qinghuan took the sweater a little weakly and said to his son, this sweater is not yours. It's for Dad. No wonder. The little guy patted his chest and squatted down to ask, Mom, which one is for me? Qinghuan, these are all for Dad. Huh? Xingxing couldn't believe it. There's nothing for me? This? Qinghuan looked at Jiang Mingyuan not far away, bowed her head and reasoned with Xingxing. Didn't Mom buy it for you 2 days ago? But I didn't buy it today. I didn't buy it for Dad 2 days ago either. If that's the case, then all right. The little guy thought about it with a serious face and found that it was indeed the case. So the unhappiness in his heart was put aside and he picked up the gift that his father rewarded him to unwrap it. After Xingxing left, Jiang Mingyuan came over. He bent down to pick up the bag on the ground and said with a smile, was it because you bought clothes for me that you delayed? Yes. Qinghuan looked away and nodded. She asked him to try on the clothes again. Jiang Mingyuan naturally had no objection. He carried the clothes into the room. A few minutes later, the door was opened again. There were only so many styles and colors available for men's clothing, so they could only work on the details. The stone gray woolen sweater was paired with a black military-style double-breasted coat. The coat was tailored to fit, and it gave off an aura of abstinence. The lower half of the coat was dark gray skinny jeans. The tight-fitting pants and slightly high-heeled boots made the man's legs seem even longer. The man who changed out of the suit looked 5 or 6 years younger and more attractive. He was probably not used to this kind of clothes, so his walking pace was slightly slower. He had been staring at Qinghuan's face since he opened the door. When he saw the admiration on her face, the man was completely relaxed. He quickly approached and stopped a meter away. His lips and eyes were gentle as he asked the person opposite him, "How is it?" "It looks good." Qinghuan's eyes were full of appreciation. She walked over and straightened his collar. "It looks better than a suit." The hand on the collar was held by someone. The other party's palm was warm, and even her slightly cold fingertips were warm. The man held her hand and kissed it gently. "If you like it, I'll wear this in the future." Chenghuan laughed at him. "Are you going to wear this for a month?" "It's not impossible." The man was serious. After seeing her shock, he changed his expression. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and a smile appeared at the corners of his eyes. "I'm kidding." He put down Chenghuan's hand and interlocked his fingers with hers. He pulled her to sit on the sofa and hugged her from behind. He whispered in her ear, "Will you buy clothes for me in the future?" "I'll think about it." Chenghuan's eyes turned slightly and she leaned back. The man's chest was close to her back. Through the clothes, the man's body temperature seemed to be transmitted to her. "How long do you need to think about it?" Jiang Mingyuan nodded. He lifted her long hair and sniffed it. Then he asked, "Is 1 minute enough?" "Don't be a rogue. How can you only think about things for a minute?" Chenghuan glanced at him sideways and pulled her hair back from his hand. "Also, don't always touch me." The other party was slightly dissatisfied. "You're my person." Chenghuan blushed. "That depends on the occasion." Jiang Mingyuan followed her gesture and looked at Xianxia, who was playing with a new toy not far away. He put down his hand, straightened up, and sat her on his lap. He asked another thing. "When will you move in?" Chenghuan. "Isn't this too fast?" "It's not fast. I've been waiting for a long time." "Huh? When?" The man asked again, and then he answered, "After the new year. When we come back from our trip, you move in with me, okay? I personally don't agree with living together before marriage. We can get married now. The Civil Affairs Bureau has closed. You can go tomorrow too." The man lowered his head again and sniffed his neck like a puppy. "How about it?" "Jiang Mingyuan, how can you be like this?" Blushing, Chenghuan pried the hand off her waist. She stood up and glared at him. "You weren't like this before." "You don't like it?" Chenghuan, she was silent for a while, but she still didn't say that she didn't like it. After a while, she glared at him and turned her head to cook. "Anyway, marriage and whatnot can take time. There has to be a probation period, right?" "Okay." Jiang Mingyuan stood up and followed him. "You can inspect him however you want, but don't take too long." Chenghuan opened the refrigerator and asked casually, "What's wrong?" "Too long and you've revealed your true nature?" The person behind him replied, pausing for a moment before saying, "I won't be able to hold myself back if it's too long." Chenghuan was holding 2 tomatoes in her hand. When she heard this, she was stunned. After thinking it through, she couldn't bear it anymore and threw the tomatoes at him. "What are you talking about?" Jiang Mingyuan took the tomatoes with one hand and walked over to wash them in the sink. After washing them, he asked, "How do you want to cut them?" Chenghuan was stunned by his change. She was stunned for a while before saying, "Just cut them into pieces." "Okay." The tomatoes were placed on the chopping board. His slender fingers pressed on them, and the blade fell. The round tomatoes were cut in half from the middle. Chenghuan watched his movements from the side, and the kitchen returned to silence. Jiang Mingyuan's cutting movements were not skilled, but he was very serious. After cutting one tomato, he put the pieces on the chopping board into a plate and continued to cut the next one. Chenghuan waited for a while to make sure that he had nothing else to do, then opened the refrigerator to get something else. When the refrigerator door opened, she found half a chicken that had been cleaned. As soon as she touched the bag, she heard the person behind her say, "My personality is too dull, and I'm not very likable. Mother used to say that I'm always unpredictable. No one knows what I like or dislike, so people can't get close to me." Chenghuan stopped what she was doing and turned around. She saw the man cut the last piece of tomato and put it on the plate. He continued, "I think that since we've confirmed our relationship, we can't be the same as before. I have to take the initiative, right?" He turned his head and smiled at Chenghuan. "If there's anything you don't like, just tell me. I'll pay attention." "No, actually, I don't dislike it." She was just a little uncomfortable with the sudden change. It would be fine once she got used to it. She pursed her lips and looked up at Jiang Mingyuan. Then she turned around and took out the half chicken from the refrigerator. How about eating chestnut roast chicken tonight? Okay. Then help me peel chestnuts. The days were not much different from usual. After dinner, the family discussed tomorrow's itinerary with the news broadcast in the background. Xianxia only found out that he was going back to his father's hometown to see his grandfather at night. He was very curious about his new family and kept asking many questions, such as how old, how tall, and what his grandfather looked like. Jiang Mingyuan was also very talkative about his father. He asked Xianxia to wait while he went upstairs to get a photo. The photo was the one he put in the study. It was a young version of father and mother Jiang and a young version of himself. Xianxia saw the photo and was surprised. He opened his eyes wide and pointed to the middle of the photo and asked, "Is this me?" "This is Dad." Jiang Mingyuan explained with a smile. He pointed to the photo and introduced the people in it. He also talked about the interesting things that happened when the photo was taken. This was the first time he talked about his past. Chenghuan and Xianxia were listening with great interest. Seeing that they were interested, Jiang Mingyuan picked some other interesting things to talk about. It was already 10 o'clock when he finished talking. Xianxia was so sleepy that he kept yawning. Jiang Mingyuan put down the photo and took Xianxia to take a shower. After the shower, he coaxed his son to sleep and walked back to the living room. Chenghuan had also just taken a shower and was sitting on the sofa in pajamas. When she saw Jiang Mingyuan come out, she got up and went over. "What's wrong?" Jiang Mingyuan saw that she had something to say. "Well, I'm going back to your hometown tomorrow. Should I buy some gifts?" Jiang Mingyuan tucked a strand of hair on her forehead behind her ear and said gently, "No, these assistants will prepare them. You just need to bring someone with you." "It's not that." Chenghuan gritted her teeth. "I want to ask what your mother likes." Chenghuan didn't like Mrs. Jiang. Whether it was in the novel or in reality, the fact that she asked someone to go to the kindergarten to draw Xianxia's blood made her have a bad impression of this future mother-in-law whom she had never met. However, whether she had a good impression or not was one thing. The other party was Jiang Mingyuan's mother. The blood relationship couldn't be cut off. Chenghuan didn't want to put the man in a dilemma. Under the circumstances that didn't involve principles, she didn't mind pleasing this Mrs. Jiang a little. Jiang Mingyuan could also see her thoughts. The man sighed in his heart. His fingertips touched her eyebrows and his voice was gentle. "I'm happy to meet you. Don't interrupt. We're talking about business." Chenghuan grabbed his hand and pulled it down. She looked a little conflicted. "Don't say it's too expensive. I can't afford it if it's too expensive. And it's too late now. Many shops outside are closed. I don't know if I can buy anything tomorrow." Jiang Mingyuan lowered his head and played with her fingers. "Don't worry about that." "Why, you've prepared this too?" "No." Jiang Mingyuan took her hand and kissed her fingertips. "There's no need for this. She's not in the country. Won't she come back for the new year?" "No, she probably won't come back in the future." When it came to his mother, the man's mood was not very good. He smiled and skipped the topic. "Don't think too much. Go to bed early. Don't think too much like last night and lose sleep." "How can I lose sleep every day?" Chenghuan pulled her hand out and snorted. After that, she said awkwardly, "You should go to bed early too." "Okay. Good night, okay." The man kept looking at her without moving. Chenghuan stopped and thought for a moment. Suddenly, she tiptoed and touched his lips. Late, as soon as the word came out, the rest of her words were swallowed. The hand covering the back of her head made her unable to escape. This kiss was far more intense than the one in the afternoon. The man's movements were fierce, as if he wanted to eat her up. After her mouth was thoroughly explored, Chenghuan was finally released. The man's breathing was a little heavy, and his eyes were particularly dark. He reached out and wiped the water stains on the lips in front of him with his thumb. He kissed her lightly and said goodbye again. "I'm going up." "Go ahead." Chenghuan was a little flustered by his attitude. She waved her hand and hesitated for a few seconds before following him into the elevator. The elevator closed, blocking the person inside. Xinhuan exhaled and tested the temperature of her face with the back of her hand. She bit her lip and returned to the room. She changed her clothes and went to bed. She wrapped herself in the quilt from head to toe. After a while, the quilt opened a crack and a head poked out. Xinhuan took a deep breath of the fresh air outside and patted her face. Sleep, sleep. After that, she wrapped the quilt tightly again and closed her eyes. This time, she left her head outside. Although there were a lot of things on her mind, Xinhuan slept well that night. When she woke up in the morning, it was only 6 o'clock. She got up slowly and prepared breakfast. Before Jiang Mingyuan was ready, she went downstairs. The two of them were lovey-dovey in the kitchen for a while. After breakfast, the man came to help her pack. This time, they were going back to their hometown to stay for 3 days and 3 nights. They would go in the afternoon and return on the second day of the new year. The time was short, so there was no need to prepare too many clothes. However, winter clothes were large, so in the end, they still packed 2 large suitcases. After preparing the luggage and putting it aside, Xinhuan washed her hands and applied hand cream. She carefully took care of every corner of her fingers. Suddenly, she remembered and asked, "By the way, where are we having New Year's Eve dinner?" The Jiang family was not a small family. Father Jiang alone had 4 siblings, and there were even more in the previous generation. Grandfather Jiang had 8 siblings, and each of them had given birth to many descendants. In total, there were nearly 100 relatives who were slightly closer to him. Jiang Mingyuan's grandfather passed away early. Father Jiang and his brothers were raised by their eldest grandfather, who was Father Jiang's eldest uncle. That eldest grandfather was 95 years old this year and was still in good health. Jiang Mingyuan went back to pay respects to his father and to visit this eldest grandfather. He and Grandfather Jiang's uncles and brothers had almost fallen out, but his relationship with others was still good. Many people wanted to curry favor with him, and several families fought to treat him to a meal. However, that was in the past. This year, he had a family, so it was naturally not good for him to go to other people's houses. "I'll go and book a table. Let's cook ourselves." The two of them spoke at the same time and looked at each other. When Xinhuan heard him say that, she smiled and waved her hand. "What's the point of eating other people's food for New Year's Eve dinner? It's more lively to cook ourselves. Didn't you say that there's a kitchen in the villa?" "There is." "Then let's go and buy some things to cook ourselves. The new year should have the atmosphere of the new year." When she was young, she would cook a lot of things with her grandfather for the new year. Although she did not prepare anything now, she could not skip the New Year's Eve dinner. "By the way, can we buy things in our hometown?" "Yes." "Then let's cook ourselves. There are only 3 of us, so we don't have to cook too much. By the way, what kind of dishes do you like? Do you like shrimp?" "Yes. As expected of your biological son. Your son also likes shrimp." Xinhuan wrote it down in the memo on his phone and asked what kind of shrimp he liked. Jiang Mingyuan said that anything was good. "It's too late now. There must be a lot of things that can't be bought. I still prefer green shrimp. It has more meat." "Then we'll have this." "It depends. We might not be able to buy it." "Yes," Jiang Mingyuan said softly. While Xinhuan was thinking about the dishes for the New Year's Eve dinner, he went out and made a call. "Help me check if the kitchen utensils at home are complete. If not, fill them up. Also, prepare the ingredients. I want green shrimp, fresh, and air it over." It took 2 hours to fly from City S to Jiang Mingyuan's hometown. They left after lunch at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They took a bus from the airport and arrived at their destination at 5:30. This was a small town near a mountain. The town mainly focused on tourism and the economy was quite developed. After walking through a street paved with stone and crossing a river, they arrived at the place where they lived. The houses in this area were quite old. The walls were white and the roof tiles were gray. A small river flowed in front of the door. The river water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. It sparkled under the sunlight. "It's just ahead." Jiang Mingyuan dragged a suitcase in each hand. He walked across the bridge and put down the suitcase. He reached out to pull Qinghuan behind him and bent down to pick up Xingxing. He pointed to a house not far away and said. The house didn't look much different from the other houses around it. It was a two-story building near the river. There was a wall around it. A few evergreen trees poked out of the wall. It looked interesting. They walked to the outside of the wall and pushed open the carved iron gate. They saw a lively front yard. It was clear that someone often took care of the yard. It was still green in the winter. There was a small path in the middle of the yard. Jiang Mingyuan walked in front. He passed through the front yard and found a bunch of keys and a flower pot outside the door. He went forward to open the door. The house looked simple from the outside, but the interior was very well decorated. The living room was very spacious and the furniture was all made of mahogany. It looked expensive. Jiang Mingyuan put the luggage in the living room and took the mother and son upstairs for a tour. Like the apartment, there weren't many rooms in this house. There was only a master bedroom, a second bedroom, a guest bedroom, and a study room. The master bedroom used to be where Jiang Mingyuan's parents lived. This year, Jiang Mingyuan's mother didn't come, so the room was empty. Jiang Mingyuan didn't plan to move in. He went straight ahead and opened the door of the second bedroom. Although it was said to be a second bedroom, the size of the room was actually very big. Facing the door, there was a set of table and chairs made of yellow rosewood, separated by a screen. After going around the screen, one could see the large bed inside. The bed had all kinds of human-shaped or auspicious wooden carvings on it. It was painted with gold paint and looked quite old. Except for Jiang Mingyuan, it was the first time for the other two people to see this kind of bed. Seeing that they were curious, the man explained the origin of this thing. It was indeed an antique passed down from the Qing dynasty. Qinghuan was speechless. She felt that she would definitely lose sleep if she slept on this antique bed. Fortunately, this was Jiang Mingyuan's room. She didn't have to suffer this kind of temptation. Just as she heaved a sigh of relief, she heard the man say, "All the beds in this house are like this. If you don't like it, I'll get someone to change it." In the past, when Mrs. Jiang was at home, she didn't like this kind of bed very much. She said that they were feudal dross and repeatedly asked to change them. Otherwise, she wouldn't come back to live. In the past, Jiang Mingyuan would arrange for someone to replace the bed in the master bedroom before the new year and replace it after the person left. This time, he also prepared the things. As long as Qinghuan said that he didn't like it, he could immediately replace it. Qinghuan's expression changed. "Just like you?" "More or less." After he finished speaking, he took people to visit the guest bedroom. The guest bedroom was slightly smaller than the second bedroom, but the configuration was similar. The only difference was that the patterns on the jade gauze bed were different. The carvings were about the heavenly official's blessing, the emperor parading through the streets, the Qilin sending a child, and other allusions. The carvings were meticulous. Even the mane of the horse that the scholar rode could be clearly seen. Qinghuan had already refused to think about how much this thing was worth. She was afraid that she would hate the rich. Her gaze wandered over the wooden carvings. In the end, she didn't say that she wanted to change it. The door wasn't as wide as the bed. If she wanted to move the things out, she would definitely have to tear them down. They were all old things. It wasn't good to toss them around like this. Moreover, although she felt pressure in her heart when she fell asleep, Qinghuan had to admit that this bed was really beautiful. It was so beautiful that she couldn't bear to look away. Her fingertips touched the wooden carvings. She turned her head and said to the person behind her, "No need to change it. This thing is pretty good." Jiang Mingyuan was somewhat happy and agreed. He had lived here since he was very young. The things in the house had witnessed his growth. He was pleasantly surprised that Qinghuan liked these things. It seemed that the distance between the two of them had narrowed a little. After checking the room, they went downstairs to take their luggage and prepare to hang up their clothes. As soon as they walked down the stairs, they heard someone shouting outside the door. "I'll go out and take a look." "Go ahead. This suitcase isn't that heavy." Qinghuan carried the suitcase upstairs. After hanging up the clothes, she came down and saw that there were two more people in the house. It was a middle-aged man and woman who looked to be in their 40s. When they heard the sound of people coming down the stairs, they turned around. The woman smiled at Jiang Mingyuan and asked, "This is my sister-in-law, right?" Jiang Mingyuan nodded with a smile. He stepped forward to take her hand and introduced her to Qinghuan. "This is my fourth cousin brother and his wife." There were many people in the Jiang family, and the relationship between relatives was complicated. Before she came, Jiang Mingyuan had told her a few things. Among them were these two. The fourth cousin brother and his wife were the eldest sons of the eldest son of the eldest grandfather's second son. Now they were also doing some foreign trade business. The scale was not particularly large. They came back a little earlier. This time, they came over to ask them to go over for dinner. They said that the eldest grandfather knew that they were back and wanted to see him. "What do you think?" Jiang Mingyuan pulled Qinghuan to sit down on a chair and whispered in his ear, "If you don't want to go, I'll refuse." "Go ahead." Qinghuan nodded without thinking for a long time. Anyway, they were already here. No matter what, they would have to see the elders sooner or later. There was no point in dragging it out. She agreed, and Jiang Mingyuan was relieved. He told the two people to wait for a while and went upstairs to call Xianxia down. Xianxia was still rolling on the huge bed in the second bedroom. His hair was messy from rolling. He was not willing to walk properly even when his father was holding his hand. He had to jump on the stairs. Jiang Mingyuan held his hand tightly, for fear that the little guy would accidentally step on air and walk down the stairs in fear. The man took his son to his cousin and asked Xianxia to call them. Xianxia was not afraid. He called them when they asked him to. After calling them, he even gave them a sweet smile. Although before they came, some people said that Jiang Mingyuan brought a woman and a child back. They guessed that it was his wife and child. However, the two of them did not expect the child to be so big. Their eyes darted between Jiang Mingyuan and Qinghuan a few times. Then, with smiles on their faces, they took out a meeting gift from their pockets and stuffed it into Xianxia's hands. The cousin with a beer belly touched his bald head and said to Jiang Mingyuan with a smile, "In the past, we were worried that you wouldn't be able to find her. I didn't expect you to be so fast. Your son is already so big." Jiang Mingyuan held Xianxia's hand and looked at the woman on the other side with a smile. He turned back and said to his cousin, "I'm also very surprised. By the way, you haven't had a wedding yet, right? When are you going to have it?" Since he had brought her back, it meant that his cousin had decided on him. Jiang Mingzhou did not care when he asked this question. After he finished speaking, he reached out and patted his cousin on the shoulder. "Marriage is a big event. The wedding has to be lively." "Definitely." "So, has the wedding date been set?" "Not yet." Jiang Mingyuan reached out and held Qinghuan's hand. Their fingers intertwined. "We're still discussing it." Qinghuan maintained a smile on her face. She secretly pinched the man's fingertips, indicating that he should not talk nonsense. The man pulled his fingers away. His fingertips brushed against the palm of her hand. He tightened his grip so that her fingers could not mess around. On the other side, the cousin did not notice the small movements of the two at all. He was still thinking about his cousin's marriage. He touched his stomach and nodded seriously. "This indeed needs to be discussed properly. Choose a good date." Jiang Mingyuan agreed. "I think so too." They did not chat for too long. After all, it was already late. Jiang Mingyuan took out the gifts that he had prepared long ago and took his wife and children, as well as his cousin and his wife, to great-grandfather's house. Great-grandfather's house was much larger than Jiang Mingyuan's house. There were 5 or 6 houses in the courtyard. There were many houses, and there were also many people in the family. There were a total of 5 children, more than 10 grandchildren, and about the same number of great-grandchildren. All of them had brought their families back. These houses were a bit too big to live in. When they arrived, they first went to see great-grandfather. The old man owned a house by himself, and there were caregivers and doctors in the house. As the 3 of them walked over, people constantly greeted Jiang Mingyuan. Qinghuan walked beside him. She could feel the gazes of those people staring at her back without looking back. Jiang Mingyuan calmly held Qinghuan's hand and whispered, "Don't worry about them." "I know." Qinghuan shook his hand. The place where the old man lived was quite quiet. There was a small independent courtyard outside the house. A few bird cages hung under the eaves. There were all kinds of parrots in them. As soon as Jiang Mingyuan and the others approached, a large parrot next to the door shouted into the house, "Old man, someone is looking for you." This sudden shout gave Qinghuan and Xianxia a fright. Xianxia looked around in bewilderment but couldn't find the person who spoke. He secretly leaned against his mother and whispered, "Mom, there's an invisible person here." After he finished speaking, the bird cackled again, scaring Xianxia even more. Although Qinghuan had never raised a parrot, she knew that some species of parrot could talk when raised well. She followed the sound and looked at the large parrot's mung-bean eyes. The parrot tilted its head to look at her and greeted her, "Hello, beautiful woman." Qinghuan was speechless. This parrot is more lively. Don't worry about it. Parrots lived for a long time. The bird was here before Jiang Mingyuan was born, so it could be considered his elder. He smiled helplessly at Qinghuan and pulled Xianxia to tell him that it was not an invisible person, but a parrot talking, so he didn't have to be afraid. For the first time, Xianxia knew that parrots could talk. His curiosity was suddenly aroused. He looked up at the parrot under the porch and thought for a long time before saying, "Hello, hello. Parrot, who are you?" Seeing that it could really communicate with him, Xianxia was even more excited. He trotted over to the parrot and introduced himself. After saying a lot, the parrot still asked, "Who are you?" "Well, Xianxia will play with him later. Now let's go see great-grandpa first, okay?" "Okay." Xianxia thought about it and nodded. He took his father's hand and waved goodbye to the parrot. Then he reluctantly followed his parents into the house. The old man was old, so it was inconvenient for him to go up and down the stairs. Most of the time, he stayed in his room. Jiang Mingyuan took his wife and children to the master bedroom to see him. As soon as he knocked on the door, a voice came from inside and asked him to come in. "Is it Mingyuan? Come in quickly. I heard Dongdong's call and knew it was you." The voice was old but not weak. It seemed that the speaker was in good health. Jiang Mingyuan's expression relaxed a lot. He pushed the door in, put the things on the table, and smiled at the old man in front of him and called him great-grandpa. After that, he introduced the people around him. "This is my girlfriend, Qinghuan. This is our child, Jiang Xingchen. He will be 5 years old in the new year." After his introduction, Qinghuan also called him great-grandpa. Xianxia was confused for a moment and also called him great-grandpa. After being slapped by his mother, he remembered to change his words. "Hello, great-grandpa." Grandpa was old and his eyesight was not good. After listening to Jiang Mingyuan's introduction, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Qinghuan and Xianxia for a long time. Then he smiled and said good several times in a row. "It's good to have a companion. I'm relieved to have a companion." Seeing this scene, the old man thought of the nephew he had brought up. He sighed. "It's a pity that your father left before seeing you get married." Jiang Mingyuan's smile vanished, and he remained silent. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about this." The old man took out a handkerchief from his arms and wiped his nose. He asked them to sit down and called Xianxia to his side. He looked at him carefully and smiled at Jiang Mingyuan. "It's exactly the same as when you were a child." Xianxia stood next to Grandpa and nodded. "I think so too." As soon as he said this, the old man laughed. He pointed to Xianxia's forehead and said loudly, "Look at you, little devil." Xianxia actually didn't understand what Grandpa was laughing about, but he laughed with him. After laughing, he said, "Grandpa, I want to play with the bird." The old man didn't seem to think that he would say this. He was stunned for a moment and then laughed even louder. He waved at him while laughing. "Go. Be careful. Don't let Dongdong peck you." "Thank you, Grandpa." Xianxia happily agreed. He waved at his parents and rushed out. After a while, the strange loud voice of the parrot was heard in the room. "Who are you?" The two adults stayed in the room and chatted with the old man. Most of the time, Jiang Mingyuan and Grandpa talked. Chenghuan listened. Occasionally, the topic of the two would talk about Chenghuan. Most of the questions were related to feelings. They were most concerned about when they would get married. In the face of the old man's expectations, Chenghuan could only keep smiling. Then he said to the old man, according to Jiang Mingyuan's words, "We're still discussing. If you want to discuss, hurry up. I'm old and don't know how long I can live. It'll be a pity if I can't see you get married." "Don't say that." Jiang Mingyuan stopped him. "We're still waiting for your 100th birthday." The old man looked at his grandnephew and shook his head with a smile. He didn't say anything else. There was a knock on the door. The nurse was outside asking where they were eating. "Let's go to the restaurant." He stood up and said to the two of them, "Let's go and eat. It's only lively for a few days a year." He was complaining that the younger generation never came back to see him. Jiang Mingyuan didn't say anything. He walked over to hold his arm and help the old man out. There were many people in eldest granduncle's family, so the place where they ate was also big. There were 7 to 8 round tables in the dining hall that was over 100 square meters. The whole family sat down according to their seniority. Jiang Mingyuan's table was filled with his cousins. The oldest was already 50 years old, and he was the youngest. In the past, every time Gu Mingli came back, he would drag others to talk about Jiang Mingyuan's marriage problems. This year, Gu Mingli didn't come back, but his cousin suddenly had a girlfriend and a son. This change made everyone very curious. When they were eating, their eyes couldn't wait to stick to Chenghuan. They wanted to see what ability she had to coax him. These sizing up gazes made Chenghuan feel uncomfortable all over. She thought that it was the first time she came back, so she didn't throw down her chopsticks and leave. She endured it. Jiang Mingyuan put down his bowl and chopsticks, pulled her up, and called Xianxia over. He walked over to the old man at the main table and said, "We're full, so we'll go back first." "So fast?" The old man's eyesight was not good, so he couldn't see the undercurrent under the table. He thought that his grandnephew's family was really full. He was surprised and didn't ask them to stay. "You guys go back first. It's been a long day, so it's quite tiring." After leaving eldest granduncle's house, the three of them walked on a small path. This area took the ecological route. It was surrounded by mountains and water, and there were no factories, so the sky was particularly blue. There was a street lamp a few meters away from the road. The street lamp was not very bright, but it was enough to illuminate the way back. Chenghuan kicked a small stone over and looked up at the stars in the sky. She held the hand of the person next to her even tighter. "The air here is so good. The stars look brighter than other places. If you like, we can live here in the future." Jiang Mingyuan hugged his son and held his girlfriend's hand. For a moment, he also became romantic. He softly described the future scene. "The scenery on the mountain is very good, and the air is even better. We can build a road from the backyard to the top of the mountain. It's convenient to go up the mountain to see the scenery. The backyard is very empty. We can build several more houses. Do you like flowers? If you like, we can have a glass greenhouse, like the one in eldest granduncle's house. You can see a lot of flowers blooming in the winter. We can also raise some animals. How about parrots? Cats and dogs are also fine. Or you can have other animals if you like. Anyway, the place is big, and there's no need to worry about animals not being able to move around. There's no need for a gym. The air here is good. You can run a few laps in the morning and evening to get some fresh air. However, we can make a football field. When the stars grow up, they can play." Chenghuan didn't expect that her words could lead to so much. She quietly listened to this person's plan for the future. In the end, she had to remind him. "What about work?" "Work?" Jiang Mingyuan was suspiciously silent for a while. "You can move the headquarters, even if you're willing to come, others may not be willing." Chenghuan shook his hand and said cheerfully, "Don't think about it. These ideas can wait until after retirement. When the time comes, it's more like fishing. Climbing mountains is not good for the knee joint." Jiang Mingyuan turned his face and listened to her talk about the days after retirement. It was as if he could see the old him and her snuggling together when Huanyan was no longer around. The smile in his eyes deepened. He couldn't help but move closer and place a light kiss on the lips that were constantly opening and closing. He smiled and said, "I'll listen to you. We won't climb mountains." Qinghuan's cheeks were flushed. She pursed her lips and fell a step behind. After a while, she tried to cover it up and said, "I was just joking." You're still so young. Why are you talking about things after retirement?" "Yes, we have to cherish the present." Jiang Mingyuan. His left hand was pulled down by someone. "I'm here. Don't laugh." "Okay." There was an uncontrollable smile in his voice. Qinghuan snorted and ignored him. When she was about to enter the house, she asked again, "Are you full?" "I'm not full yet. Let's go back and cook a bowl of noodles." "Okay." When they got home, they cooked a bowl of noodles. The noodles were dried noodles, and the texture was not very good. It was barely enough to enter the mouth. After the second meal, it was only 8 o'clock. It was still early and not time to go to bed. There were not many entertainment facilities in the town. Other than watching TV and playing with mobile phones, there was nothing else to do. He didn't bring Xianxia toys over. He felt bored, so he pestered his father to tell him stories. Jiang Mingyuan didn't reject this. He pulled Qinghuan to sit together and told them about his past. He talked about the jokes he made when he didn't like to study when he was young. He talked about how he looked down on others because of his talent when he was young. He also talked about the interesting things he encountered in school and the current development of his classmates. The person he talked about the most was his father. He said that he took time out of his busy schedule to play with him. As a result, he worked overtime until late at night for a week. He said that he didn't dare to tell Gu Mingli that he failed the exam. He only dared to secretly ask Father Jiang to attend a parent-teacher conference. After Father Jiang attended, he stayed up for a few nights to digest the knowledge in his books and patiently explained it to him. He said that he liked to take him to meet those business partners and listen to those people praise him. Every time he was praised, Father Jiang would be happy for a long time. From his words, Father Jiang, who had never met before, gradually outlined a vivid outline. Jiang Mingyuan loved and respected him. Like his own father, he taught his child with the greatest patience. "Grandpa is so nice." Xianxia lay in his father's arms and listened. After listening, he sighed with emotion. He looked up and asked, "Dad, will Grandpa like me?" Jiang Mingyuan touched his head and said, "Yes." "Will he take me out to play?" "Yes." "What about Grandpa?" The little boy suddenly became excited, his eyes shining. "I haven't seen him yet." "You'll see him tomorrow." "Okay then." Xianxia reluctantly agreed and asked if he could see him as soon as he opened his eyes. "No, we'll go see Grandpa in the afternoon." "Why won't Grandpa come?" Xianxia sighed. "Grandpa is a little lazy." "Well, he's a little lazy." Jiang Mingyuan touched his son's little head and then picked him up. "Well, it's getting late. It's time to take a bath and go to bed." "Okay." Xianxia hugged his father's neck and turned to wave to Qinghuan. "Mom, take a bath and go to bed. You won't be tall if you sleep late." "Got it." Qinghuan replied with a drawn-out voice. After saying that, she followed Jiang Mingyuan upstairs. The two separated at the door and returned to their respective rooms. Jiang Mingyuan washed himself while bathing Xianxia. He dried his son's hair and put him on the bed to coax him to sleep. Then, he went out and knocked on the door on the other side. Qinghuan finished bathing and was doing skincare for herself. When she heard the knock on the door, she came out to open the door with a mask on her face. "What's wrong?" she asked vaguely. Jiang Mingyuan looked at Qinghuan with a mask on her face and his expression stiffened. "I haven't said good night yet." As he spoke, he lifted the mask and kissed her wet lips. Then, he put it on her again. The tip of his tongue licked the liquid on his lips. The man frowned slightly. "Okay, good night." Qinghuan didn't have time to react to his series of actions. When she came back to her senses, she saw him licking the essence. "This thing can't be eaten." She didn't have time to be speechless. She pulled him into the room and poured him a glass of water. Rinse your mouth. Jiang Mingyuan took the water. Rinse your mouth. I'll wash my face. Qing Huan handed him the water and didn't care. Her mask was ready and couldn't be delayed. Walking into the bathroom, Qing Huan took off the mask and the cover of the hand mask. She washed her face and hands. When she dried her hands and walked out of the bathroom, the other person in the room hadn't left. Qing Huan didn't care much. She walked to the dressing mirror and found some skincare products to slap on her face. Halfway through, the person behind her came over again. He put one hand around Qing Huan's waist, leaned his body close, and lowered his head to bite one of her earlobes. Qing Huan's ears were sensitive. She felt a little strange when he touched her body. She shrunk her shoulders and pushed the person beside her. "What are you doing?" The man let go of the soft flesh in his mouth and leaned in from the side. He sealed her lips and sucked. After a long time, Qing Huan was released. Looking at the slightly swollen lips in front of him, Jiang Mingyuan's breathing became heavier and the desire in his eyes deepened. He leaned on Qing Huan's shoulder and panted a few times. Then, he forced himself to calm down and said, "Good night kiss. Just now doesn't count." After that, he hugged the person in his arms tightly and let go in an instant. He looked at her with a hidden danger in his eyes. "I'm going back. Have a good dream tonight." Qing Huan sent him away in fear. When she returned to the room, she hugged the quilt and shivered. Thinking of the man's performance before, she couldn't help but curl her lips and snort. Good dream? Did he mean to dream of him? It was a dreamless night. The next day, Qing Huan got up early to prepare the ingredients needed for the New Year's Eve dinner. When she went to cook noodles last night, Qing Huan saw a lot of fresh vegetables and various kinds of meat in the kitchen. Jiang Mingyuan said that someone sent them. She didn't ask who sent them, but just by looking at the appearance of the raw materials, she knew that they were all good things. The preparation work before the meal had always been the most cumbersome. Qing Huan cooked porridge in the pot, soaked the beef in cold water, took out the lamb chops to defrost, and cut the pork belly into pieces to prepare the braised pork. The meat and water were put in the pot to simmer. The porridge on the other side was almost ready. There were pickled radishes sent from home. Qing Huan tasted it and found that it tasted good. It was crisp and refreshing, and a little sweet. She put some into a bowl and baked 2 egg pancakes with flour. As soon as she brought it out, the father and son came downstairs. Xianxia was still led down. As soon as he came over, he sniffed and said that he wanted to find meat to eat. However, when he went to the kitchen, he found that all the meat was raw. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. "Mom, I want to eat meat." The little guy pouted. Qing Huan patted his head. "These can be eaten tonight." "What about noon?" "We'll eat shredded chicken noodles at noon." "Don't you eat meat?" "Shredded chicken is meat." "Okay then." Xianxia was not satisfied, but he had no choice. After all, only the chef had the right to speak. The little guy nodded and reluctantly agreed. He made another request. "I also want to eat drumsticks." Qing Huan pulled him to sit at the table, took a bowl of porridge from Jiang Mingyuan, tore a piece of pancake from the plate, and stuffed it into his mouth. "Eat breakfast, don't talk." "Okay." Xianxia grabbed the pancake and stuffed it into his mouth. After chewing it, he began to express his opinion. "Mom, the pancake is delicious." After breakfast, Jiang Mingyuan went to wash the dishes, and Qing Huan began to stew the chicken. The chicken was an old hen raised in the countryside. The meat was tight and there was not much meat on the whole body. It tasted best when used to make soup. The chicken soup was boiling, and the lamb chops were about to melt. Qing Huan couldn't do anything about it. He turned it over and looked at it a few times, then moved aside and asked Jiang Mingyuan to come over and help chop it into pieces. Jiang Mingyuan's hands were very strong. It was easy for him to chop a lamb chop, but his knife skills were not good enough. In the end, the finished products were of different sizes. Since it was his own food, Qing Huan didn't care about it. He put the lamb aside and began to deal with other things. There were too many things that needed to be done. Even with one person's help, Qinghuan was still very busy. The chicken soup was ready. Qinghuan cooked 3 bowls of noodles with the soup. After the family finished eating, they prepared to go to the grave. Father Jiang was buried on the mountain. The cemetery was connected to a winding mountain road. The road was not wide, and there were many cars parked on the road. The car could not squeeze in at all, so they had no choice but to get out of the car and walk there. There was a stall selling chrysanthemums near the cemetery. The flowers were quite fresh, but they were expensive. Jiang Mingyuan bought 3 bouquets. The 3 of them each carried a bouquet of flowers and walked into the cemetery. The cemetery was very large. It was built according to the mountain terrain. The front was low and the back was high. There was a 2-meter wide path in the middle. There were cypresses planted on both sides of the path, which added a touch of vitality to the cemetery. There were many people who came to pay their respects on New Year's Eve. Along the way, there were people who greeted Jiang Mingyuan. He was considered a celebrity in this town. Although he didn't come back often, everyone knew him and wanted to have a relationship with him. Jiang Mingyuan didn't show much impatience with the endless stream of people who came over. He responded to those who came over, but there were no more. Even though Jiang Mingyuan didn't talk much to each person, because of the large number of people, it took them nearly half an hour to walk from the cemetery gate to Father Zhang's grave. Father Zhang's grave was behind the cemetery. This area was obviously much more luxurious than the front, and the distance between the 2 graves was also far. There were much fewer people who came to pay their respects here, and the 3 of them walked more freely. Jiang Mingyuan led the way in front. 2 minutes later, they walked in front of a grave. The grave was not small. It was about 20 to 30 square meters. The grave was surrounded by a circle of cobblestones. Inside was a miniature version of a 2-story Chinese building. At the main entrance of the building was a tombstone. On the tombstone was Father Zhang's name, birth date, and time of death. In the middle of the tombstone was a picture of Father Jiang. There were people who took care of the cemetery, but the people who were paid to do things were not so meticulous. Some weeds grew around Father Zhang's grave. These weeds were tenacious, and the cold winter wind couldn't make them completely surrender. They still held their heads high. Jiang Mingyuan walked to the tombstone, put down the bouquet in his hand, and went to clean up the weeds. He returned to the tombstone and took a handkerchief from his arms to wipe the tombstone clean. Then, he knelt in front of the tombstone. "Dad, Happy New Year." He didn't say much. After a few simple words, he reached out and pulled Xianxia over. Xianxia knelt beside his father in a daze and stared at the picture on the tombstone. After a while, he figured out what was going on. "Dad, is this Grandpa?" "Yes." Jiang Mingyuan touched his head. His eyes were gentle. He asked Xianxia to kowtow to his grandfather and whispered a few words. He stood up with the child and took Qinghuan's hand. He said to the person in the photo, "Dad, this is my girlfriend, my future wife." The 2 of them weren't married, so Qinghuan didn't have to kneel to Father Jiang. He only bowed in front of the tombstone. Jiang Mingyuan looked at her sideways, his eyes full of gentle smiles. When she straightened up, the man turned to his father and said, "When we get married, I'll bring her to serve you tea." In front of Father Zhang's tomb, Qinghuan couldn't say anything. He just pinched him quietly. Jiang Mingyuan didn't have any reaction on his face. He reached out and held her hand tighter. The wind was strong, so they didn't stay in front of the tombstone for too long. After they finished talking, they walked back. When they went back, the sky was gloomy. Many people burned paper in front of the tombstone, and there was the sound of firecrackers being set off. Xianxia was startled by the sudden sound of firecrackers. He hid in Jiang Mingyuan's arms and covered his head, unwilling to come down. Back home, Qinghuan continued to prepare the New Year's Eve dinner. Jiang Mingyuan helped. Xianxia scurried around the house. From time to time, he would come to the kitchen to ask for something to eat. After eating, he would go out again. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, people started to eat New Year's Eve dinner one after another. It was the custom to set off firecrackers before the New Year's Eve dinner. In fact, because of the fire prevention in the forest, fireworks and firecrackers were prohibited at the foot of the mountain. However, in small places, the supervision was not so strict, so this rule was usually just a piece of paper. The sound of firecrackers hadn't stopped since the meal started. At first, Xianxia was very afraid of the sound of firecrackers. After hearing it a lot, he wasn't afraid anymore. He even asked his family if they could set off firecrackers. Jiang Mingyuan looked up and said to him, "Our house is too close to the mountain. We can't set off firecrackers." His house was backed by the forest. In winter, it was dry. If he wasn't careful, it would cause a fire in the forest. Jiang Mingyuan couldn't control what others did. At the very least, he couldn't do it knowingly. After he finished speaking, he put the peeled prawns in his hands on the plate and wiped the water off his face with his arm. The prawns were freshly caught and flown over. When they were delivered, they were still alive. When you peeled them, they would slip out of your hands if you didn't pay attention, and then you would be covered in water. After peeling a plate of prawns, Jiang Mingyuan looked extremely embarrassed. The chest of his well-tailored suit was stained with dark water stains. His hair was wet and dripping with water. He sighed, stood up with the plate, and handed the prawns to Qinghuan. He washed his hands with hand soap several times. The smell was still there, so he said to Qinghuan, "I'm going to take a bath." Qinghuan waved at him. "Go. Take our son with you." New Year's Eve had the meaning of getting rid of the old and welcoming the new. When Qinghuan was a child, he lived with his grandfather. Every New Year's Eve, he would take a bath and change into new clothes before having New Year's Eve dinner. When he was a child, he would be happy with the new clothes and delicious food. When he grew up, he didn't have to worry about food and clothing. Those customs had become a kind of beautiful memory that he kept. Jiang Mingyuan didn't have the custom of taking a bath before eating, but Qinghuan said that he wouldn't object. The father and son took a bath and changed into new clothes. When they went downstairs, Qinghuan just finished cooking the last dish. She put the finished dishes on the table and reached out to take off her apron. Jiang Mingyuan saw this and came over to help. After the apron was taken off, Qinghuan asked him to get the bowls and chopsticks. "I'm going to take a bath. We can eat later." "Okay." Jiang Mingyuan put the apron on his arm and lowered his head to kiss her lips. "I'll wait for you to come down." Next to them, Xianxia looked at them with her eyes wide open, but didn't say anything. Qinghuan was a little embarrassed. He pushed him and turned to run upstairs. After taking a bath and changing into new clothes, Qinghuan put on light makeup for herself. Looking at the outstanding woman in the mirror, she raised the corners of her lips and said, "Happy New Year." Then she turned and walked downstairs gracefully. Today, she was wearing a long beige coat and a pair of wide-legged pants of the same color. Her waist-length hair was draped over her shoulders, making her look somewhat languid and flirtatious. When Qinghuan went downstairs, the cousin they met before came again and asked them to have New Year's Eve dinner. When he heard that his family had already made dinner, he didn't leave. He said that it would be more lively with more people. Jiang Mingyuan kept refusing, but his cousin always had countless reasons. It wasn't until he agreed to go over for dinner tomorrow that he was satisfied. After sending him away, Jiang Mingyuan breathed a sigh of relief, closed the courtyard door, and returned home. With a smile on his face, he walked over and sat at the dining table. The dishes were very sumptuous. Although the portion was small in consideration of the number of people, it was still far from what they could finish. There was cheerful music on the TV, and the atmosphere at the table was lively. Jiang Mingyuan hadn't had such a reunion during the Spring Festival for many years. He was excited and couldn't help but drink a little too much. He wasn't drunk, just a little tipsy. He also became a lot more talkative. On the table, he held Qinghuan's hand and didn't let go. After a while, he called her name and looked at her with a smile. His smile made Qinghuan's heart itch. After dinner, Jiang Mingyuan took out a red envelope and handed it to Xianxia. "Here's your New Year's money. Xianxia, you must be healthy and happy next year." Considering his son's knowledge, Jiang Mingyuan's red envelope contained real money. There wasn't much money, but it was enough to fool the little guy. Xianxia happily took it, opened it, and took a look. He smiled happily and said, "Thank you, Dad." After Jiang Mingyuan gave it, Qinghuan also took out a red envelope. The two of them discussed and gave the same amount of money, so Xianxia was happy again. He held the 2 red envelopes in his arms and jumped around like a little fool. Qinghuan leaned on Jiang Mingyuan's side and watched his son run around. His heart was satisfied and calm. She couldn't help but be grateful for this transmigration, which gave her the opportunity to experience a different life. The man beside her reached out and put his arm around her shoulder. Qinghuan leaned into his arms and didn't care. Who knew that the next second, a red envelope would be handed to him? The man whispered, "New Year's money for you." Qinghuan glanced at him with a smile. "Why would I want New Year's money?" Jiang Mingyuan put the red envelope in her hand, hugged her from behind, and said close to her ear, "I gave it to you. Of course, you can take it." "You." Qinghuan paused and didn't say anything else. She took the red envelope and got up to go upstairs. After a while, she came down with a similar red envelope in her hand and handed it to him. "This is for you. Next year, you must be healthy and safe, and earn more money." "Okay." Jiang Mingyuan took the red envelope, took her hand, and kissed it in the palm of her hand. "I'll earn money to support you." "No, I can support myself," Qinghuan retorted in a low voice. He pulled his hand away, took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and prepared to wash the dishes. "Let me do it. You've been busy all day. You should rest." Jiang Mingyuan pressed her down, got up, and walked over to pick up the pile of dirty dishes. He washed the dishes in the kitchen, and Qinghuan wiped the table. After wiping, she went in to wash her hands and found a clean cloth to wipe the dishes Jiang Mingyuan had washed. The two of them didn't say anything, but their movements were well coordinated. Occasionally, their eyes crossed, revealing a sweet taste. After washing the last bowl, Jiang Mingyuan wiped his hands and hugged the woman's waist from behind. He smelled the fragrance of her hair and whispered, "I'm so happy." After washing the dishes, the two of them came out of the kitchen, and the cousin came over again. This time, he called them over to play mahjong. In modern society, resources were abundant, and the new year could no longer give people the same sense of novelty and satisfaction as before. People who were used to living in big cities naturally couldn't adapt to the lack of entertainment in small towns, so they all chose to play mahjong, the national treasure, to pass the time. This cousin was also proficient in mahjong. He played 2 tables of mahjong at home and called some of his brothers to pass the time and get to know each other. Because Jiang Mingyuan's phone couldn't be reached, he came over personally to find him. Jiang Mingyuan was no stranger to mahjong. In previous years, when he came back for the new year, they would ask him to play with them. He was considered a rookie in mahjong, and every time he played, he had to fork out money. He didn't mind this, and the people who played mahjong with him were happy to win, so they came to find him more often. If it was in previous years, Jiang Mingyuan definitely wouldn't refuse this kind of invitation, but it was different this year. This year, he had a family to feed. After hearing his cousin's intentions, he thought for a few seconds and said apologetically, "Xianxia is still young, and I don't feel at ease leaving him alone at home." "I'm afraid I can't." "Then why don't you bring your son with you?" His cousin, with his beer belly, interrupted him. "Anyway, I have a lot of children at my place, and they're all about the same age. If I bring them over, they'll definitely play together." After he finished speaking, he called Xianxia over and coaxed him. "Xianxia, do you want to go to Uncle's house? Uncle has a lot of brothers and sisters, and also your nieces and nephews." Because Jiang Mingyuan was the youngest among his peers, he had a cousin who was 20 years older than him. Xianxia's seniority was quite high, and many children had to call him uncle. Xianxia, who had always been the youngest, was an elder for the first time, so he naturally felt it was a novelty. After hearing the introduction, he wanted to play the role of an elder. Before his fourth cousin could coax him, he hugged Jiang Mingyuan's leg and said he wanted to go. Since he was willing, Jiang Mingyuan had no objections. Qinghuan didn't want to go, but he couldn't resist his cousin's persuasion. In the end, the whole family followed his cousin out. Fourth cousin brother had his own house, which was right next to eldest grandpa's house. The house was not small, and it looked like it was made of white walls and gray tiles. The interior decoration was a bit like a hotel. It looked splendid, but it did not fit. When they arrived, there were already 2 mahjong tables in the living room. There were a few people playing on the tables, and there were people watching from the side. From time to time, the sound of mahjong colliding and talking could be heard. Seeing them come in, two people at one of the tables stood up and said that they would give up their seats to them. "You guys have fun, I'll set up another table." Fourth cousin-in-law came out with a fruit platter and pushed the two of them down with a smile. Cousin-in-law asked someone to set up the table, while cousin-brother called his daughter loudly and asked the little girl to take Xianxia to play. The little girl was 12 years old this year and had just entered the first grade. She had a ponytail and looked shy, but her personality was very good. She didn't mind Xianxia's young age. After hearing her father's words, she took the little girl's hand and said to Jiang Mingyuan and Qinghuan, "Uncle, Aunt, I'll take my brother out. Go, take care of your brother." Cousin-brother took out a few banknotes from his pocket and handed it to his daughter, telling her not to go too far. "I know." The little girl took the money from her father and smiled, showing two small dimples. She held Xianxia's hand and walked out. As she walked, she said, "What do you want? I'll buy it for you. I have money too." Xianxia, who had just received double New Year's money, was like a rich man. He patted his pocket and said generously to his new cousin, "Sister, I'll buy you a doll." "Thank you." The two children who had just met formed a friendship so easily. They talked as they walked out of the living room. After they left, the mahjong table on the other side was set up. Cousin-brother pulled Jiang Mingyuan to sit over there and waved for Qinghuan to come along. Qinghuan really didn't know how to play mahjong and hurriedly refused. As soon as she waved her hand, two people came over from the other side to take the place. This action was too impatient. Cousin-brother's expression didn't look very good, but it was New Year's and he couldn't say anything. He asked cousin-in-law to bring a chair for Qinghuan and let her sit behind Jiang Mingyuan. Qinghuan had never played mahjong before, so she couldn't understand it. She took out her phone and began to play games. In fact, the game wasn't very fun. It was a special day, and there weren't many people online. The channel kept saying Happy New Year to each other, but she couldn't find anyone to play the game. They said that they were going to rest today after playing for a year. Bored, Qinghuan logged out of the game again. She put her phone in her pocket and watched Jiang Mingyuan play mahjong. Jiang Mingyuan played an 8-circle card, which was touched by the person opposite him. That person played a card and said to him with a smile, "Little uncle, you're lucky today." He had 4 cards in his hand and a lot of them were on the table. It seemed that they were all given to him by Jiang Mingyuan. The man grunted and didn't have much of an expression. After his cousin on his left finished playing, he took a card and put it at the back. He picked up the second last card and played it. "It's a draw." Seeing the card he played, the other person excitedly pushed the card, stood up, and poked his hand. "I said that little uncle is lucky. Come, pay the money. You're not allowed to owe me." Cousin-brother sighed and said that he also stopped playing. If Jiang Mingyuan didn't play cards randomly, he would definitely win. Jiang Mingyuan took the blame and didn't refute. He took out a few cards that were used as chips and gave them to the person opposite him. The other person won the money and smiled as he urged them to start the game. When the mahjong machine shuffled the cards, he took out a cigarette and lit it in his mouth. He tilted his head and touched the mahjong tiles while talking to Jiang Mingyuan. "Little uncle, when are you going back?" "The second day of Chinese New Year." "So soon?" The person on the right was surprised. "Why don't you rest for a few more days during the New Year? Is business that busy?" Jiang Mingyuan grunted and didn't say much. "It's good to be busy. After all, there's money to be made." The person on the right arranged the cards and lit a cigarette. He took a puff and flicked the ash with his hand. He put the cigarette back in his mouth and said with a lisp, "Unlike us, there's no business for 2 or 3 months when we're idle. We can't even pay the workers' wages. I'm so worried that I can't sleep all day." After he finished speaking, the young man on the opposite side immediately said, "That's right. The economic environment this year isn't good. I didn't pay the final payment for a few projects I did. I heard that fourth uncle's foreign trade business isn't doing well this year. Many companies have closed." After he finished speaking, he passed the words to fourth cousin brother. Uncle, am I right? Cousin brother smiled and played dumb. He didn't refute or agree. The Jiang family had been doing business since the previous dynasty. It could be considered a big family now, but not all of the family members were successful. Now, Jiang Mingyuan was doing the best in the family. Many of his relatives wanted to get some benefits from him. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a hurry to get close to him. Of the two people at the table, one opened a factory to do electrical components, and the other was in building materials. Both of them were doing well, but they couldn't be compared to the best. However, it was this kind of situation that made them want to seize the opportunity. They wanted to get on board with Jiang Mingyuan and increase their business several times over. Jiang Mingyuan didn't respond to the hints on the table. It was as if all of his attention was on the mahjong in front of him. However, it seemed that there really was a problem with his luck. He played from beginning to end and lost from beginning to end. He kept taking out money. His straightforwardness made the onlookers envious. They all wanted to chase the other people at the table away so that they could take over and earn money. When it came to mahjong, it was boring to always lose. Qinghuan didn't want to continue watching after watching for a while. He ran outside to watch the fireworks. The town not far away was a tourist attraction. On New Year's Eve, there would be a fireworks show for tourists to watch. The buildings here were low. Very few of them were more than 3 stories high. Even though she was some distance away, it didn't affect her appreciation. Besides her, there were other people in the yard. Most of them were children, but there were also women. After watching for a while, someone came to talk to her. The conversation usually started with a random excuse and ended with a direct or indirect inquiry about her and Jiang Mingyuan's life. It was very uncomfortable to chat with these people. Qinghuan couldn't stand it after staying for a while. He casually found an excuse to go in. Coincidentally, her cousin's daughter came back with Xianxia. She looked at the time and saw that it was getting late. She told Jiang Mingyuan to take Xianxia back to sleep. Jiang Mingyuan was also ready to leave, but before he stood up, he was stopped by a group of people. These people only saw him a few days a year. They couldn't wait to be with him 24 hours a day. How could they let him let them go? Helpless, the man could only give her an apologetic look and let her go back to sleep early. Qinghuan pursed her lips unhappily and took Xianxia home. After washing up, she coaxed the child to sleep. Xianxia was sleepy after a crazy night. It didn't take long for him to fall asleep and start snoring. He fell asleep, but Qinghuan wasn't sleepy. She sat on a chair outside the second bedroom and sent a message to Jiang Mingyuan on her phone. She told him not to stay up too late and that she would wait for him to come back. This kind of warm concern made Jiang Mingyuan unable to resist. Less than half an hour after the message was sent, there was a noise downstairs. Qinghuan held her phone and walked out with a smile. At the stairs, she saw the man who was preparing to go upstairs. The two of them wanted to go opposite and met in the middle. Jiang Mingyuan hugged her without saying a word and lowered his head to kiss her deeply. Qinghuan raised her head and let him attack without resistance. After a long time, the man withdrew his entangled lips and tongue and replaced it with a lingering and gentle peck. He lightly pecked her lips and asked in a low voice with an obvious smile, "You miss me so much?" Qinghuan didn't admit it. "It's obvious that you want to come back. You can see that." The man laughed even more happily. After that, he leaned forward and sucked her lips. He bit a little harder. Qinghuan snorted softly and pushed him away. She panted and said, "It's obvious." Although she didn't know how to play, Qinghuan also knew the rules of mahjong. She only watched 2 rounds and could almost see that although the man seemed to be serious, he was not prepared to win at all. The cards he played were completely based on the needs of others. That was why she felt more and more bored and found an excuse to come back early. However, there was one thing she didn't understand. Qinghuan softened in the man's arms and wondered, "Why did you lose money to others on purpose?" "It's convenient." With such a good time, Jiang Mingyuan didn't want to waste it on other things. After that, he picked her up and hesitated for a moment between the secondary bedroom and the guest bedroom. He chose the door on the right and opened it. There was no light in the room, so it was dark. The man was familiar with the furnishings here and had no intention of turning on the light. He walked around the screen and put her on the bed. He pressed her and continued to kiss her, kissing from the corner of her lips to her chin, then kissing along her neck. Finally, he bit her collarbone. He breathed heavily and raised his head with his arms on both sides. "I'm going to take a shower?" It felt so good to be kissed. Qinhuan was actually a little confused, but when she heard this, she suddenly woke up. In fact, she didn't reject the further relationship between the two of them, but she didn't have any experience before. When she thought of what might happen, she was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in. She couldn't say the word okay at all. The dark night became the best camouflage, covering her flushed face and moist eyes. Jiang Mingyuan didn't hear an answer for a long time after he asked. He thought that she was unwilling and gradually felt a little disappointed. He was full of anger and urgently needed to vent, but he still had the bottom line. He wouldn't do anything against the other party's wishes. In the end, he just pinched her slender waist and bit her shoulder a few times to vent his anger. Then he forced himself to get up and leave. "I'll go back first." "Yes." Qinhuan bit her lip and hummed. Because of what had just happened, this short and nasal sound was particularly seductive in the dark night. The man by the bed almost wanted to die. Ultimately, nothing happened that night. The next day was the first day of the Lunar New Year. Just after dawn, the sound of firecrackers could be heard outside. The noise lasted from dawn until dawn. Qinhuan couldn't fall asleep in the first half of the night for some reason, and in the second half of the night, he was disturbed by the sound of firecrackers, so he couldn't sleep well. When he woke up in the morning, his head was dizzy, so he went to wash his face with cold water and felt a little more awake. Not only her, but the other two in the family also didn't sleep well. Jiang Mingyuan looked fine, but there were some dark circles under her eyes. Xingxing was woken up many times in one night, and she was still angry when she got up. She pouted and kept mumbling that she hated firecrackers and wanted to sleep. As she spoke, her eyes closed. The two adults at the side were also helpless. If it was in the past, it would be fine. If he didn't sleep well, he could just make up for it by sleeping. However, today was the first day of the new year, and they couldn't be too late to pay their respects to their elders. "Let him sleep for a while first, and wake him when we go out." Jiang Mingyuan put a blanket on the large mahogany chair in the living room. He put Xingxing on it and covered her with another blanket. After doing this, he pulled Qinhuan to the dining room. "Let's go eat." Qinhuan hurriedly pulled him. "I haven't cooked yet." She didn't sleep well last night, so she didn't wake up much earlier than the other two in the morning. She hadn't entered the kitchen yet. "I know." Jiang Mingyuan interlocked his fingers with hers and said, "This is the custom. Women don't do housework on the first day of the Lunar New Year." He took her to the dining room and sat her down at the table with a smile. "So I'll cook this meal." Qinhuan was a little worried. "Can you?" "It should be no problem," the man said as he walked into the kitchen, and specifically told her not to look back. "Okay." Qinhuan smiled and responded, then took out her phone from her pocket, turned on the front camera, and changed the angle to see what the man was doing. Unfortunately, there was a screen between the dining room and the kitchen. No matter how she looked for an angle, she could only see the man's broad back and nothing else. Qinhuan tried a few angles, but she couldn't see anything, so she gave up. She aimed the phone at herself and pulled it far away, including the back in the kitchen. She looked at the same frame on the screen and muttered to herself, "It seems good?" Then she pressed the button to let the camera record this moment. After doing the work of secretly taking photos, Qinhuan put away her phone with a little guilty conscience. She put her hands on her knees and looked straight ahead to wait for breakfast. The man was busy in the kitchen for a while, and then the sound of the fire came from the kitchen. Not long after, there was a fragrance in the air. Qinhuan took a breath of the sweet air and guessed what the man was cooking. The fragrance didn't last long, and the fire was turned off. Not long after, the man came out with a bowl. It was a bowl of glutinous rice balls. The glutinous rice balls were white, tender, and round. They were squeezed into the soup, and there were a few goji berries in the middle as decorations. They looked pretty good. "Come and try it. What do you think?" Jiang Mingyuan put down the bowl and looked forward to it. Qinghuan scooped up a glutinous rice ball with a spoon under his gaze and took a bite of half of it. The salty soup inside flowed out. It was a meat filling. The filling was very well made. It was neither salty nor greasy. Although it wasn't top-notch, it was definitely not bad. Qinghuan was surprised by the first bite. If she hadn't been outside, she would have suspected that Jiang Mingyuan had found a helper. She stared at the man's burning gaze and finished the remaining half of the glutinous rice ball. Then she nodded and gave him a thumbs up. It's very good. Seeing that she agreed, the man was obviously relieved. His tense lips relaxed, and he went into the kitchen to get himself a bowl. He sat next to Qinghuan and said, "It's good that you like it." Glutinous rice balls had the meaning of roundness. People here would eat them on the first day of the new year. When Father Jiang was still around, he would cook glutinous rice balls on the first day of the new year every year. However, his cooking skills were really not good, and he couldn't cook the glutinous rice balls several times. In that situation, Gu Mingli would refuse to eat it. In the end, the big pot of glutinous rice balls could only be divided between the father and son. After eating it, they would often have indigestion for the whole day. Later on, Father Jiang died, and their glutinous rice balls were made by a servant. However, with a different person, the glutinous rice balls, which originally meant reunion and perfection, seemed to have lost that meaning. Jiang Mingyuan no longer had any expectations for them, and he never ate them again. This time, when he brought Qinghuan and Xingxing back for the new year, Jiang Mingyuan thought of this again. He checked a lot of information in advance and secretly tried it many times. He wasted an unknown amount of raw materials before he finally tasted something that he was satisfied with. After eating the glutinous rice balls, Qinghuan went to wash the dishes. After he was done, he changed his clothes, put the gifts needed for the New Year's visit into the trunk, and woke Xingxing up. The family went out for a New Year's visit. There were actually quite a lot of elders in Jiang Mingyuan, but his biological uncles were no longer around because of the previous incident. The remaining relationships were estranged, so there was no need for him to go. Therefore, for this New Year's visit, the only people they really wanted to go to were his eldest grandfather and his children. When they went, the parrot was still hanging under the porch. This time, it recognized Xingxing. When it saw him, it shouted, "Little handsome, come and play." Xingxing greeted him happily. With a box of gifts in his hands, he said to his good friend, "I'm going to pay a New Year's visit to great-grandfather. I'll come and play with you later." The parrot didn't understand, so it flew to Xingxing's shoulder and laughed at him. Xingxing put the gift box on the ground and reached out to touch the parrot's fur. He said regretfully, "I can't play with you now." "Touch it again." "Oh." Xingxing touched it twice again. "I really have to go." "Little handsome, come and play." The man and the bird talked to each other, and they were delayed at the door for a long time. In the end, another group of people came to pay a New Year's visit, interrupting the entanglement between the man and the bird. The person who came was his grandfather's biological granddaughter. She was in her 40s and was a university professor. It was reasonable to say that her career was very noble, but because the whole family was in business, they usually judged people by money. They felt that a university professor couldn't make much money, so they didn't value her. They were either too lazy to pay attention to her, or they complained in front of her about how much money they made. Her cousin didn't seem to care much about her situation at home. When others ignored her, she rarely stuck to them. Her family was happy. She walked in with her husband and children. When she saw the scene in front of the door, a smile appeared on her face. She greeted Jiang Mingyuan. "Cousin, you're here too. Happy New Year." "Happy New Year." Jiang Mingyuan replied with a smile. He didn't have any friendship with this cousin, but he didn't have any bad feelings. After greeting her, he patted Xingxing and asked him to call people. Xingxing finally looked away from the parrot and shouted to the people in front of him one by one. He didn't touch it, so the parrot flew away to play by itself. Xingxing raised his head and looked at it reluctantly. He picked up the gift box on the ground again, followed his father, and entered the door with his aunt's family to pay a New Year's visit to his great-grandfather. The old man's house was particularly lively. He was old and had a high seniority. There were more than a dozen children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren in his family, not to mention people like Jiang Mingyuan. The old man was in the living room. When they entered, there was an 8 or 8-year-old child kowtowing to him to pay a New Year's greeting. He pulled the little guy up with a smile on his face, took out a red packet from his arms with his unsteady hand, patted the child's head, and told him to study hard. As soon as Xianxia saw the red packet, his eyes lit up. Yesterday, his sister took him out to play for a few hours. The little guy had fully realized the benefits of money. Now, without being urged by others, he ran happily to his great-grandfather and knelt down in front of him. Learning what his parents had taught him before, he wished his great-grandfather a happy, healthy, and long life. He moved so fast that Jiang Mingyuan and Qinghuan only caught up with him after he finished speaking. The two of them were a little speechless about Xianxia's performance. They looked at each other, put down the things in their hands, and greeted him with a slightly forced smile. The old man smiled and said okay. He took out 2 red packets from his arms. One was for Xianxia, and the other was for Qinghuan. Take it. Jiang Mingyuan said in her ear, you get it for the first time. Qinghuan felt less stressed after he said that. She thanked him and took the red packet with both hands. After leaving first Grandpa's side, there were still his children left. After running a lap, it was almost time for lunch. Jiang Mingyuan had made an appointment with his 4th cousin yesterday. Naturally, they would have lunch there. His cousin and his wife were easy to get along with. When they got along, they could get along well with each other. After leaving those probing gazes, Qinghuan had a good meal. After lunch, the people who came to play mahjong came again. At this time, Qinghuan finally understood the meaning of the man losing money yesterday. With an unhappy expression on his face, he rejected those people's invitations. He said that his gambling luck hadn't been good recently. If he played, he would definitely lose money. Although the money wasn't much, it wasn't a good idea to give away money on the first day of the new year. People who did business were more or less superstitious. When he said that, others believed him. They only gave him a few symbolic words of advice and didn't insist on letting him play. Then, they secretly changed the topic to business and cried about all kinds of sadness. When these people cried about their difficulties, Jiang Mingyuan just listened. When they hinted at him to help, he pretended not to understand. When they refused to let go, the man quietly changed the topic. Anyway, he stayed at his cousin's house for a few hours. No one could really get any benefits from him. Qinghuan was completely convinced by him. Those people's cries sounded very real. Her heart softened when she heard them, but the man didn't even frown from beginning to end. She still sighed when she came out. You're really amazing. Jiang Mingyuan was a little helpless at this kind of praise. It happens every year. I have to get used to it. What he said was true. Qinghuan recalled that when those people were crying that they had no money, that there was no business, and that their company was going to close down, their eyes never stopped scheming. Sometimes, the thoughts of this group of relatives could be said to be naked in front of him. He was so smart, so of course he would not be fooled. Jiang Mingyuan, actually, I pitied them before, so I gave them some things, and then? Qinghuan's intuition told him that it wouldn't end well. Later, it was discovered that the construction materials for that project were shoddy, and it almost failed the inspection. Qinghuan was shocked. Substandard construction was definitely not a small matter. If it wasn't handled properly, it could lead to death. Her throat tightened. What happened after that? Later, I demolished the house and rebuilt it. It had been a long time since that incident. Jiang Mingyuan didn't feel much when he talked about it. He even joked, fortunately, because of the lack of funds at that time, the houses were built one by one. Otherwise, I might have gone bankrupt at that time. He held Qinghuan's hand and looked at her side profile. Fortunately, I didn't go bankrupt at that time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to see you. Qinghuan didn't have the leisure to joke with him. She looked a little angry. What about the person who sold you the fake goods? Go find him to compensate for the loss. He ran away before I could find him. At that time, his father had just passed away, and he was still immersed in grief. The management rights of the company were taken away by his uncles. He wanted to take it back, but no one was willing to believe that a young man less than 20 years old could manage such a large group. Few people on the board of directors were willing to support him. Outsiders didn't believe him, and his mother at home poured cold water on him all day long. She told him that he didn't know how to do anything and that it was better to let his relatives manage the company. They were all family, so they wouldn't hurt him. At that time, he was disappointed and indignant. After an argument, he left home and came out with the few assets he had. He was determined to make a career and go back to those people. However, at that time, he was young. He was greedy and indecisive. He lost a lot of money and suffered a lot. However, in retrospect, those losses weren't all bad. Jiang Mingyuan pinched the woman's tender fingers and smiled to appease the angry person. I didn't go bankrupt. Later, the house was rebuilt, and the company's reputation was built because of this incident. I didn't have to worry about sales anymore. It can be said that fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. What he said was indeed very reasonable, but Qing Huan still cried out for him. But you can't just suffer like that. I didn't suffer a loss. Later, I got the money back. Really? Qing Huan didn't believe it. Now, in her mind, Jiang Mingyuan was comparable to a cabbage. The man repeated, really? Not only did he get the money back, but he also didn't have a good time after that. Qing Huan was in a good mood when he said that. The two chatted in a low voice all the way and began to prepare dinner when they got home. After dinner, the family cleaned up and was about to go to bed when Jiang Mingyuan's mother called again. She was now flushed with success. Her sweetheart's career was improving, and the two of them were together as they wished. The man who had experienced a low point cherished his current life and took care of her meticulously. Gu Mingli was in a very good mood every day now. Even his face looked a few years younger. Although he was born in a foreign country, Gu Mingli didn't feel lonely during the spring festival with the company of his sweetheart. He even cooked a few dishes himself. During dinner, she actually wanted to call her son to say hello, but it was inconvenient to contact him due to the time difference. Secondly, she was afraid that Jiang Mingyuan would bring the topic to Jiang Mingyuan's father. Therefore, this call, which was originally intended to be made on New Year's Eve, was postponed for a day. Jiang Mingyuan's mother expressed her greetings to her son on the other end of the phone and said a lot of words of concern. Jiang Mingyuan didn't have much of a reaction. When the other party said something, he just listened. He didn't respond and didn't find fault with her. The mother and son had almost no common topics to talk about. 5 minutes of conversation was the limit. Before hanging up the phone, Gu Mingli suddenly made a big move. Mingyuan, what do you think of me changing my nationality? Jiang Mingyuan raised the corner of his lips and said with a sarcastic expression, why did you think of this? The person on the other end of the phone couldn't see his expression. She had a good reason. I'm recuperating here for a long time. It's too troublesome to always apply for a visa. It's better to do it once and for all. Besides, transportation is convenient now. Even if I change my nationality, it's not a big deal. There won't be too many obstacles. Jiang Mingyuan's expression was cold, but his words were very gentle. You can do as you see fit. His tone gave Gu Mingli a great illusion. She felt that she had hidden her matter very well. She hung up the phone, walked to the dressing mirror, and gently tied the man's tie. She raised her head and kissed him. When I change my nationality, let's get married. At middle age, the man's figure had long been out of shape, but he still had a gentle temperament that made her admire him. Her eyes were infatuated, and she didn't notice the impatience of the man beside her. The man pulled down her hand that was grabbing his front lapel and kissed her back perfunctorily. He said that it wasn't urgent. You have to be careful abroad. It'll be bad if your son finds out. He won't know that Mingyuan is completely fascinated by that vixen. He won't care about me at all. She pouted and acted like a little girl. I only have you now. Jiang Sudong was a little disgusted by her, but he didn't show it on his face. He still needed this woman now. The middle-aged man's face was greasy with deep affection. His eyes flashed. I heard that woman doesn't know much. She's just a prostitute. Although her son stopped her, Gu Mingli still investigated the vixen's past clearly. She became more and more persistent. She's definitely with Mingyuan for money. For money. Jiang Sudong touched her hair and sighed. His expression was unreadable. Mother Zhang's phone call didn't have any impact on Jiang Mingyuan. After breakfast the next day, they were ready to leave for S City. The vacation location had been chosen. It was a tropical island country famous for its tourism. Jiang Mingyuan arranged all the itineraries properly, striving to give his family the best experience. They arrived home in the afternoon, packed up, and prepared to take the evening flight. However, on the eve of their departure, Jiang Mingyuan received another phone call. The phone call was related to work. After taking the phone, the relaxed expression on his face disappeared. He said to Qinghuan, "Sorry, I may not be able to accompany you to play." "It's okay. Anyway, we can travel anytime. If you have something to do, go do it." Work was naturally more important than playing. Qinghuan didn't say anything. She quickly packed their luggage and sent them downstairs. The driver was already waiting downstairs. Seeing them get in the car, Qinghuan asked with some worry, "Is it serious?" "It's not too serious." Jiang Mingyuan comforted her. "Don't worry." In fact, things were not as easy as he said. The place where the accident happened was Zhang's tourism island project in Country I. The local area was hit by the worst typhoon in 10 years. A tower crane on the construction site was blown down and hit 2 passers-by. Zhang's was also an unexpected disaster. When they knew that the typhoon was going to pass, they had already given the workers a holiday and reinforced the equipment. It was reasonable to say that there would be no problem. However, no one had expected that the typhoon, which had not been taken seriously, would be so powerful. No one had expected that there would still be people who dared to wander around in the middle of a typhoon. The strongest typhoon combined with the most fearless passers-by had resulted in such a tragic outcome. Originally, Zhang's could just admit that it was unlucky and pay some money. The person in charge there also did the same. But the bad thing was that the country where the project was located was on the eve of the election. The ruling party and the opposition party attacked each other every day. Zhang's tourism island project, as one of the ruling party's achievements, had long been regarded as a thorn in the side of the opposition party. It was impossible not to step on this kind of thing. The opposition party used this accident to incite the public's anger and suppress the ruling party. Zhang's hotel project was forced to stop. The group had invested a lot in this project. One more day of delay meant one more day of loss. There was no other way. Only the big boss, Jiang Mingyuan, could come forward to negotiate. Jiang Mingyuan had encountered this kind of thing more than once and was familiar with it. He went over to publicly express his condolences to the families of the deceased and added a sum of compensation. The amount of compensation was definitely enough to make most people jealous. After finishing the superficial work, he began to contact the members of the 2 parties in private and asked them not to involve Zhang's. In fact, whether it was the ruling party or the opposition party, they did not want any problems to happen to Zhang's project. Their country's land area was small, their industry was not developed, and there were no great minerals. They relied on tourism to increase their income. Once Zhang's tourism island was completed, it would greatly increase their attraction to tourists from other countries. But in fact, when faced with votes, those politicians could do anything. Jiang Mingyuan walked between the 2 parties all day and spent a lot of effort to temporarily persuade them not to make a fuss about the tourism island project. At this time, the Spring Festival holiday was over. "When will you come back after you're done?" In the living room, Qinghuan sat cross-legged on the sofa, eating strawberries and video calling someone. After a few days of busy work, the man had obviously lost some weight and became much darker. She felt a little sorry for him. "I have to nourish you when I come back. Soon." The man pinched the space between his eyebrows, and there was undisguised fatigue on his face. "I still have a few people to meet tomorrow. I can go back after meeting them. Go to bed early. Don't worry about me." Hearing that Jiang Mingyuan would be back soon, Qinghuan was finally relieved. She had seen a lot of coups in small countries on the news before and was afraid that men would also encounter such problems. These days, she was on tenterhooks and stared at the news when she had time. The TV station only talked about a few new things every day. Some things had to be repeated more than a dozen times from morning to night, so Xianxia learned how to say them. Fortunately, this kind of life was finally coming to an end. That night, Qinhuan went to bed very early. After washing up, she lay on the bed with her hands folded on her abdomen. She was thinking about what to do when Jiang Mingyuan came back to make up for his lost weight. She was also thinking about registering Xianxia and finding time to meet the new teacher. Thinking about these things, she gradually fell asleep. Qinhuan didn't sleep well. She seemed to have seen something terrible in her dream. When she woke up, the feeling of panic was still there, but she forgot about it. She covered her chest and breathed heavily. She reached out to touch the cold sweat on her forehead. She turned on her phone and saw that it was only 3 o'clock in the morning. Jiang Mingyuan should be asleep at this time, so she didn't want to disturb him. When she woke up, she couldn't fall asleep. Qinhuan lay for a while and habitually turned on the TV. There was no program. Looking at the blue screen, she sighed, raised her hand to knock on her forehead, turned off the TV again, lay on the bed, and stared at the ceiling in a daze. The second half of the night passed just like that. At dawn, Qinhuan got up. She absent-mindedly boiled the rice and looked at the time again. At 6 o'clock, it was time for the morning news. Early in the morning, there was very little new news. The news broadcast was also yesterday's content. Qinhuan used the host's voice as background sound and continued to prepare breakfast. According to the measurement of the seismic network of Continent X, at 22 o'clock local time, which is 3 o'clock Beijing time, a strong earthquake with a magnitude of 8.5 occurred in the sea at 56 degrees east longitude and 23 degrees north latitude. The tsunami caused by the earthquake affected many islands of country I. Currently, the country has entered a state of emergency. The embassy and consulate have issued a reminder. At the beginning of the news broadcast, Qinhuan didn't take it seriously. When she heard a key word, her expression suddenly changed. The sieve in his hand fell to the ground, and the flour flew out, splashing his clothes with specks of white. But Qinhuan was not in the mood to pay attention to this. She hurriedly ran out of the kitchen. The television in the living room was still broadcasting the tsunami caused by the earthquake. It showed footage taken by an eyewitness. The waves crashed heavily onto the shore. The trees, tables, chairs, telephone poles, and even houses on the shore were knocked down. The seawater carried garbage and poured into the city. In the footage, a young man could even be seen lying on a piece of driftwood, shouting for help from both sides. However, in the next moment, he was swept into the water by the waves and disappeared without a trace. Qinhuan's heart clenched tightly at that moment, as if she had lost the ability to think. Her limbs were so weak that she almost couldn't support her body. After a few minutes, she suddenly came to her senses. The first thing she did was to take out her mobile phone and call Jiang Mingyuan. The phone beeped, and her eyes lit up. Then she heard a reminder that the other party was not in the service area. The hope that had just risen was shattered. Qinhuan's hands were trembling. She clenched her teeth, but still, 2 lines of tears flowed out of her eyes. She reached out and wiped her face. Qinhuan continued to call the other party. The tsunami was not a small matter. Several news articles in a row talked about it. Qinhuan called more than a dozen times, but no one answered. Finally, she calmed down a little and stopped doing this useless work. She wrote down the phone number of the embassy in country I. After calling many times, she finally got through. The capital where the embassy was located was not affected by the disaster, but because country I was also a tourist destination, there were too many people who had lost contact with the disaster. They were a little busy, so they hurriedly talked about the current situation of country I and wrote down Jiang Mingyuan's personal information. After comforting her for a while, they hung up the phone and said that they would inform her as soon as there was news. Qinhuan was in a daze. After ending the call with the embassy, she tried to contact Jiang Mingyuan again. She tried all kinds of social media, but there was no response for the time being. She sat on the ground with no expression on her face. Her heart seemed to be empty, and it was constantly emitting cold air, freezing her limbs and bones. When Xianxia woke up, he saw this scene. He was wearing his own clothes, and one of the buttons of his small cotton-padded jacket was crooked. The child was sleepy. He came over and sat on the floor facing her. He asked, "Mom, I'm hungry. What are we eating for breakfast?" Hearing her son's voice, Qinghuan suddenly came back to her senses. Her empty eyes finally focused, but when she saw Xingxing, the sadness and panic in her heart rose a little. Qinghuan raised her head and blinked. She endured the sour feeling, got up from the ground, put down the phone, and got up to pull Xingxing up. "Don't sit on the ground." "Mom, I'll sit if you sit." Qinghuan was not in the mood to joke with Xingxing. When she heard him, she only nodded and took him to the dining room. She walked into the kitchen. When she was sifting the flour, she heard the news and didn't do the rest. So today's breakfast was only a bowl of porridge. The porridge was cooked in the rice cooker, so there was no problem. Qinghuan took out a bowl of porridge and a plate of pickled vegetables. She put it in front of Xingxing and let him eat. Xingxing was a little surprised by such a simple breakfast, but he didn't say anything. He obediently drank half a bowl of porridge. Seeing that his mother was still standing opposite him, he asked curiously, "Mom, don't you eat breakfast?" "Mom is not hungry." How could Qinghuan have an appetite now? She forced a smile and rubbed Xingxing's head. "You eat by yourself." "Okay." Xingxing didn't feel anything wrong. He gulped down the remaining half a bowl of porridge, put down the spoon, wiped his mouth, and was about to rush out. "Mom, I'm going to play." After the little guy finished speaking, he ran out without waiting for his mother's response. He was crazy in the toy room upstairs all morning. When he was hungry, he ran down. In the end, he came down and saw that the house was cold. His mother was still in the same position as in the morning. Not to mention cooking, she didn't even wash his dishes. The little guy was a little worried. He clutched his stomach and walked to Qinghuan's side. He timidly called out to his mother. "Are you sick?" "No." Qinghuan rubbed her face with her hands. She thought about a lot of things all morning. Now that she saw Xingxing, she made a decision in her heart. "Mom will take you out to play, okay?" "Okay." The little guy was particularly interested in going out to play. When he heard this, he forgot that he was still hungry. He leaned over and hugged Qinghuan's leg. He looked up and asked, "With Dad?" "Yes." Qinghuan was hugged by him and took a step back. She had been standing all morning. Her legs were so numb that she couldn't feel them. She was so stiff that she couldn't even complete the movement of bending her knees. Qinghuan pinched the muscles on her legs and frowned. She endured the piercing numbness and itchiness and finally regained the feeling in her legs. Her movements were swift and decisive. Only then did she decide to find him. In less than half an hour, the mother and son were out of the house. They didn't need a visa to go to Country I, which saved a lot of cumbersome procedures. Coincidentally, there was a flight to the capital of Country I at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Qinghuan took Xingxing to the airport to finish the formalities and bought a simple fast food. She still didn't have much of an appetite, but she still forced herself to eat something. After eating, she hugged Xingxing and browsed the news while waiting for the boarding time. Country I had just experienced a natural disaster. Many tourists who had planned to travel had cancelled their plans. Not even half of the people on the plane were seated. It took 10 hours to fly from S-City to the capital of Country I. Qinghuan bought economy class. The space was so narrow that it wasn't convenient for her to stretch her legs, not to mention the food. When Xingxing first boarded the plane, he was still a little excited. As time passed, his excitement faded. After eating, the little guy was completely listless. "Mom." He put a yellow leaf into his mouth with a bitter face. He pouted and said, "This plane isn't as delicious as the previous one." Economy class naturally couldn't be compared to first class. Qinghuan touched his head and didn't say anything. After he finished eating, she hugged him in her arms and softly coaxed him to sleep. Xingxing's biological clock had always been on time. Even on the not-so-comfortable plane, he fell asleep on time. Qinghuan didn't sleep all night with him in her arms. Finally, the plane landed. It was 11 o'clock in the evening in Country I. The airport was still busy. She carried the sleeping Xingxing through the formalities and found the embassy according to the address she had written down. The embassy was brightly lit and the staff were working overtime. When Qinghuan went in, she heard someone discussing a rescue plan. She found someone and explained her purpose. The staff member wasn't surprised. He said a few words about the latest progress and asked which island Jiang Mingyuan was on. He said that it would be easier to find him if the range was determined. When the two finally chatted, the man only said that he wanted to meet a few people. He didn't say which island he was going to. Qinghuan wasn't sure where he was before they lost contact. Seeing her like this, the staff member was a little disappointed. He comforted Qinghuan with a few words and took her to a nearby hotel. He told her to stay there first. He had already arranged for people to go to the various disaster areas to rescue. There would be news soon. Thank you. Qinghuan thanked him softly. She took the room card and went upstairs with Xianxia in her arms. Qinghuan booked a double bed. The hotel facilities were good and there was no strange smell. She took off Xianxia's jacket and shoes and stuffed them under the quilt. She sat in a daze for a while and took out her phone again to see if there was any reply. She still used a domestic card for her phone. There was no signal at all. The hotel didn't provide Wi-Fi. She could only use it to check the time and nothing else. Qinghuan put away her phone in disappointment and lay on the other bed. She hadn't slept for a day and a night. Her body was exhausted, but her mind was tense. She didn't feel sleepy at all. She stayed up all night like this. When she got up, she almost fell down. Her head was heavy. She covered her head and washed her face with cold water a few times to make it feel better. The woman in the mirror had a yellow complexion, dark circles under her eyes, and pale lips. She looked like the heroine of a ghost movie. Qinghuan stared at her for a while, raised her hand and patted her face. Then she went back to the room to wake Xianxia up. She took him to wash up and eat breakfast. Then she asked the staff member about the location of the business hall. After a while, the two finally connected. Qinghuan found the place according to the other party's instructions. She arrived too early and the business hall wasn't open yet. She waited outside for more than an hour before the business hall finally opened. The staff in the business hall only spoke the local language, so the two couldn't communicate at all. They struggled for a long time and got a little angry. In the end, a Chinese man who came to the door to do business helped Qinghuan choose a more affordable set meal and paid for her because she didn't have time to exchange money. Qinghuan gave the kind man the money according to the proportion. After she left the business hall, she couldn't wait to plug in her new SIM card. With an extra card, she had to set up some messy things. She patiently clicked on them one by one, and then she couldn't wait to open WeChat. WeChat was quiet. There were no new messages, only a few new updates from the public account she subscribed to. Qinghuan supported herself against the wall. She gritted her teeth and took a deep breath to hide her disappointment. She dragged her heavy legs and walked back. Halfway there, the phone in her pocket vibrated. Qinghuan took it out and opened it as fast as she could. Her eyes just lit up and then dimmed again. It wasn't a message from someone else. It was just a piece of news recommended by a certain software. The title was sensational. Country's huge tsunami, unknown status of the head of Jiang Group, caused stock prices to plummet. Qinghuan had expected that Jiang Mingyuan's incident in country would be reported. As the leader of a group with a market value of more than 1 trillion yuan, Jiang Mingyuan also had a good reputation in China. His visit to country was not a secret. It was normal for him to be mentioned in this kind of disaster that attracted global attention. She did not read the news because she could foresee that she could not help at all. She was of no use here. She could only wait quietly for the glimmer of hope to appear. The disaster in country caused the whole country to fall into a short period of turmoil. Rescue teams and supplies from all over the world were sent to other disaster areas. The power and communication in the disaster area had not been restored, so the rescue was very difficult. But after a day, many survivors and victims' bodies were found, and the identification of the bodies began. Qinghuan went to the embassy again. This time, there were many more people inside. Judging from their conversation, they should be looking for relatives in China. The atmosphere in the embassy was gloomy, making it hard for people to breathe. Qinghuan covered her chest and found the staff in charge of registration with a tense face. She told him her new contact information, and then hurried out of the door. After doing this, she did not seem to know what to do. It was still early, and the streets were a little chaotic. Qinghuan put her hands in her pockets, shrunk her shoulders, and walked aimlessly against the corner of the wall. She could not calm down. It was like ice and fire. She hoped that the embassy would contact her as soon as possible, but she was also afraid that it would be bad news. She spent the whole morning in fear. Fortunately, her phone did not ring. Qinghuan set an alarm. Her phone rang at 11:30 sharp. She turned off the ringtone, raised her head and looked around. Then she chose a direction and walked over. Xianxia was a smart child. He found the problem on the second day here. His mother said that she would take him to play, but she did not take him out of the door. The little boy stayed in the hotel for a long time. When Qinghuan came in, he rushed over and asked, "Where's Dad?" Dad was delayed by something. "Let's wait for him, okay?" "Okay." The little boy expressed his understanding. After a while, he said that he wanted to go out to play. He was bored here. Qinghuan hesitated for a moment, but still refused. "No, we can't go out for the time being. Disasters would affect public order." Although the capital was not affected by the tsunami, because of this major disaster, many people living here were in a state of panic. In addition, there were family members and rescue teams from various countries who came to look for their relatives, as well as people who fled from other places. The composition of the people in the city became unprecedentedly complicated. She dared not take the risk of taking the child out. "But I really want to go out." Xianxia hugged her mother's leg. "Mom, take me out to play." Qinghuan still shook his head. The little guy thought for a moment and thought that his mother didn't take him out to play because his father hadn't come yet. So, he came up with a plan and began to negotiate with his mother. "We can tell Dad where to play and let him come to us directly." Qinghuan stroked his hair and looked at the child's fawning face. He bit his lip hard. She felt like crying again. Her entire being seemed to have become exceptionally fragile as she fell into a vicious cycle of self-pity. Qinghuan raised her head slightly and swallowed the bitterness in her throat. She forced a smile and casually found an excuse. "Mom went out this morning and asked around. You can't play here yet." "Why?" "Because the place to play hasn't been built yet." "Is it that kind of big house?" Xianxia reached out and gestured. "There are superhumans and monsters inside." "Yes, that kind." Qinghuan actually didn't hear what her son was talking about. Because she hadn't slept for a long time, her ears were ringing. Enduring a wave of dizziness, Qinghuan smiled and took out the lunch she brought back. Lunch was a kind of meat pie that locals often ate. It tasted sweet and a little hard, but it was very fragrant. Most children liked sweet things. Xianxia also accepted this meat pie very well. He finished it without much coaxing. Qinghuan also ate a little. After lunch, she took out 2 toys from her bag. They came out in a hurry. The mother and son didn't bring anything except a set of clothes. Qinghuan couldn't let the child go out. She couldn't let him stay in the hotel. On the way back, she specially found a toy store and bought 2 toys. Foreign toys were different from domestic ones. Xianxia pondered for a while before he knew how to play. Because it was novel and he had never seen it before, he immediately liked it and no longer felt bored. Seeing that her son was having fun, Qinghuan was also relieved. She leaned against the bed and looked at Xianxia on her phone to entertain herself. As she looked at it, Qinghuan's consciousness became more and more heavy. She hadn't rested for more than a day, and her body couldn't take it anymore. Originally, she was just holding on, but now that her mind was slightly relaxed, she couldn't resist the sleepiness at all. This sleep was particularly deep. In the end, Qinghuan was woken up by a phone ringing. At first, she thought that she was dreaming, but when the familiar music was repeated for the second time, she suddenly woke up. When she fell asleep, she sat and leaned against the bed. When she woke up, she was still like this. Because her posture was wrong, she felt a little uncomfortable all over. But Qinghuan couldn't care about this now. Looking at the number displayed on the phone, she pressed the answer button as fast as she could. Hello, Ms. Ching? We have found Mr. Jiang and will bring him to the embassy soon. When do you think it's convenient for you to come over? Ching Huan covered her mouth and took a deep breath. She felt a little dizzy. It was the kind of disbelief of being hit by a great surprise. I can go over now. Because of excitement, her voice was a little sharp, which startled the little guy who was playing on the other side. Xianxia put down the toy in his hand and turned to look at him. Mom, where are you going? Let's go find Dad. Ching Huan came with the worst plan. She had been prepared to wait for a long time. She didn't expect that there would be news the next day. After a short trance, she was completely surprised, excited, and glad. Ching Huan put on her shoes as fast as she could and pulled her son out. Mom, Mom. Xianxia was pulled and called several times. Your hair hasn't been combed yet. Ching Huan had already walked out of the door. When she heard this, she stopped. She let go of her son and ran into the bathroom with small steps. She tied her hair into a ponytail and hurriedly took her son out. The embassy was not far from the hotel where they were staying. It was less than 20 minutes walk. This short journey was compressed into less than 10 minutes in Ching Huan's anxious mood. She ran over with Xianxia in her arms. The little guy was really heavy. When she ran into the embassy door, she was already out of breath and sweating. Ching Huan put down Xianxia and took a break at the door. She asked the staff who had contacted her before for the specific address, and then continued to walk in with him. The embassy was still busy. The staff's footsteps were hurried, and the phone was ringing non-stop. Ching Huan didn't stop walking all the way. When she reached the outside of the office, her footsteps were a little shaky. She stopped, clenched her fists, and then loosened them. Then she raised her hand and knocked on the door. Please come in. The door wasn't locked, and it opened with a twist. In the short time it took to open the door, Ching Huan's heart seemed to jump out of her chest. There were many people in the office. Ching Huan glanced around and saw the man in the middle at a glance. The man's appearance looked a little embarrassed. The standard suit was full of stains. His suit pants were wet and stuck to his body. His tie was loose, and his hair was not dry yet. But even so, his back was still straight, and his momentum was awe-inspiring. With just one glance, the tears that Ching Huan had swallowed countless times rolled out in disappointment. The moment her tears fell, Jiang Mingyuan also turned his head. When he saw the person at the door, his face changed greatly. Why are you here? He walked over quickly. His eyes were a little sharp because of nervousness and were very aggressive. Ching Huan's tears couldn't stop, as if she wanted to vent all the worries and fears of the day. But she felt very embarrassed to cry in front of so many people. So she raised her hand to wipe away her tears. But before her hand could touch her cheek, it was held tightly by someone. Jiang Mingyuan held her hand a little trembling. He repeatedly confirmed with his eyes that there was nothing wrong with the mother and son. Then he pressed her shoulder, gritted his teeth, and said in a low voice, "It's dangerous here." Ching Huan leaned into his arms to cover her embarrassment. Her fingers pinched the man's palm, and soon the clothes under her face were wet. The staff in the office had seen many such scenes of reunion after a disaster, so they understood and didn't disturb them. When Ching Huan finished crying and looked up, they said that there should be a domestic chartered plane coming to pick them up the day after tomorrow. They asked if they needed it. Because of this natural disaster, the only domestic airport in country I was still operating normally in the capital. There were too many people going back and forth, which had long exceeded the airport's capacity. Now it was almost impossible to buy a return ticket. Considering this situation, the government organized several domestic airlines to arrange chartered planes to pick up the stranded passengers. Jiang Mingyuan politely refused, saying that he had other ways to go back, so he didn't want to take up public resources. The staff nodded in understanding. He also knew Jiang Mingyuan's identity, so it wasn't difficult for him to contact the chartered plane. They were still very busy here, and the staff didn't want to continue talking. After saying this, they went to do other things. Jiang Mingyuan held Xianxia and held Ching Huan's hand as they walked out. Most of the people in the office also followed them out. There were already several cars waiting outside the door. Jiang Mingyuan walked to the middle car and opened the door. He let Xianxia sit in the innermost seat and sat on the outside. He pulled Qinghuan to sit on his lap and hugged her tightly. The driver was a new face. He glanced at them in the rearview mirror before starting the car. Qinghuan had just vented her anger, so her mood calmed down a lot. She wrapped the man's big hand and had a lot to say in her heart. After thinking for a long time, she asked the most unimportant question, "Where are you going?" "The hotel I stayed in before." "Don't you want to ask me anything?" Feeling the body in his arms tensing up, Jiang Mingyuan lowered his head and touched her neck gently to comfort her. He took the initiative to explain what happened in the past 2 days. The Jiang group had more than one tourist island project in Country I, and there were other smaller projects. Jiang Mingyuan planned to visit all the industries here this time. According to the original plan, he would set off to return to the capital on the night of the phone call with Qinghuan. After meeting the last 2 people, he would return to China. However, something unexpected happened on the same day. A project that had been discussed early suddenly changed, so he had to stay to deal with it and held a meeting overnight. When the earthquake happened, they were still in the middle of the meeting. When they felt the vibration and realized what was going on, Jiang Mingyuan organized people to evacuate. Not long after they came out, the tsunami came. The hotel Jiang Mingyuan and the others stayed in was not too far from the coast. Separated by the night, they could not see the real scene, but they could hear the roar of the water. They had never heard the sound and could not describe it. They were shocked. They were lucky. The hotel was not particularly close to the coast, and the terrain was relatively high. They were lucky to escape the tsunami and did not suffer much damage from the seawater behind. They just had no water and power, and could not contact the outside world. The water that poured into the city gradually subsided after a day. Later, there were many rescue teams in the city. The rescue team found that there were people trapped in the hotel, and Jiang Mingyuan and the others were rescued. Coincidentally, they happened to be from the same country. The experience of the past 2 days was described by him without any twists and turns, but Qinghuan could not believe that things were really as smooth as he said. She held the man's hand tightly, turned her head, and bit the man's shoulder through the suit. The man helplessly lifted her face. "Your clothes are dirty." He lowered his head, met the woman's somewhat fierce gaze, and kissed her slightly dry lips. This kiss was very pure. It was just a simple contact of the lips, with a reassuring taste. After the kiss, Jiang Mingyuan let go of her lips. "When did you come over?" "Qinghuan, last night." The hand on her waist tightened, but he let go before she felt the pain. The man sighed silently. "I made you worry." Qinghuan shook her head. "It's good that you're fine." He pressed his face against hers as if they were warming each other up. "Don't come to such a dangerous place next time." Qinghuan didn't say anything. "Huh? Let's go back and find a temple to pray. It's almost the Lantern Festival." Qinghuan grabbed the man's hand and changed the topic very stiffly. Jiang Mingyuan knew that she was silently rejecting him, but he couldn't say anything too tough. He just sighed again. "Okay. I'm sleepy." She hadn't slept for more than a day, and the few hours in the afternoon couldn't make up for it. "Then sleep." Jiang Mingyuan pressed her in his arms. "I'll wake you up when we arrive." "Okay." Qinghuan moved down a little, leaned in his arms, and fell asleep. She slept very soundly. When she woke up again, they had already arrived at the airport. Jiang Mingyuan had originally planned to return to China today, and the plane had already been arranged. Even if something happened, they could return as scheduled. After this thrilling experience, everyone couldn't wait to return to China, so they only took a short rest in the hotel and went directly to the airport after finishing the procedures. Of all the people present, only Xianxia felt strange. They had come out to play, but they didn't play at all and went back just like that. Although he was very puzzled and a little depressed, a 5-year-old child was easy to fool. Jiang Mingyuan casually found an excuse and promised to accompany him to play elsewhere after returning, and this matter was over. The journey back was much more comfortable than when they came. The plane had been modified. All the seats had been removed and replaced with a luxuriously decorated living room, bedroom, bar, gym, recuperation room, conference room, and so on. There were 2 huge sofas in the living room. Even if a dozen people sat on them, it would not seem crowded. The flight attendants on the plane had already thoughtfully prepared food and drinks. The other staff accompanying them had been busy for many days. After boarding the plane, they could finally relax. Jiang Mingyuan knew that they didn't want to see the boss at this time, so he didn't stay and took the mother and son to the bedroom. The bedroom was naturally luxurious as well. The space was not smaller than the living room at all. The floor was covered with a long fur carpet, and the outside was used to receive guests. The sofa and appliances were complete, and there was a small wine cabinet next to it with a lot of red wine. There was a huge bed in the middle of the bedroom. It was about 3 to 4 meters wide and the same length. One could roll on it. When Qinghuan came in, she was really shocked. After all, she was a poor peasant who had to buy economy class to fly. She had never seen such a modified private jet before. She was in a daze for a while before she came back to her senses. Is this yours? Jiang Mingyuan, no, I borrowed it from someone. Then he asked, do you want a private jet? I can buy one. No, no. He said it lightly, but Qinghuan's heart trembled when she heard it. She quickly refused and was curious. Why did you think of borrowing a private jet? I applied for a flight route but it was useless, so I borrowed it. Jiang Mingyuan explained clearly and took her hand. There are many restrictions on private jets in China. It's also troublesome to apply for a flight route, so I didn't buy it. If you like, we can fly abroad for fun. Qinghuan. It's really not necessary. I'm not interested in this. Jiang Mingyuan carefully observed her expression. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and didn't say anything about the plane. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat tonight? I want to eat prawns. Before Qinghuan could express her opinion, Xianxia ran over and hugged her father's thigh. I want very, very big prawns. Okay, I'll give you very, very big prawns. As a toy of the top rich, the service on the private jet was naturally first class. When Xianxia said that she wanted to eat prawns, a giant lobster nearly 6 kilograms was really on the dinner table. More than a dozen people couldn't finish it. After dinner, Qinghuan was sleepy again. She forced her eyelids open and stood for a while to digest the food. She couldn't help but be attracted to the bed. Jiang Mingyuan pulled her. Go take a shower first. This bedroom was equipped with a bathroom. Qinghuan took a shower and only dried her hair halfway. She couldn't wait to fall on the bed. She pulled the quilt up to her chin and looked at the position next to her. She hesitated for a moment and said to the obviously tired man, you also take a shower and go to sleep. The man was silent for a while before nodding. He bent down and hugged Xianxia, hiding the unnaturalness on his face, and walked to the bathroom. The bath lasted for a long time. Qinghuan heard the faint sound of water, and her consciousness became deeper and deeper. In a daze, she felt that the bed sank a little, and then there was a heat source beside her. After that, she didn't know anything. The flight speed of the private jet was a little slower than that of the airline. They left at 8 o'clock in the evening and arrived in S City at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. More than half a day later, the news that the head of the Jiang group had successfully survived had already been sent back to the country. The group stock quickly bounced because of this news, and those who were secretly ready to make trouble also withdrew their tentacles. The relationship between Jiang Mingyuan and Qinghuan was exposed at the same time. Wherever a major event happened, the first thing to rush over was definitely the reporters. They were responsible for reporting the latest news. Naturally, they would not let go of the embassy. The scene of Jiang Mingyuan and his group coming out was broadcasted by the live broadcast at that time. Jiang Mingyuan was considered a celebrity in China. Originally, because of his low-key style, not many people knew him. Thanks to this tsunami, now his photos were everywhere on the internet. Some bored netizens even held a prayer event to ask some god to bless his safe return. Therefore, as soon as this video was broadcasted, he was recognized. A large group like the Jiang group had long been associated with the interests of countless people. When they saw Jiang Mingyuan appear in the camera, many people were relieved. Fortunately, there would be no turbulence in their jobs or they would not have to lose their stocks. The focus of the group of people shifted to other aspects. For example, who was the little boy in his arms and the woman who was holding hands? In the age of the internet, it was particularly easy to obtain information. In just a few hours, the information of Qinghuan and Xingxing was dug out, including the past of the original owner. The fact that the original owner went around fishing for rich people was not a secret. It could be found out with just a little bit of investigation. Once this past was revealed, the internet once again boiled over. There were many people who were secretly envious and jealous of Jiang Mingyuan's partner. Originally, they could comfort themselves that this kind of big boss would not find an ordinary person. But in the end, looking at the news, a poor student, working in a bar, working in a university, getting pregnant before marriage, almost becoming someone's mistress, all of these things almost drove those people who had never met him crazy. The related news all said that Jiang Mingyuan had eyes but could not see and only knew how to look at faces. They said that who knew how many green hats he had on his head. There were also many people who bet that the relationship between the two must be Qinghuan using her belly to climb up and that the two would not be able to last. Qiao Shan saw this as soon as he got off the plane. His expression changed slightly. He quickened his steps and walked forward to whisper a few words in Jiang Mingyuan's ear. Qinghuan saw that the man was a little unhappy after hearing the news and asked in confusion, "Did something happen?" "It's nothing." Jiang Mingyuan shook his head and reached out to her. "My phone is broken. Let me borrow yours." "Oh, okay." Qinghuan unlocked the phone and handed it over. The man looked through it and put it in his pocket after using it. He had no intention of returning it to her. Qinghuan did not care. She did not rely on her phone that much. She could live without it. After sitting on the plane for 10 hours, they were all hungry. Jiang Mingyuan originally wanted to take them out to eat, but now he changed his mind. "I want to eat the food you make." Qinghuan did not have any objections. "What do you want to eat?" The man named a few dishes that were not too troublesome. Qinghuan nodded and got off the car to buy ingredients. When they got home, the two of them worked together to make lunch. Everything was the same as usual. After eating, Jiang Mingyuan had to go to the company to deal with things. He changed his clothes and asked Qinghuan, "Do you want to go to the company with me?" If it was in the past, Qinghuan would definitely refuse the invitation, but after the false alarm, she was a little reluctant to let the man leave her sight, so she only hesitated and agreed. It only took 5 minutes to drive from the apartment to the company. The car entered the underground parking lot, and the family of 3 took the elevator to the top floor. The top floor belonged to Jiang Mingyuan and his assistant team. Very few people came up. The floor was very quiet, and there was no one in the corridor. Jiang Mingyuan led them into the office and asked if they wanted to eat anything. "No, you can go to work." "Okay." Jiang Mingyuan said, "There are novels on the bookshelf. If you feel bored, you can read them." "Oh." Qinghuan glanced at the bookshelf next to her and turned back. "That phone. I still need to use the phone, so I can't return it to you for the time being." Jiang Mingyuan leaned over and kissed the corner of her lips. "Be good and read a book." Qinghuan, she touched the corner of her lips and felt that something was a little strange. Before she could protest, the man turned around and said, "I'm going to work." Qinghuan still hadn't figured out what was wrong, so she gave up when she heard this. "Okay." Xingxing had been here once before, so there were still toys for the little guy to play with in Jiang Mingyuan's office. Without electronic products and without work, Qinghuan played the Rubik's Cube with her son for the whole afternoon. She really didn't know much about this thing. She spent an hour but still couldn't restore the Rubik's Cube. Her son had to teach her. Xingxing was young and could play by himself, but he couldn't explain any principles at all. The more he talked, the more confused Qinghuan became. In the end, the little teacher became impatient and threw the Rubik's Cube away. "Mom, you're so stupid." "What did you say?" Qinghuan pinched the flesh on his son's face and narrowed her eyes to threaten him. The child was also sensible. When he heard this, he put away the disdainful expression on his face and threw himself into his mother's arms. He held her face and flattered. "I said, Mom is so beautiful. You're the most beautiful mother in the world." Qinghuan snorted, "At least you know what's good for you." Hee hee. The sound of mother and son playing could be heard from time to time. Jiang Mingyuan watched them play, and the tense expression on his face relaxed slightly. The corners of his mouth and eyebrows softened. He watched for a while and turned back before he was discovered. There was a new message from the other party in the dialogue box. Looking at the line of words displayed on the screen, the temperature in his eyes instantly turned cold. He raised his hand and tapped on the table a few times. He typed a line of words and sent it. Jiang Mingyuan, continue to pay attention to the movements on the internet. Delete this kind of news as soon as it appears. Also, find something for those two to do. As early as when Jiang Mingyuan learned about the existence of Xianxia, he had investigated Qinghuan's past. It was impossible to say that he didn't have any grudges at that time. It was just that he didn't have any special feelings for Qinghuan at first. He only treated her as a stranger, so the awkwardness in his heart only existed for a short period of time. Later, because they got along too well, he couldn't help but be attracted to her. It was difficult to connect the person he knew with the woman in the information. Because he had already accepted these things and was mentally prepared, now that he saw the uproar on the internet, Jiang Mingyuan wasn't affected. He was more worried about Qinghuan. He was afraid that she would be in a bad mood when she saw it. Jiang Mingyuan's people moved quickly. In just half an hour, the news about Qinghuan that was buzzing on the internet disappeared completely. The public's attention was attracted by other gossip. This situation was obviously not what the people behind the scenes wanted to see. They were like dying fish off the shore, constantly using the only channels they had to send out those things that slandered women over and over again. Jiang Mingyuan saw the new posts and frowned. He felt that the ability of his subordinates had regressed. He opened the chat software to find the target. Before he could send out the words of reprimand, his eyes were attracted by one of the titles. In order to attract traffic, the titles of these posts were very eye-catching. The one that caught Jiang Mingyuan's attention was also the same. He didn't click on it. His hand stopped moving and he pondered for a moment. He suddenly asked the woman beside him, "How long have you been learning to cook?" Qinghuan didn't expect him to suddenly talk to her. She was stunned for a moment before saying, "About 20 years. I learned to use a kitchen knife from my grandfather when I was very young." After saying this, she felt that she had misspoken. The original owner lived with her maternal grandparents. How could she learn to cook from her grandfather when she was young? Not to mention that the original owner's grandfather wasn't a chef. She was worried in her heart. She was afraid that the man would hear something wrong. She secretly observed for a moment and found that there was nothing wrong with the other party, so she was slightly relieved. Jiang Mingyuan was curious, "Did your grandfather teach you how to cook?" "Ah, yes. So it's like this." Jiang Mingyuan suddenly understood, but his expression didn't change. "Your cooking skills are so good. I wonder how delicious Grandpa's food will be." When Qinghuan heard the way he addressed his grandfather, he felt a little sweet in his heart. When he saw that the other party didn't seem to be suspicious, he couldn't help but start to show off. "Of course, Grandpa's cooking is delicious. It's much better than mine. When I was young, I always looked for him for all the happy events in the surrounding villages." How could she have known that Jiang Mingyuan's heart was currently in turmoil? Even if he didn't remember the other party's past by heart, he had a rough idea of it. According to the information, the other party didn't spend much time with his grandfather, so how could he have learned such culinary skills? Jiang Mingyuan didn't think that Qinghuan was lying. He believed in Qinghuan's character, and his knife skills were the best proof. If it wasn't a problem with his girlfriend, then there must be something wrong with the information. If the information was wrong, it could only mean that there was a mole around him. Jiang Mingyuan immediately suspected his mother and a group of uncles. He wondered if those people had deliberately given him false information, and then waited for this opportunity to expose it. Although he didn't know what the purpose of those people was, Jiang Mingyuan was really shocked by this speculation. He went through the people around him and felt that there was something wrong with each of them. The seed of suspicion was planted, and it took root and sprouted at the fastest speed. Jiang Mingyuan's expression was serious, and he looked like a storm was coming. He bypassed the suspects and contacted others to investigate them. There were many people he suspected, and the speed of the results was slow. It would take at least half a month for there to be news. Jiang Mingyuan wasn't too anxious, and he didn't care about the order. He focused his attention on other things again. The rumors about Qinghuan had been completely suppressed, but Jiang Mingyuan still had a lot of things to do. It was mainly the project in Country I. The group had invested a lot there, and the losses suffered because of the tsunami were not small. Many unfinished projects needed to be rearranged, and the completed but damaged ones also needed to be repaired. In addition, there were large and small problems in various domestic projects, so he estimated that he wouldn't be free for a month. Time passed quickly when he was busy. It seemed that he hadn't done anything yet, but it was time to get off work. Because Qinghuan and Xingxing came with him, Jiang Mingyuan didn't plan to work overtime, and he turned off the computer as soon as the time was up. Qinghuan and her son played with the Rubik's Cube for the whole afternoon, and finally succeeded in restoring it after Baidu. She didn't feel any sense of accomplishment, and only felt a headache. When she saw Jiang Mingyuan stand up, she felt relieved and couldn't wait to stand up. "Are we going back?" "Yes." Jiang Mingyuan saw her smiling face, and the tiredness of the afternoon's work seemed to disappear in an instant. He put on his suit, walked over and pecked her on the lips. "Are you bored of waiting?" Qinghuan hypocritically replied, "It's okay." Jiang Mingyuan didn't know how many times he had peeked at her this afternoon, so how could he be mistaken? He smiled and didn't say anything, bent over to pick up the listless Xingxing, and walked out with his girlfriend. Xingxing leaned into his father's arms and began to complain secretly. "Dad, I played with the Rubik's Cube for the whole afternoon with Mom." The person being complained to responded indifferently. "Really?" "Mom played for a long time and didn't restore it." The child secretly glanced at his fat mother, who had a dangerous expression, and whispered in his father's ear, "Dad, isn't Mom a little stupid?" On one side was his son, and on the other side was his girlfriend. Jiang Mingyuan didn't hesitate to stand on his girlfriend's side. He patted his son's little butt. "Don't talk nonsense." "I didn't." "Have you forgotten how long it took you to learn the Rubik's Cube?" Jiang Mingyuan reminded his son. "Mom is much faster than you." Xingxing snorted angrily, pouted his little mouth and didn't speak. He didn't remember being helpless in front of this little toy, however, memory was such a wonderful thing. Sometimes, you couldn't remember it even if you racked your brain. Sometimes, you didn't want to remember it, but you remembered it clearly. The 5-year-old Jiang Mingyuan encountered this problem. His father only reminded him once, and his mind was already playing the comic book collection of failed attempts at the Rubik's Cube. The more the little boy thought about it, the uglier his face became. He didn't want to admit that he was the idiot with the memory, but he couldn't deceive himself. Xingxing was conflicted for a long time, and when he was about to reach home, he decided to recognize the truth. He turned to look at his mother and awkwardly apologized in a low voice. "Mom, I'm sorry." "Ah?" Qinghuan didn't know what was going on. "Dad is right, Mom is much smarter than me." When the child spoke, his little mouth pouted so much that it could hang an oil bottle, but he still finished his sentence. "I shouldn't think that Mom is stupid, I'm the stupidest." After saying that, Xingxing sadly dropped a drop of silver. Qinghuan looked at him and felt sorry for him, but she also found it funny. She didn't know what expression to use. She glanced at Jiang Mingyuan and found that the man also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, Xingxing was a very strong child. Before his parents could think of how to comfort him, he had already adjusted himself. He clenched his little fists, and his face was filled with childlike determination. "But I will become smarter and smarter in the future." "Okay, Mom believes in you." Jiang Mingyuan said, "Dad believes in you too." No matter how Jiang Mingyuan tried to prevent it, Qinghuan still found out about what had happened on the third day. She asked the staff at her restaurant. Ordinary onlookers might not even remember the appearance of the protagonist after gossiping, but the staff of the mutton restaurant weren't like that. After knowing each other for a few months, how could they not recognize that the female protagonist of the scandal was their boss? After seeing the true and false past of their boss, when the staff saw Qinghuan again, their expressions were a little awkward. Some of them, who had a good relationship with her, even asked about it in a roundabout way. Therefore, the person involved, who was slow to realize, finally saw the not-so-fragrant melon in the screenshot of the staff's phone. After reading the whole story, Qinghuan only had one thought: so this was the reason why Jiang Mingyuan's phone was broken. She didn't do it herself, so she didn't feel like she was involved, nor did she feel embarrassed. If she had to say that she was worried, she was just a little worried that Jiang Mingyuan would hold a grudge against her because of this. However, based on his performance in the past few days, it shouldn't be the case. In fact, there was even a faint trend of improvement. The other party had been going back later and later these few days, and Qinghuan wasn't sure how long she could last. Sigh, just remember it naturally. It's not a big deal. Thinking of the man's increasingly scorching gaze, Qinghuan's ears were a little hot. She returned the phone to the staff and checked the accounts of the past few days as usual. Then, she went to the kitchen to study the new dish with the chef for a while. The new dish had been studied for a while and had been improved during this period of time. During the discussion, the chef made the dish. Qinghuan picked up her chopsticks and was about to taste the taste. When she glanced at the table next to her from the corner of her eyes, she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly froze. What did Jiang Mingyuan ask her the day before yesterday? Who did she learn her cooking skills from? It's over. These three big words appeared in Qinghuan's heart. In a situation where the internet was about to dig up 18 generations of her ancestors, how could Jiang Mingyuan not know that there was something wrong with what she said? If he knew there was a problem, why didn't he say anything? Qinghuan's heart was flustered, and all kinds of messy conjectures came to her mind. For a while, she felt that Jiang Mingyuan didn't take the words on the internet to heart, and for a while, she felt that the man must be playing with her, so he didn't care about what she was like. She didn't look good, and the staff in the kitchen also noticed. "Boss, are you not feeling well?" The voice of the question made her come back to her senses. Qinghuan blinked twice and shook her head to say that she was fine. She was eager to know the answer to the question in her heart and couldn't do anything else. She put down her chopsticks and said to the chef next to her, "I still have something to do at home, so I'll leave first." "Boss, don't you want to taste it?" The chef was waiting for the boss's comment. Seeing the boss suddenly change her mind, he was a little surprised. "No, you can do it yourself." Because of this accident, Qinghuan came back much earlier than scheduled. When she got home, it was not even 4 o'clock. Jiang Mingyuan didn't get off work, and Xianxia went to the company with her father. The large house was particularly quiet. Qinghuan didn't contact the man. She sat on the carpet and put her hands on her forehead, as if there were weeds growing wildly in her heart. Time went by little, and the living room gradually darkened. There was a slight noise outside the door, and then the door was opened, and familiar footsteps came in. The room was dark, and Jiang Mingyuan was puzzled. He held Xianxia, and when he walked in and saw the figure in front of the sofa, he was relieved. "Why don't you turn on the light?" He put Xianxia down and pressed the switch. The crystal lamp in the living room emitted a bright light, so bright that it was a little dazzling. The person in front of the sofa didn't respond. "What's wrong?" Jiang Mingyuan approached and squatted down. "Is there anything wrong?" Qinghuan slowly raised her head and moved her mouth. What?" The word she wanted to ask turned in her mouth many times, but in the end, she didn't have the courage to say it. Qinghuan never knew that she would be so timid. She was a little discouraged and shook her head. "Nothing." After that, she forced herself to stand up. "I'm going to cook." Jiang Mingyuan felt that her state was a little wrong. She seemed to have something on her mind, but now that Xianxia was still there, it was obviously not a good time to get to the bottom of it. He got up together and pulled the person who was about to leave. "No, let's go out and eat." Qinghuan turned to look at him. The man looked at her. "Anyway, it's a narrow escape. We have to celebrate, don't we?" He squeezed his fingers through Qinghuan's fingers and interlocked their fingers, not allowing her to have any other choice. "Let's go. I've already booked the place." The restaurant for dinner had an elegant environment and the taste was first class, but because of something on her mind, Qinghuan didn't eat much. Jiang Mingyuan saw her performance, but the man didn't ask anything. When they got home, he coaxed Xianxia to sleep, then went downstairs again and knocked on the door of the master bedroom. When the man knocked on the door, Qinghuan had just taken a shower. Her hair was still wet and dripping. She didn't open the door when she heard the knock. She asked through the door, "What's the matter?" "Open the door. I have something to ask you." Was this matter related to her identity? Chenghuan's heart tightened, but she also felt a little relieved. She buttoned her pajamas and opened the door. "Come in and talk?" Jiang Mingyuan nodded and squeezed in from the side. When he entered the room, he didn't say anything first. Instead, he looked around. "Chenghuan, what are you looking for?" The man looked around and finally found his target. He walked over, picked up the hairdryer on the dressing table, turned to Chenghuan and said, "Come here, I'll dry your hair." Chenghuan didn't go over. "Didn't you say you have something to do?" Jiang Mingyuan frowned slightly. "Dry your hair first." Under normal circumstances, he did not have many facial expressions. Frowning meant that he was somewhat dissatisfied. Sure enough, without waiting for Chenghuan to find another excuse, the man walked over and pulled her over to sit in front of the dressing table. He turned on the hairdryer. The wind from the hairdryer was a little hot, and the man was not very familiar with using it. Occasionally, when he stayed in one place for too long, that part of his scalp would be scalded and hurt a little. However, Chenghuan didn't feel very uncomfortable. She sat there quietly and looked at Jiang Mingyuan in the dressing mirror. The man looked serious and his movements were as careful as possible. She suddenly felt that there was nothing to be upset about. Chenghuan's hair was long, so it took him a while to dry it. Jiang Mingyuan turned off the hairdryer and combed his hair with a comb. He wasn't close to his mother, and he didn't have any friends of the opposite sex, so he didn't know how women paid attention to their hair. For example, Chenghuan's curly hair was very troublesome to take care of, so it shouldn't be completely dried. The result of doing so was usually that the hair would explode like a sunflower. Obviously, the current situation was not what Jiang Mingyuan had expected. He combed his hair from the root to the end with a comb. As soon as the comb was removed, the tuft of hair became fluffy. The man's always calm face showed a little confusion. It clearly showed that he lacked the attributes of a woman. Chenghuan laughed out loud, and the laughter made Jiang Mingyuan feel even more ashamed. He stared at the hair in front of him that was not very smooth. After studying it for a while, he asked uncertainly, "Do I need to get it wet?" "No, don't worry about that." She smiled and looked at the man in the dressing mirror. She raised her hand to take the comb from the man's hand and put it aside. She didn't care about her afro hair and directly turned to ask, "Tell me what you want to ask me." Jiang Mingyuan looked away from the hair and looked at Chenghuan and said, "You're not very happy today." Before she could answer, the man asked, "Did you know about the rumors about you on the internet?" Chenghuan froze for 2 seconds and nodded. "I need to apologize for this. I didn't protect you well." Jiang Mingyuan pulled her up, sat down, and pressed her on his lap. "But I promise that those things won't continue to spread. So you don't have to care about what those people say on the internet, and you don't have to be angry or sad for those people. Most of the time, they don't care about the truth of the matter, nor are they responsible for what they say." He pressed the side of Chenghuan's face and said in a gentle tone, "No matter what, Xianxia and I know what kind of person you are, right?" Chenghuan smiled slightly. "What kind of person do you think I am?" "You're beautiful, have a good personality, good cooking skills, and a good mother. You're the person I like." He turned his face and kissed Chenghuan on the corner of her lips. "You'll be my good wife in the future." Chenghuan's face turned red. She lowered her eyelids, pursed her lips, and let the man kiss her gently. In the end, she couldn't resist the other party's gentle attack and opened her lips to meet his. There was no problem with the time and place. When the kiss ended, both of them were a little emotional. Chenghuan collapsed in the man's arms. She felt something hard behind her and softly held the big hand that was messing around in her clothes. Wait. Chenghuan remembered that she still had something to say. "I don't want to wait." Jiang Mingyuan's breath was a little heavy as he nibbled on her neck. His palm, which was in close contact with her skin, ignored the resistance and continued to explore, holding the softness. The man seemed to be a little self-taught in this regard. With just a few light touches, the person in his arms spat out a pleasant sound. Chenghuan had never experienced this kind of feeling. It was as if she was limp and itchy, and there was also a little numbness like an electric current. The electric current spread from her chest to her tailbone, along the spine, to the top of her head, and exploded in her skull like a colorful flower. She had no energy to think about other things. Qinhuan had no thoughts of resistance. The hand that was originally resisting unconsciously hooked Jiang Mingyuan's neck. The two of them hugged each other, and the rest of the things became natural. It was a room full of love. She didn't know if the two of them were too compatible or if their bodies were too sensitive. When the fooling around was over, Qinhuan's voice was almost hoarse. Jiang Mingyuan leaned on her and enjoyed the last lingering charm of her body. He nibbled Qinhuan's collarbone until a gorgeous flower bloomed there. He raised his head, his eyes were extremely bright, and the smile on the corner of his mouth was getting bigger and bigger. "I'm so happy," he said. "You're mine." Qinhuan lay there like a salted fish, her eyes lifeless. She didn't react to the confession. She only pressed her palms against his chest and moistened her dry throat with saliva. This small action naturally didn't escape Jiang Mingyuan's eyes. "Do you want to drink water?" Qinhuan nodded. "Wait." After the man finished speaking, he got up from the bed, casually picked up the trousers on the ground, put them on, and went out the door. A few minutes later, Jiang Mingyuan came in with a glass of water. Qinhuan wanted to get up when she saw the water, but before she could sit down, the person who had just entered the door looked like something big had happened. "Let me do it, let me do it." Jiang Mingyuan walked to the bed in 2 or 3 steps, put the water aside, hugged her to his chest, and carefully put the cup to her mouth. Qinhuan was served the water like a disabled person. With the water lubricating her throat, she could finally speak. "I want to take a shower." Jiang Mingyuan volunteered. "I'll help you." "No, I'm not disabled." Although what should be done had been done, Qinhuan still had a lot of shame left. She waved her hand and weakly drove him out. "Go to sleep." Hearing this, Jiang Mingyuan was a little unhappy. "I'm not going anywhere." In fact, he was a bit of a male chauvinist sometimes. For example, he always felt that the woman was very weak, so after he finished speaking, he directly ignored Qinhuan's opinion and carried her to the bathroom. Her body was naked, and she seemed to feel the wind blowing on her skin as she moved forward. Even though they had just done something more intimate, Qinhuan couldn't keep herself calm. Her ears were red, and her eyes were covered with a layer of mist. She bent her arms to hide it and asked Jiang Mingyuan to put her down. "I won't." Jiang Mingyuan walked into the bathroom and kicked the chair next to him with his foot. He put her on it, turned on the shower, and really started to wash her. The man's palm wandered on her skin. It was more like he was lighting a fire than bathing. After just a few touches, he couldn't stand it. Jiang Mingyuan also noticed this problem. His eyes drifted, and he pretended to be calm as he withdrew his hand and coughed softly. "You wash first. I'll change the sheets." Before he finished speaking, he hurried out. Halfway through, he turned back and squatted down to fill the bathtub with water. "Go in and soak after you're done." Qinhuan turned her back to him and didn't look back. "Got it." The temperature of the water Jiang Mingyuan filled was a little high. It was just right for Qinhuan to soak in after she was done. The hot water wrapped her skin, and the massage device in the bathtub turned on automatically. The water surged, taking away the soreness of her body. Qinhuan was so comfortable that she closed her eyes and sighed. She felt a little sleepy. As she thought of this, she gradually lost consciousness. When she woke up again, she was already on the bed. Qinhuan breathed a sigh of relief. She was glad that she didn't drown in the bathtub. She raised her hand to wipe her face and felt her body being pulled back. Her back was pressed against another person's chest. The muscles were hard, just like last night. Those unrestrained scenes appeared in her mind, and Qinhuan blushed quietly. She bit her lower lip, touched the strong arm around her waist, and tried to pry it away with a little force. "Don't move." The voice of the person behind her was low and sleepy. He tightened his arm and kissed her on the back of her neck. "It's still early. Sleep with me for a while." "Let go." "I can't breathe." The arm around her waist loosened a little. Qinhuan asked in a low voice, "Didn't I tell you to go up?" "Where am I going?" Jiang Mingyuan narrowed his eyes and said lazily, "How can you chase people away after sleeping with them? You have your own room. I won't have it in the future." Cheng Huan gritted her teeth. "You?" "Yes, why?" Jiang Mingyuan kissed the tip of her ear again. After that, he continued, "In the future, the room above will be left to Xingxing. When he goes to primary school, he will move there. For now, he will live next door for the time being." The more he spoke, the more excited he became. He hugged her and leaned against the bed. "After a while, when I have time, I will find someone to connect this floor to the upper floors. How about that? That way, it will be more convenient to go up and down the stairs. However, this place is still small. It just so happens that Xianxia Road is being renovated. They are preparing to build a villa community. When it is completed, we will keep the biggest one. It will definitely be more comfortable to live there than here." Cheng Huan leaned on the man's chest and listened to his imagination. How the new house would be decorated, how to allocate the rooms, what to plant in the front and backyards. He was in high spirits, and anyone could hear the expectation in his words. His tone was so infectious that even Cheng Huan became expectant. The man was already calculating how many pets to raise at home. Cheng Huan leaned on his chest and listened. She felt a little sleepy again. She yawned and squeezed out 2 drops of tears. She was about to close her eyes and sleep again when the man interrupted her yesterday and didn't have time to ask the question. She suddenly woke up and sat up straight. "What's wrong?" Jiang Mingyuan was a little confused. "Don't you like pets?" Cheng Huan shook her head. "No." She turned to look at the man with a serious expression. Even Jiang Mingyuan put away the relaxed expression on his face. "What's wrong?" "You." Cheng Huan hesitated. "Didn't you ask me how I learned to cook?" "Yes, you said your grandfather taught you." Of course, Jiang Mingyuan remembered this. "Is your grandfather still alive?" Cheng Huan shook her head. "Then let's find a time to pay our respects another day." Jiang Mingyuan remembered that Cheng Huan didn't go home for the new year. "Are there any customs in your hometown that we need to pay attention to?" "There's nothing to pay special attention to." "Okay." Jiang Mingyuan made a decision. "When I'm done, we'll go back." Cheng Huan felt that the topic was completely off track and wanted to change it. "But, no buts. Sleep with me for a while." The man hugged her and wrapped her in the quilt again. He patted her back as if he was coaxing a child. The strength was just right. Cheng Huan wanted to sleep, but she really fell asleep after a few pats. When she woke up again, it was already dawn. The person in bed was not there. Cheng Huan sat on the bed for a while before getting up to change clothes. After a night, the marks on her body became more obvious, reminding her of last night's craziness again. Cheng Huan glanced at it and forced herself not to think about it. She washed up and pushed the door open. When she opened the door, the aroma of food floated over. Not far away, she heard Xingxing and Jiang Mingyuan talking, asking when they could have breakfast. "When Mom gets up." The child smelled the fragrance and gulped. "Then I'll wake Mommy up." A few black lines appeared on Cheng Huan's forehead. He quickened his pace and walked to the living room. "No need to call." As soon as she spoke, the other 2 people looked over. Cheng Huan met Jiang Mingyuan's eyes, blushed, and looked away. She walked to the dining table and rubbed Xingxing's head, complaining, "You have no conscience. Is your mother not as good as food?" The little fellow chuckled, not afraid at all. "Mummy can still sleep when she wakes up, but the delicious food won't taste good when it gets cold." "Cheng Huan, you know quite a lot." "Of course." The child looked quite proud. He puffed out his chest and urged her, "Mom, come and eat." Cheng Huan was pulled to the side and sat down. Jiang Mingyuan happened to be on the left. As soon as she sat down, the man took her hand and rubbed it. He looked serious. "Let's eat." Cheng Huan tried to pull her hand away but failed. She turned her head and glared at him. The man pretended not to see it. He picked up a soup dumpling with his left hand and put it in the bowl in front of her. "Try it." The posture was really awkward. Cheng Huan couldn't do anything about him and could only focus on the dining table. The breakfast on the table looked very sumptuous. It looked and smelled good, and the taste was probably not bad. The food was still steaming, and it looked like it had just been cooked. She asked Jiang Mingyuan, "Did you buy this?" "I found someone to make it." The villa in the suburbs had been empty since Gu Mingli went abroad. Jiang Mingyuan didn't plan to live there. The servants there were afraid of losing their jobs, so they came to him. Jiang Mingyuan didn't like to have outsiders in the house, so he didn't ask for any servants. He remembered that there was a chef who was very good at cooking, so he asked him to make breakfast. He briefly explained the situation and said to Qing Huan, "In the future, let him take care of all 3 meals. You don't have to be so busy." Qing Huan didn't agree. "I'm not busy. Besides, cooking is like studying. If I don't do it for too long, I'll be rusty." Jiang Mingyuan didn't insist. "Then you can cook when you want to. If you don't want to, you can leave it to the chef." He picked up another soup dumpling for Qing Huan and said sweetly in a flat tone, "In comparison, I prefer what you cook." Qing Huan didn't know how to respond. She directly ignored him. She turned her head to look at the kitchen. She didn't see anyone inside. "Where's the chef you mentioned?" "Downstairs." Qing Huan, well, getting a house was indeed a very simple thing for this person. After breakfast, Jiang Mingyuan went to work, and Qing Huan took Xianxia to visit the teacher. The new teacher's house was also on the other side of Xianxia Road, which was very close to the community Qing Huan had rented before. The two of them made an appointment at 10 o'clock in the morning. When they arrived, the new teacher was already waiting. She was a girl who looked to be in her 20s. She had a baby face and was less than 1.6 meters tall. When she smiled, she had 2 dimples, which made it easy for people to have a good impression of her. Qing Huan chatted with her for 2 hours. When they left, both of them were very satisfied. Only Xianxia looked a little worried. As soon as he went out, he hugged his mother's leg and asked, "Mom, do I have to go to school?" "Yes, didn't we agree before?" "But I don't want to go." The child's face was full of bitterness. "I want to play games at home." Qing Huan, she didn't care about her son's whimsical thoughts and took him downstairs. The driver was waiting downstairs. After the two of them went up, they went straight back. On the way back, the car happened to pass by the reconstruction project of Xianxia Road. In just a few months, half of the somewhat remote community had been demolished. Qing Huan looked at the ruins and asked the driver to stop the car. When the car stopped by the roadside, she patted Xianxia and pointed out the window. "Do you see those uncles and aunties over there?" Xianxia opened his eyes wide and leaned against the window, nodding. "If you don't go to school, you'll have to demolish houses with these uncles and aunties in the future." The little guy shrank his neck. The construction site was in full swing. The mechanical arms didn't stop for a moment. Not long after, half of a complete house fell down. Large pieces of building materials fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The excavator followed and shoveled away the construction waste on the ground. "Oh, that's not right." Qing Huan looked and changed her words. "If you don't go to school, you can't even demolish houses." She looked at Xianxia and said regretfully, "Because you don't know how to drive an excavator." Xianxia was about to cry. The outside looked gray and was particularly uncomfortable. The little guy covered his nose and didn't dare to say that he didn't want to go to school anymore. He pulled Qing Huan's sleeve and whispered, "Mom, let's go home." Qing Huan was here to scare him. Since the purpose was achieved, there was no need to continue to stay. The car started and continued to move forward. Xianxia sat upright on the chair and pondered. He thought for a while and turned to Qing Huan. "Mom, let's go buy a school bag." "Okay." "It must be very good looking." "Okay. I also want a Superman on it." Qing Huan turned her head with a smile and pinched his nose. "Okay, I'll buy you a handsome school bag with a Superman on it." Xianxia said yeah and shook a little in the chair. Then he began to express his feelings. "Mom, I love going to school the most." Qing Huan solved the problem of children going to school. On the other side, Jiang Mingyuan also received a new piece of news. The things he asked to investigate hadn't been found yet, but he learned some strange things from Country M. "You said that she has been very close to a young woman recently?" Jiang Mingyuan leaned back in the chair and said indifferently, "It should be more than that." "It's indeed more than that. We checked the young lady's information and found that she should be Ms. Qinghuan's half-sister." This made Jiang Mingyuan interested. He sat up and said in a more serious tone, "Qinghuan's sister, are you sure?" "Basically, I'm sure. Don't move first. Let's see what they're going to do." Jiang Mingyuan frowned and then relaxed again. He added a new task to the person on the other end of the phone. "Help me check that family." The person on the other end was already prepared. Not long after he put down the phone, Jiang Mingyuan got detailed information. According to the information, Qinghuan's mother remarried to another man after her father passed away and gave birth to another daughter in the same year. That man used to do some wholesale business. Later, he went down south and opened a clothing factory. Now, he had his own clothing brand and could be considered a successful person. The woman who was very close to Gu Mingli was the sister who was 7 years younger than Qinghuan. Her name was Xianxia. She was 19 years old this year and was studying in college. The information showed that the parents doted on their daughter very much. The daughter also worked hard. Not only did she have good grades, but she was also very talented in fashion design. She was also very filial to her parents. It could be said that she was the model of a winner in life. Jiang Mingyuan's brows didn't loosen when he saw the document. They were sisters from the same mother, but the gap between them was so big. The information contained many awards that the girl had won. Jiang Mingyuan wasn't interested in knowing. He scrolled to the end and was about to close the document, but he stopped when he saw the last paragraph. After a long time, he dialed the number again. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to have been waiting for a long time. "Boss, have you finished reading? What does the information mean by a big change in personality?" "Just as I said, in August last year, Miss Shen suddenly seemed to have changed into a different person. Her personality became a little extreme and very aggressive. Her talent in design seemed to have disappeared into thin air. She couldn't even draw the simplest clothing design. Miss Shen's parents took her to the hospital for a checkup. It was said that Miss Shen was very uncooperative, but unfortunately, nothing was found in the end. And..." The voice of the person paused for a moment. He coughed and continued, "Miss Shen used to be a little introverted. She would blush when talking to the opposite sex. Now, she is very open. I heard that she even teamed up with her little sister to book a duck." Speaking of this, he chuckled twice. After laughing, he remembered that the person on the other end of the phone was not his subordinate, but his boss. He quickly collected his emotions and concluded, in short, except for the fact that she looks the same, this Miss Shen is completely different from before. I even suspect that she is possessed by a ghost. Cough, boss, that's all. Jiang Mingyuan didn't say anything. He didn't know why, but he remembered the information about Qinghuan that he had seen before. It said that Qinghuan didn't have a fixed job before. It was only in August that he suddenly cut off all contact with his old friends and moved to open a barbecue stall. If it was only one person, Jiang Mingyuan wouldn't think too much about it. But now, someone told him that there was another person who had undergone such a big change. "I can't think about it anymore." He closed his eyes, put his hand to his forehead, and exhaled. There was no need to think about it now. It would only increase his suspicions. He might as well go back and ask the person directly. Jiang Mingyuan closed the document, opened his work email again, and put all his energy into his work. Because of some things, it was already past 10 o'clock when Jiang Mingyuan returned home. The lights in the living room were on, which should have been left for him. There was a cup of water on the coffee table in the living room, which was still warm. Jiang Mingyuan took off his suit and went over to drink the water. He turned around and went into the elevator to take a shower in the bathroom on the top floor. When he came down again, he had a few more sets of clothes in his hands. With the clothes on his arm, Jiang Mingyuan went to the room next door to look at the stars. The little guy was sleeping soundly. He only glanced at Jiang Mingyuan and then retreated. He walked to the door of the master bedroom and raised his hand to knock twice. At this time, Qinghuan didn't need to think to know who was knocking on the door. She got up and hesitated for 2 seconds, but still went to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Qinghuan was pulled into the man's arms. the man pinched her chin and kissed her. After a long time, he released her and licked the crystal on the corner of her lips. Waiting for me? Shame on you. Qinhuan scolded without any momentum. Seeing the clothes in his hands, her eyebrows twitched. She took the initiative to go to the cloakroom next door to make some space. Put it here. The corners of the man's mouth curled into a somewhat proud smile. He walked over to put the change of clothes away. He looked around and felt that there was still space inside, so he took an inch and asked for a mile. Wait until tomorrow, I'll bring the other clothes over. Qinhuan ignored him. She went to find a towel and threw it over. She said with disgust, running around when your hair is not dry. Jiang Mingyuan reached out and took it. He casually wiped his hair twice, then went over to hug the person and blocked the mouth in front of him. It was another ridiculous night. After the evening exercise, Jiang Mingyuan took Qinhuan to take a shower, changed the sheets, and hugged her to talk. Qinhuan was a little sleepy and responded indifferently. As they talked, she heard Jiang Mingyuan ask about her parents. My parents? Qinhuan leaned against his chest with her eyes closed. She tried to recall with her muddled mind and replied unhappily, they don't have anything to say. Jiang Mingyuan combed her hair with his hand. Her hair was not as shiny as before because of the hairdryer yesterday. Is your relationship not good? Not good. Since he was a child, Qinhuan had been regarded as the extra in the family. It was impossible for him not to be angry. Now that it was night, and after a fierce exercise in front of the person he liked, Qinhuan naturally complained, they want to have a son, so they threw me to grandpa when I was a child. I can only see him a few times a year. They don't even want to pay for my school fees. They don't even come to see grandpa when he's sick. She sighed. My grandfather has so many children, but none of them are willing to take care of him. The fingers in Jiang Mingyuan's hair paused, and he continued to ask, are your parents still alive? Yes, why wouldn't they be? They're in good health. After Qinhuan finished speaking, her body suddenly froze. She slowly raised her head and met the man's thoughtful eyes. You, don't panic. Jiang Mingyuan lowered his head and kissed her forehead. He said carefully, tell me slowly. Qinhuan was very vigilant. What do you want to ask? I found out something very strange today. Jiang Mingyuan hugged her a little and slowly told her what he found out today. He said, do you think she's a different person? Qinhuan said with difficulty. Yes. Then do you think it's plastic surgery, or? Qinhuan felt like her heart was about to jump out of her chest. Her head was roaring, and her fingers unconsciously pinched Jiang Mingyuan's arm, grabbing that piece of flesh. Jiang Mingyuan glanced down and didn't stop her. He slowly placed his free hand on her shoulder and whispered, don't be afraid. Qinhuan blushed. This time it wasn't because she was shy. That. I knew it. It's okay. Don't worry. Jiang Mingyuan kissed the top of her head gently. I'm just a little curious. It's okay if you don't say it. No need. You have guessed it anyway. Qinhuan bit her lower lip and took a deep breath. The reason why her personality changed so much is because there's a different person in her body. The hand patting her shoulder paused. A few seconds later, he continued as if nothing had happened. Isn't it plastic surgery? He had already said half of it, and the rest wasn't so difficult to say. Qinhuan shook her head. No, she suddenly became another person. I don't know why. There was no sign at all. Jiang Mingyuan's 30 years of worldview was broken. His heart was in turmoil, but he comforted her instead. It's okay. It's not particularly strange. His tone was relaxed, and it really made Qinhuan feel that it was not strange to change the core of her body. She slowly relaxed under Jiang Mingyuan's caress and complained, I didn't want to come. Jiang Mingyuan, who had been making decisions for a long time, had been through a lot of big situations, so he was able to accept new things quickly. In a short time, he had convinced himself to accept the fact that his wife had changed her body. Hearing this, he was a little unhappy. He put his hands on his waist slightly harder as a punishment. You don't want to come? Then how do we get to know each other? Qinghuan, Jiang Mingyuan only squeezed her waist for a moment and then let go. His movements became gentle again. What was your name before? That's also it. What a coincidence. There was a little joy in the man's tone. He continued to ask, where's your home? Qinghuan said an address. Jiang Mingyuan thought for a moment and had no impression of this name. Is there such a place? Yes, but it's not in this world. Qinghuan clenched her teeth and swallowed the rest of the words. Another world? Jiang Mingyuan was a little surprised. What is this? A parallel universe, or an alien creature? Qinghuan pinched him angrily. You're the alien creature. Okay, I'm not talking about you. Jiang Mingyuan kissed her. Forgive me for being ignorant, okay? Qinghuan snorted and didn't say anything. After thinking about it, she told him that this world was a novel. Jiang Mingyuan was silent for a long time after hearing this. You said that I'm a character in a novel, and this novel is centered on me? Yes. I have a destined heroine? Qinghuan nodded reluctantly. She thought that the man would be curious about what the heroine looked like, but who knew that he would sneer, pinch her face and say, little fool. Qinghuan covered her face that was a little painful from being pinched and heard him retort in a very calm tone. According to what you said, I'm a character in a novel, and my every move is controlled by someone, then I should be like a puppet or a robot. But I'm obviously not like that. I have my own consciousness. I know what I want to do, and I want to be with you, not some bullshit heroine. Probably because what he learned today was too shocking, Jiang Mingyuan cursed. After that, he pursed his lips and put forward another point of view. I'm more willing to believe in the parallel universe theory. There's another me in another world, and someone witnessed or participated in their story. After accidentally arriving in your world, these things were created into a novel. Qinghuan, she understood and was a little convinced, but this matter was too different from what she had always believed. Her mind was a little confused. Qinghuan's face was blank. She turned to look at Jiang Mingyuan and said in a disappointed tone, why are you so calm? Jiang Mingyuan must be surprised, but those emotions were not enough to affect him. I know who I know, get along with, and like, isn't that enough? Besides, you just changed your body. It's not your original intention, and you didn't get any special abilities. Why can't I accept it? You just changed your body. Well, Qinghuan was successfully convinced by him. She slowly nodded. It seems to be true. It has always been like this. Let's not talk about this anymore. Tell me about your past. He lay down with Qinghuan. I want to know. Anyway, she had already changed, so there was no need for Qinghuan to hide her past. After a little recollection, she began to talk about it. When she was a child in the countryside, she used a small kitchen knife to cut radishes. Now that she thought about it, there was nothing particularly interesting to talk about. There were only a few things that could be talked about. She talked about it boring, but Jiang Mingyuan did not get impatient. Instead, he became more and more excited. From time to time, he would expand on it and ask questions. It was impossible to talk about everything from childhood to adulthood in one night. When she talked about her junior high school, Qinghuan was already very sleepy. She lay on the man's chest. Her eyelids were getting heavier and heavier, and her words were intermittent. Gradually, she stopped talking. Probably because she had put down a burden, Qinghuan slept exceptionally well that night. When she woke up, it was already past 11 o'clock. There was a message from Jiang Mingyuan on her phone, saying that he had taken Xianxia to the company. He told her not to worry and not to think too much. If she wanted to eat something, she could just tell the chef. Qinghuan did not think too much. She got up, washed up, ate, and went to the restaurant. The newly launched dishes were ready, and there was a lot of work to do. Qinghuan stayed there for a while. When she was ready to go back, it was almost Jiang Mingyuan's time to get off work. Qinghuan hurried back. On the way back, she passed by a grain and oil store. Remembering that tomorrow was the Lantern Festival, she went in to buy some rice noodles and prepared to eat it tomorrow. When she got home, the chef had already prepared dinner. This chef was proficient in Shandong cuisine and used very few ingredients. Abalone and sea cucumber were ordinary ingredients in his hands. In comparison, Qinghuan was a little embarrassed. Dinner was still delicious. After dinner, Jiang Mingyuan played with the child for a while. After playing, he took the child to take a bath. After the bath, the little boy lay on the bed and began to drive his father away. "I want mommy to tell me a story." Jiang Mingyuan, who was despised, touched his nose, glanced at Qinghuan, who was holding back her laughter, and walked out of the door a little awkwardly. With a storybook in her hand, Qinghuan went to the bedside and began to tell Xianxia a story. After half a year of training, she was very proficient in this skill. Usually, Xianxia would fall asleep after 10 minutes of talking. This time was the same. Feeling that the little boy's breathing gradually stabilized, Qinghuan put down the storybook in her hand, got up, tucked in the quilt for Xianxia, and quietly left. She closed the door carefully. As soon as she turned around, she bumped into Jiang Mingyuan's chest. Qinghuan was startled. She patted her chest and whispered, "What are you doing here?" "Waiting for you." Jiang Mingyuan picked her up, walked into the master bedroom, closed the door with his heel, and took her to the bathroom. "It's getting late. It's time to take a bath and rest." Qinghuan was suspended in the air and had no place to exert force. She hammered Jiang Mingyuan's chest, raised her head, and bit his neck. Originally, she wanted to vent her anger, but later, the taste changed. When the two came out of the bathroom, the clock had moved 2 grids. Because of the limited position in the bathroom, Qinghuan's waist and back were a little sore. She collapsed on the chair and let Jiang Mingyuan dry her hair. With the last failure, Jiang Mingyuan specially checked the information. This time, when he was drying her hair, he knew that he had to style it. Although his movements were slow and clumsy, the finished effect was very good. Qinghuan was tired this time. Lying on the chair, she fell asleep. After drying her hair, Jiang Mingyuan carried her to the bed and sat beside her to massage her waist. The waist was sensitive. He massaged Qinghuan for a while and waved his hand back. "Don't massage." Jiang Mingyuan grabbed her wrists with one hand and continued massaging with the other. "You'll feel better tomorrow if you massage like this." Qinghuan's scalp was numb. "I want to sleep." "You'll be fine." "How can I sleep if you do this?" "Then stay with me and talk." Jiang Mingyuan let go of her hand and brought up another matter. "What do you think about Xianxia?" Qinghuan was surprised. Is there really such a person? She thought that Jiang Mingyuan made it up to trick her. Of course there is. It's your body's sister. It wasn't fake. Qinghuan licked her lips and thought about this question with her small brain capacity. Could it be the same as mine? I think it's possible. Jiang Mingyuan asked, "Who do you think she is?" Qinghuan thought for a while and turned to look at him. "Do you have a guess?" "Yes." Jiang Mingyuan nodded and slid his fingers down her spine. "I think she's a native of this place." The power of this sentence was no less than that of a horror story. Qinghuan had goosebumps all over her body and her face was pale. "No way. It's very possible. According to the information I found, her personality is very similar to the original personality." Jiang Mingyuan pursed his lips and didn't say Qinghuan's name. In his heart, that name only represented the person in front of him. And she has a lot of opinions about her mother. She once scolded her mother in public that she didn't deserve to be a mother. Then, Qinghuan also felt that it was very possible. She licked her lips and her voice was a little hoarse. "What if she comes here?" "Don't be afraid." Jiang Mingyuan leaned over and kissed her on the back. "I won't let her disturb you." The tip of Jiang Mingyuan's tongue touched her skin and moved away. He asked with some interest, "Shall we have a child?" "No." Qinghuan refused without hesitation. She turned around and grabbed his hand. "It's so painful to have a child. I'll get fat, spots, and stretch marks. I don't want to be so ugly." She hugged Jiang Mingyuan's neck and said coquettishly, "I don't want to be ugly." "And isn't it enough to have Xianxia?" Jiang Mingyuan naturally didn't feel that it wasn't enough. He had only been interested in her for a while. After hearing Qin Huan's words, he didn't think much of it. Skipping the topic of having a child, the two returned to the previous topic. Although Jiang Mingyuan had assured her, Qin Huan was still a little worried. She felt guilty about the original owner of this body. Even if she was wrong in many ways, she was still the one who had taken over someone else's body, you. She moistened her lips and asked, "Can you find a chance for me to meet Xianxia?" Jiang Mingyuan, meet? He was a little puzzled. This person clearly looked scared just now. I was just a little scared subconsciously, but. She frowned and pulled her hair. Now that I think about it, there's nothing to be scared of. She didn't know how to express her feelings. It was very complicated. On one hand, she was a little scared. On the other hand, she was curious and close. After all, Xianxia might be the only person in the world who was in the same situation as her. Moreover, he was suspected to be the original owner of this body. To put it bluntly, if it was true, she actually wanted to make it up to him. It was unclear whether they were enemies or allies. Jiang Mingyuan didn't agree with Qin Huan to meet Xianxia. However, it was difficult for him to take a stand in front of Qin Huan. He only persisted for less than half an hour before hurriedly giving in. He said that he would find a chance to try. The meeting couldn't be rushed. After sending Xianxia to a new school, Qin Huan put another matter on the agenda. She was going to buy a car. The restaurant's business had always been good. She saved some money and was going to buy a car for transportation. She didn't ask for much. The budget was only about 100,000 yuan. She wanted Jiang Mingyuan to consider and give his opinion. However, the man didn't say anything and brought a luxurious sports car back the next day. Qin Huan looked at the arrogant sapphire sports car in front of her and felt a little scared. Although she knew that Jiang Mingyuan was very rich and didn't care about a sports car at all, they were only boyfriend and girlfriend. Accepting an expensive gift was really stressful for her. I just want a car for transportation. It doesn't need to be so good. We don't have much time. You can use this car first. Let me know if you like something in the future. Jiang Mingyuan ignored her refusal. He opened the car door and stuffed her into the front passenger seat. He sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and drove away. In the evening, it was time for Xianxia to finish school. There were many cars parked at the entrance of the kindergarten, all of which were expensive. The sports car in the middle did not stand out at all. Instead, it was the cars that cost 100 to 200,000 that stood out. The children who can study here all have some assets in their families, so they pay more attention to external things. If the car used to pick them up is bad, they might be laughed at. Jiang Mingyuan tilted his head and looked at her. You don't want Xianxia to be bullied by others, do you? Qin Huan shook his head. Jiang Mingyuan leaned closer. Are you going to accept it? If you don't want it, I'll get someone to tear it down. It was rare for Jiang Mingyuan to act like a boss. He didn't accept any rebuttal and just gave the item away. With the car, Qin Huan enrolled in school and prepared to take the driver's license test. She also had a driver's license before she transmigrated, so it was not a big problem to take the test again. Everything went smoothly. Halfway through the driver's license test, Jiang Mingyuan investigated the relationship between Xianxia and Mother Jiang. After confirming that there was no danger, he arranged for Qin Huan to meet someone. The other party agreed immediately. After the holidays, Xianxia also returned to the country. Although she had lost her talent in design, she did not give up. She still attended the classes that she needed to attend. The meeting place was a cafe outside the school. Before going, Qin Huan spent half a day dressing herself up. In the end, she chose a low-key long black coat and went to the appointment with her hair down. It was class time, so there were not many people in the cafe. When Qin Huan arrived, Xianxia was already waiting there. She was dressed fashionably and had exquisite makeup. She had the youthfulness of a young girl and the charm of a mature woman. There was a contradictory attraction. Probably because she didn't sleep well the day before yesterday, the young girl covered her mouth and yawned. She held an unlit cigarette between her two fingers, which made her nails look even more gorgeous. She stared at the door. As soon as Qin Huan entered, she caught sight of her. Her eyes were full of undisguised scrutiny. Qinghuan walked over a little nervously. She pursed her lips and reached out her hand. Hello, please, what's your real name? Xianxia didn't even look at the hand in front of her and interrupted her. This sentence was equivalent to exposing her identity. Qinghuan relaxed a little and reached out her hand again. My name has always been Qinghuan. What a coincidence. The young girl curled up the corner of her mouth and put her hand out perfunctorily. Me too. But I've changed my name now. You can call me Xianxia. Qinghuan sat down opposite her and smiled at her. Hello, Xianxia. The young girl snorted. She looked a little bored and turned her head to the window, as if admiring the scenery outside. She said, actually, I know why you're looking for me. But you can rest assured that I don't know why I suddenly changed my body, and I'm not interested in changing back to my original body. She turned her head. I'm also not interested in fighting over a man with you. After all, my sister's family is rich. If she wants a man, she can have a lot of them. Qinghuan. What are you going to do in the future? Jiang Mingyuan told her that because of the changes in Xianxi's body, her parents were very dissatisfied and were even preparing to give birth to another child. Xianxia paused strangely, and the calm expression on her face cracked a little. After a while, she said indifferently, whatever. I'll take it one step at a time. She was very open-minded. In any case, she was already lucky to have what she had now. No matter how she lived in the future, it wouldn't be worse than before. Her carefree attitude gave Qinghuan a headache. She originally felt like she owed Xianxia, and now that she looked so young, she couldn't help but start to worry. You can't always waste your time like this. Why don't you learn something while you're still young? In the future, even if you don't rely on others, you'll still be able to live without worries. We'll talk about it later. Xianxia obviously wouldn't be persuaded by her words. She casually replied and changed the topic. By the way, how is my son now? Qinghuan, when she mentioned Xingxing, it touched the knot in Qinghuan's heart. Although it wasn't very appropriate, as the person she had spent the most time with after transmigrating, Qinghuan actually had a bit of a fledgling's love for Xingxing. After getting along with him, it also gave birth to a deeper relationship. She had already regarded Xingxing as her real family. But no matter what, the person in front of her was the one who had given birth to Xingxing. Qinghuan always felt a little short of breath when she talked to her. On the other hand, Xianxi's previous actions towards Xingxing made Qinghuan very unhappy. She couldn't wait to take revenge for the little guy. The two feelings mixed together made her feel very uncomfortable. The smile on Qinghuan's face disappeared, and her tone was a little cold. Very good. He's in kindergarten. Xianxia made an "oh" sound and fell silent again. After a while, she said, I used to be very bad, and I've let him down. Qinghuan didn't say anything. Xianxia asked again, do you have a photo of him? Qinghuan said yes and hesitated for a while before reluctantly taking out her phone. She opened the photo album and handed it over. There was a separate photo album in her phone, which was full of photos of Xingxing. In the past 6 months, she had saved nearly 100 photos. Xianxia looked at them one by one, and her expression didn't change much. After looking at all the photos, she returned the phone. It's very good, but I don't like it. Qinghuan glared at her. Why are you staring at me? Xianxia snorted. When I see him, I think of the stupid things I did when I was young. My heart is full of panic. How can I like him? She opened her arms, stretched, and stood up. I see that you like children very much. It just so happens that I don't have to feel guilty. Let's go. I still have class in the afternoon. You can pay for it. After Xianxia finished speaking, she picked up the handbag beside her. After taking 2 steps, she remembered something and stopped. She turned back. By the way, your mother-in-law doesn't seem to like you very much. Qinghuan looked at her and didn't say anything. Tisk, tsk, tsk. Xianxia shook her head and patted her shoulder. It's not easy to be the daughter-in-law of a rich family. After saying that, she really swaggered away. Qinghuan and Xianxia didn't say much during this meeting, but she learned a lot. The most important thing was that she confirmed that the other party wouldn't steal her son from her. She was ashamed of her dark thoughts. When she went back, she bought a lot of toys and then turned back to pick up her son from school. As soon as Xianxia got in the car, he was surrounded by toys. He was so happy that he didn't know what to do. He kissed her face many times. "Mom, I love you." Qinghuan rubbed the little guy's head with her free hand. "Mom loves you too." She paused for a moment and continued. "I love you the most." "More than Dad?" Qinghuan. "More or less." "What do you mean more or less?" Xianxia was tied to the safety seat and couldn't move, but it didn't stop him from protesting. "The teacher said most can only mean one." "How does your teacher teach this?" Qinghuan felt that this knowledge was completely out of the scope of kindergarten class. She muttered in her heart and forcibly changed the topic. "Dad hired a teacher for you. When you see her later, you have to be polite, okay?" During this time, Qinghuan had been taken to the company by Jiang Mingyuan several times. In his circle, she could be considered to be in the limelight. Some rich ladies invited her out to play. Qinghuan originally refused, but she couldn't stand the constant invitations. She went twice. The topic of conversation couldn't escape her children. One said that her son had learned 2 foreign languages, and the other said that her daughter had passed the piano exam. Qinghuan was bragged about many times by them. Only then did she realize that Xianxia didn't have any extracurricular interests. He studied in an aristocratic school, where the children were educated from a young age and had unique skills. If Xianxia only knew how to study, he would definitely be discriminated against, which would be detrimental to his development. Therefore, for the healthy growth of the child, Qinghuan and Jiang Mingyuan worked together and hired a music teacher for the little guy at the construction site to teach him the violin. The new teacher was a well-known violinist in the country called Lulu. He was only 25 years old, and she didn't know how Jiang Mingyuan managed to invite him. Jiang Mingyuan had a cocktail party in the evening, and the teacher was brought by Qiushan. Both sides introduced themselves, and without exchanging a few pleasantries, Lulu took Xianxia into the newly opened music classroom. During the first lesson, Qinghuan wasn't at ease. She was afraid that something would happen. After waiting for 5 minutes, she cut a plate of fruit and sent it in. Then she sat to the side and didn't leave. The teacher taught very seriously, and Xianxia's attitude was also good. They got along harmoniously. 2 hours later, the teacher got up and said goodbye. Qinghuan got up. "Stay here for dinner before you leave." Lulu shook his head and refused politely. Qinghuan didn't force him and walked him all the way to the door. After closing the door, Qinghuan asked Xianxia how he was learning. "Mom, didn't you see it?" Xianxia pouted and drank some water. He was obviously still angry about the problem in the car. Mom asked if you liked the violin. Although she knew that her child needed to have a few elegant skills, Qinghuan still wanted to listen to Xianxia as much as possible. "It's okay." Xianxia didn't seem to care. Although he hadn't touched the violin many times in 2 hours, he was still quite interested. The little guy rubbed his palms on his pants, picked up a big strawberry from the fruit plate, and bit off half of it. After chewing twice, he took out another one and handed it to Qinghuan. "This is delicious." Qinghuan took it but didn't touch it. "Eat less, it's time to eat." "Oh." Xianxia responded and ate the remaining half of the strawberry. Jiang Mingyuan wasn't here, so only Qinghuan and Xianxia had dinner. After dinner, they played for a while, and the little guy went to take a bath by himself. After the new year, the little guy seemed to have grown up a lot overnight. He knew that there was a difference between men and women, and that boys shouldn't let their mothers watch them take a bath. His son was thin-skinned, and Qinghuan couldn't do anything about it. He could only wait anxiously at the door. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't have any problems, and he smoothly took a bath. He couldn't let the opposite sex watch him take a bath, but there was no such requirement when it came to storytelling. Qinghuan sat by the bed, holding a storybook, and continued to tell the story according to yesterday's plot. Xianxia was a little energetic tonight and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. When Qinghuan talked about the wedding for the little elephant crow in the forest, he still opened his eyes and asked, "Mom, when are you and Dad getting married?" In fact, Xianxia didn't know about the procedure of marriage. Normally, it was done before the child was born. He just casually asked after hearing the children in kindergarten bragging about how awesome their parents were when they got married. Chenghuan thought for a moment and said, Mom doesn't know about this either. Why? Because this is not something I can decide alone. Chenghuan got up and put down the storybook. She patted Xianxia twice through the quilt and said, Okay, go to sleep. You still have school tomorrow. Xianxia obediently closed his eyes and said, Good night, Mom. Chenghuan kissed him on the cheek and said, Good night, baby. Xianxia learned the violin step by step from the teacher, and Chenghuan became familiar with Xianxia little by little. Xianxia was a strange person among all the people she had met. She seemed to have no ambition and was always eating and waiting to die, but she never missed a class. She resented her mother for abandoning her, but she didn't do anything about it. She seemed to flirt around all day, but after getting to know her better, it could be seen that she hated men. Chenghuan felt that this should be related to her previous experience, which caused her to be so contradictory. Because Xianxia had a similar experience as her, she took the opportunity to worry about her a little more. Every now and then, she would find some career plans for her as a reference. Xianxia found her annoying and would often pretend to disappear after a few words. After that, she would come back as if nothing had happened. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. Thick cotton clothes and down jackets were stuffed into the wardrobe, and she changed into light jackets. Chenghuan stayed in the restaurant all this time, thinking about new dishes with the chef to deal with the upcoming hot weather. Xianxia was bored during the holidays, so she came over today. There was actually nothing fun in the restaurant. Chenghuan and the chef tasted the dishes, so they often couldn't take care of her for a few hours. Xianxia walked around alone and wanted to touch everything she saw. The others didn't say much because she was the boss's friend. They could only wash the things again after she touched them. After a while, Xianxia also understood. She was a little unhappy, so she told Chenghuan about it and went outside to play with her phone. Chenghuan didn't have time to eat until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, there weren't many people in the restaurant. Xianxia occupied the largest table by himself, crossing his legs and playing games. Chenghuan brought the food over and sat down opposite her. Have you eaten lunch? Xianxia raised his eyelids and glanced at her. Yes. That's good. Chenghuan's lunch was very simple. It was just a bowl of noodles with a few pieces of vegetable leaves floating on top. It looked very bland. She sucked on the noodles, and her ears were filled with the sound effects of Xianxia's game. After one round, he would immediately start again. After she finished her meal, she wiped her mouth and looked at him. If you're bored, you should go back early. I'm not bored. Okay, then you continue to play. I'm leaving. I have something to do in the afternoon. Chenghuan stood up. Wait. Chenghuan turned around. What are you doing? Wait for me to finish this game. Chenghuan was a little speechless, but her work wasn't in a hurry. Hearing this, she sat down again and waited for her to finish playing the game. After Xianxia finished playing a round of the game, she put down her phone and finally raised her head. She looked at Chenghuan and was silent for a while before saying, What do you think of me being a celebrity? A celebrity? Yes. Aren't there a lot of talent shows now? Many people rely on this to become famous. I want to give it a try. Chenghuan looked at her carefully. Xianxia had a good appearance. Her facial features were exquisite, and her face was full of collagen. She looked a little ignorant of the world, but at the same time, there was a sense of decadence. She was a beauty that was easy to remember. But, if you go to a talent show, do you have any talents? I can sing and dance. Pole dance. Xianxia winked at her. Have you forgotten what I did before? Chenghuan, anyway, I'm not cut out for studying now. Instead of wasting time here, I might as well go for it. She took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. She found the salary of a celebrity exposed by a third-rate tabloid. Look, any endorsement these people take is enough for me to eat for the rest of my life. I'm not bad-looking. Why can they do it but I can't? Chenghuan felt that what she said was quite reasonable. Then go and give it a try. I've already signed up. The audition will be next Monday. Then why do you sound like you're negotiating? Huan felt that she had been played and didn't want to stay with her for the time being. She got up with the bowl and said that she was going to work. Then, she turned and walked to the kitchen. Once she entered work mode, Huan easily forgot about other things. When she was awakened by Jiang Mingyuan's call, she saw that it was already past 6. The man hadn't gotten off work yet. From time to time, she heard people greeting him. "You're not home yet?" "No." Huan slapped her forehead and said regretfully, "My alarm didn't go off. I forgot to pick up Xingxing." "It's okay. I've already asked someone to pick her up." Jiang Mingyuan laughed and put the phone to Xingxing's mouth. The little guy's soft voice immediately came from the receiver. "Mommy, Daddy, and I will pick you up from work, okay?" Huan knew whose idea it was as soon as she heard this. Thinking that the company was not far from the restaurant, she agreed. Hearing her promise, Jiang Mingyuan took back the phone and said in a low and pleasant voice, "We'll be there in 20 minutes. Wait for us." "Okay, I got it." Huan rubbed her face on the other end of the phone and hung up. She took off her apron and hung it aside. Then, she began to tidy herself up. After staying in a place full of smoke for a day, her whole body felt oily. Huan washed her face, changed into a spare coat, combed her hair again, picked up her bag and was ready to go out. When she walked to the door, a person caught up with her. She turned around and found that it was Xianxia. "You haven't left yet?" Huan was a little surprised. She thought she had left long ago. In her impression, she was not a patient person. Xianxia's face was not very good. "When did I say I was leaving?" "That's my fault." Huan smiled good-naturedly. "Are you going home now?" She did not mention that Jiang Mingyuan and Xingxing were coming to pick her up. In her heart, she did not want him to meet Xingxing. "Okay." Xianxia pulled a long face and followed Huan out of the mall. Out of the mall, Huan was about to say goodbye to her. Who knew that Xianxia was waiting for her and had no intention of leaving? "Is there anything else?" Xianxia was surprised. "You're not driving me?" "This?" Huan did not know what to say. She did drive to pick her up this morning. It was normal for her to drive her back at night. She thought of a few excuses and finally took out the key from her bag and handed it over. "I have something to do tonight. Why don't you drive my car back?" Xianxia glanced at the key and looked away. "I don't know how to drive." "Then do you want to rent it back?" "I don't want to rent it." "What about the subway?" "It's too crowded." Then there was no other way. Huan did not know what this woman was up to today. She had rejected all kinds of ways to go out, as if she would not stop until she sent her back personally. She was annoyed that Xianxia kept looking for trouble, so she simply shut her mouth and stopped talking. She did not speak, and Xianxia quieted down. She stared at Huan's side profile for a long time before she sighed. "I want to see my son." Huan was a little vigilant. "Why do you want to see him? What are you afraid of?" "I'm not trying to steal your son." Xianxia curled the corners of her mouth and looked disdainful. "As his mother, do I have to report if I want to see my son?" "Huan, according to the law, you are now his aunt. Just tell me if you want to let me see him or not." Xianxia looked a little anxious. "He's my son. What's wrong with wanting to see him?" The two were still in a stalemate when a car stopped in front of them. The car door opened and Jiang Mingyuan got out of the car. He smiled at her and turned around to carry Xingxing out. "Why are you waiting here? It's windy at night." Jiang Mingyuan walked over and held her hand with a disapproving look on his face. "Look at your hand. It's cold." After he finished speaking, he seemed to have just noticed Xianxia. His eyebrows moved slightly and he greeted her. "Miss Shen." "Mr. Jiang." The other party was also polite. After greeting him, he turned to look at Xingxing. She did not know what kind of activity the kindergarten was holding today, but the little guy was dressed very formally. He was wearing a white little suit that made his short legs look a little longer. His small belly was covered, and his hair was gelled. He looked like a little prince. At this time, the little prince was holding his mother's arm and acting spoiled. He was trying his best to rub the gelled hair on his mother's clothes. He did not give up even when he was pushed away and continued to rub his face up with a smile. They have a good relationship, don't they? The voice by her ear interrupted her thoughts. Xianxia looked up and saw Jiang Mingyuan looking at her. His eyes were deep and unfathomable. After so many years, Xianxia could no longer remember what Jiang Mingyuan looked like. She only knew that he represented the capital. She calmed down. After all, she's his biological mother. It's normal for them to have a good relationship. Unfortunately, their relationship was not very good a few years ago. Jiang Mingyuan was implying something. After he finished speaking, he walked over. The family of three stood together and looked harmonious and warm. Xingxing rubbed his head in Qinghuan's palm and looked up with satisfaction. When he saw Xianxia not far away, he shrank behind his mother. Qinghuan blinked and pulled the little guy out. He introduced him. This is your aunt. Xingxing, quickly greet her. Aunt. The little guy called out. His eyes were innocent and clean. He was very curious about this new relative. Aunt, do you want to play with us? Xianxia still couldn't like this child. She couldn't help but feel annoyed when she heard his voice. Her eyes flickered and she agreed under Jiang Mingyuan's pressure. Okay. Do you have activities tonight? Qinghuan stood aside and waited for Xianxia to agree before asking. Jiang Mingyuan nodded and didn't say anything. He opened the car door and let Qinghuan get in. Then, he carried Xingxing into the back seat and stuffed him into the safety seat. Without looking at Xianxia, he turned around and went to the driver's seat. Xianxia didn't care about the man's dark face. She sat in the car and forced a smile at Xingxing. There was no driver today. Jiang Mingyuan drove personally. The two people in the front seat chatted in low voices from time to time. The two people in the back seat didn't stop talking either. Xingxing was very interested in this new aunt. He chattered all the way. Xianxia felt that he was annoying and ignored him. Finally, she couldn't help but say, "Why are you so talkative now?" Her tone was a little fierce. Xingxing was scared. He shrank his neck and didn't dare to say anything. The car suddenly quieted down. A few seconds later, the car stopped on the side of the road. Jiang Mingyuan heard a very calm voice. Miss Shen, if you think my son is annoying, you can get out of the car now. Xianxia wanted to get closer to Xingxing. She thought that she would definitely benefit from it. She didn't expect that she would mess it up. She bit her lip and felt a little regretful. She wanted to soften her apology, but under Jiang Mingyuan's gaze, she couldn't say a word. She looked at Qinghuan. The woman didn't mean to speak for her at all. The door opened and Xianxia got out of the car awkwardly. There were no extra people in the car, and the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Xingxing grabbed the seat belt and muttered, "Mom, Aunt is so fierce." Qinghuan didn't know what to say. Fortunately, Xingxing didn't mind. After a while, he became noisy again. He was as talkative as always. Without his aunt, his parents didn't mind him. He would say whatever he asked. The car stopped in front of a building. Jiang Mingyuan took the two people in. This was a very famous restaurant in S City. Generally, one could only make a reservation a few months in advance. It was praised by countless gluttons. However, the restaurant was very quiet today. Pushing open the crystal door, they saw a lake inside. There was only a small path in the middle with a faint light. The crystal grass on both sides flashed and led all the way to the front. This was obviously not a normal meal. Qinghuan's brain started to work. She searched for a special day. After thinking for a long time, she thought of a possibility. She cautiously said, "Today is not my birthday." "I know." Jiang Mingyuan took her hand and walked forward. "So it's just a meal. Don't think too much." He said that it was useless to think too much. Qinghuan couldn't relax at all. She waited nervously and expectantly for a possible surprise. Unfortunately, it turned out that he was overthinking things. Nothing special happened even after he finished eating and left the house. Qinghuan was a little disappointed, and then she was even more confused. She fastened her seat belt and frowned. "You went through so much trouble just to have a meal?" "Yes." Jiang Mingyuan reached out and rubbed her head. He started the car and turned it around. The grass and trees on the side of the road quickly retreated. Qinghuan looked for a while before she realized that this was not the way back. She turned her head and asked, "Aren't we going home?" Jiang Mingyuan said that he was not going back. "I got a few concert tickets. I'll take you there." "Oh." Qinghuan nodded and looked down at her clothes. "Can I wear this?" Although she hadn't heard of it, it was said that those occasions required formal wear. There was a red light at the intersection. Jiang Mingyuan stopped the car, turned his head to look at her, and nodded. "I think it's good." The venue of the concert was the Grand Theater of S-City. There were only a few people sitting inside. Jiang Mingyuan took her to the middle and sat down. The lights went out, the curtain in front of them opened, and the music started. The other people in the hall left. Classical music was really something that could cultivate the mind. The soul faded away from impetuousness and became quiet in the music. The concert lasted for 2 hours. When it was over, Qinghuan felt a little reluctant. She walked out of the venue and sighed. She turned her head to Jiang Mingyuan and asked with a smile, "Where are we going next?" She was sure that there was something wrong with this person. Jiang Mingyuan held the sleeping Xianxia and smiled back at her. "There's an open-air performance on the riverbank. Are you interested in seeing it?" "Okay." S-City was a city along the river. The riverbank was also a tourist attraction and was a little famous in the surrounding area. Before going, the two went back to settle Xianxia down and called the assistant to help look after her. Then they went out hand in hand. If the music festival was a feast for the ears, then the open-air performance by the riverbank was a feast for the eyes. Many stages were set up by the riverbank, and the artists were performing on the stage while the audience lingered around. These performances were not restricted to the content and format. The left side might be a street dance, while the right side might be a blacksmith. Even acrobatic performances, which were becoming rarer in recent years, could be found. Qinghuan originally thought that Jiang Mingyuan had some ulterior motives, but he wasn't so sure now. There were so many people here that they couldn't hear what he wanted to say. But it didn't matter. Who cared what he wanted? Qinghuan looked at the stunning dance in front of him and thought that whether or not he had other motives, these things were very beautiful. The open-air performance by the riverbank continued for a long time and did not stop until late at night. Qinghuan left the classical dance stage and continued to stroll down. She held a stick of candied hawthorn and took a bite. It was very sour. She squeezed her eyebrows together and swallowed the food in her mouth with difficulty. After that, she hurriedly threw the food in her hand into the trash can and asked Jiang Mingyuan, "Did you make these things?" Jiang Mingyuan nodded. "It's a project with the government. It lasts for a total of 3 days and will be held every year in the future. I'm going to create a regular tourism festival." "You're doing this?" Jiang Mingyuan knocked on her head. "Why not? I feel that this thing has nothing to do with you." "How can it have nothing to do with me?" "As long as the event's reputation is spread, it can attract tourists and drive the development of tourism. It's a good thing for the businesses in this area." "That's true. There's no need to worry about not making money when there are people around." Qinghuan looked around and touched his chin. "Should I set up a stall here? It looks quite profitable." "Jiang Mingyuan, I brought you here to play." Qinghuan laughed. "I'm just kidding." She said this, but in fact, she was already considering the possibility of opening a branch here. Qinghuan stayed in front of each table for a long time, and the snacks in his hand never stopped. Time passed unknowingly, and it was almost dawn. As if they had received instructions, all the tables stopped at 0. The scene suddenly quieted down. The tourists were confused and didn't know what had happened. Qinghuan took a bite of chestnut cake and tilted his head to look at Jiang Mingyuan. He was calm and obviously not surprised. "What are you going to do?" "Come here." Jiang Mingyuan didn't say anything. He took his hand and continued to walk forward. The riverbank wasn't completely flat. There was a higher place where there was no one at the moment, and the view was excellent. The sound of the river hitting the dam was in his ears. Qinghuan looked around and saw nothing. "Is there anything else?" "Wait a little longer." Qinghuan had a guess in his heart. He pursed his lips and quieted down. Time seemed to pass very slowly, and finally, it was 12 o'clock. In the distance, the bell tower rang like a signal. The dark buildings on the other side of the river were dyed with color. Music sounded, and colorful lights flashed with the rhythm. The giant LED screen lit up with the lights, but it wasn't any faces or advertisements that appeared. Instead, it was plates of attractive food. It was a torture to show such food in the middle of the night. The tourists who were still there drooled at the screen and found the nearest stall to buy snacks and stuff them into their mouths. No one knew that the screen would show these things, but Qinghuan knew. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was touched and embarrassed. She pulled the corner of his clothes and whispered, "What are you doing with these?" "It's not suitable to show photos, so I put these." He was a little nervous. "Will you like them?" "No." Although she felt a little embarrassed, to be honest, Qinghuan was very touched by his kindness. She leaned on the railing and faced the other side of the river. Her voice was so soft that it seemed to drift with the river wind. "Thank you for your birthday gift. If you like it." A person came up from behind. His big hand held her waist, and the other hand held the brocade box in front of her. "How about you marry me?" There were no scenes of onlookers in romance dramas. There were only the two of them, and only the lights on the other side of the river were witnesses. Qinghuan actually had many reasons to say that it wasn't the right time. They hadn't been together for a long time, and they didn't get used to each other. The gap between them was too big, and his mother didn't agree. But people couldn't always be rational. All the doubts in Qinghuan's mind were thrown aside, and she almost couldn't wait to agree. It seemed to be a very fast thing from the proposal to the marriage. In the autumn when Xingxing became a member of the kindergarten, Jiang Mingyuan and Qinghuan also held a wedding. The whole hotel was booked for the wedding. Countless celebrities gathered, but no reporters took any photos of the inside. As the bride, Qinghuan began to prepare many days in advance. She soaked in all kinds of skincare products, and strived to be in the best condition from her hair to her toenails. On the wedding day, according to the rules, they had to separate. Xingxing was thrown to Jiang Mingyuan, and Qinghuan had to get up before dawn to do her hair, put on makeup, and change into a dress. Then she waited for Jiang Mingyuan to come to pick her up. She didn't have many relatives or friends. Those who pretended to be the bride's family were basically the madams she met recently. The only exception was probably Suli. He and his wife now had a shop and a barbecue restaurant. This time, he specially left his business to help her. He was busy for several days, and as soon as he stopped, he said that good people would be rewarded. At 8 o'clock, there was a noise outside the door. Qinghuan stayed in the room alone, holding the bouquet tightly in her hand. She was a little nervous and thirsty, but she didn't want to drink water. The noise only lasted for a very short time. The door opened, and Jiang Mingyuan, dressed in a groom's suit, appeared at the door. The dress he was wearing was hand-embroidered, and the color was a little dark red. The embroidered dragon pattern seemed to break out of the wind. Only the big red flower on his chest looked a little stupid, but it didn't affect his handsomeness. The process after that seemed to be no different from other people's weddings, but probably because the people involved were different, Qinghuan felt very sweet when she looked at it. Because Jiang Mingyuan had always been respected, the people present didn't dare to make things difficult for him. They pretended to stop him and let him go. Qinghuan didn't have any brothers or relatives, so the task of carrying her out was directly taken over by Jiang Mingyuan. Qinghuan leaned on his back, and the dangling hairpin on her head swayed back and forth with her movements. She grabbed the clothes under her body, and her face was a little red against the red wedding dress. "Am I very heavy?" "No, the weight is just right." The car door was opened, and she was put into the back seat in a somewhat awkward position. Xingxing, who was acting as a kaleidoscope in the front seat, turned around and smiled with her eyes narrowed into slits. When she spoke, her mouth leaked air. "Mom, you are so beautiful today." The door on the other side opened, and Jiang Mingyuan sat in. He affirmed Xingxing's words. "I think so too." Qinghuan didn't have parents here, and Jiang Mingyuan didn't plan to let Gu Mingli attend the wedding, so the tea ceremony was omitted. The tea ceremony could be omitted, but the rest couldn't be omitted. After sending the guests away with great difficulty, Qinhuan didn't even have time to change her clothes before lying down on the bed. Jiang Mingyuan sent the guests away, closed the door, and went upstairs to return to the bedroom. The old house had been modified, and the second bedroom had been turned into the master bedroom. A person was lying on the huge bed, and the wedding dress and the red bedding were indistinguishable. Jiang Mingyuan took off the red flower on his chest and approached with light steps. Qinhuan was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. He leaned over and took off the hair ornament in her hair. "Take it off before you sleep." "Oh." Qinhuan responded. She didn't move, and turned around to lie on the bed. Her intention was self-evident. Jiang Mingyuan sighed softly and took off the hair ornament according to her wishes. After studying it for a long time, he finally untied her hair. He picked up a handful of hair and let the hair flow between his fingers. He whispered in her ear, "Get up and wash up." Qinhuan closed her eyes. "I don't want to get up. Today is the wedding night." "How can you be lazy?" Jiang Mingyuan's eyebrows softened, and he picked her up. Halfway through, the red wedding dress fell to the ground. The red candles were warm. End of text. When she opened her eyes again and looked at the memories in her mind, she knew that she had been reborn. The bed under her was so soft that she could sink into it. The room was so luxurious that she had never dared to imagine it. The woman she had only seen in photos was asking her about her well-being with a face full of concern. Her heart was suddenly filled with hostility. For so many years, this woman had ignored her and allowed her to be ridiculed and humiliated. Ever since she was young, her grandmother had told her that her mother didn't have it easy and didn't come to see her on purpose. However, the reality was like a joke. This woman lived a life 100 times better than before. She didn't have to do any housework and had a luxury car and an assistant wherever she went. She could only look at the luxury goods that she coveted. She was so good. However, she couldn't remember the daughter from before. Xianxia accepted all the memories of her younger sister. This girl had been pampered since she was young. Her parents would give her whatever she wanted. She had always been praised by others. Unlike her, who had no one to rely on. Xianxia had all her sister's memories. If she wanted to, she could completely deceive this couple. However, she didn't want to. She had suffered for so many years. Why should she make others happy? Her mother and father could naturally feel that their daughter's personality had changed drastically after she fell ill. They could have used the side effects to deceive themselves, but after a long time, looking at the men around her and her terrible grades, they could no longer deceive themselves. The couple was in great pain, but they couldn't bear to do anything to their daughter. They couldn't even bear to send her to a mental hospital. Xianxia was still carefree. Other than having her pocket money reduced to almost nothing, there was nothing that she was dissatisfied with. Time passed by quickly, and she stumbled through a semester of classes. She didn't want to see the couple, so she didn't go back for the new year. Instead, she took her sister's pocket money and went abroad to play. It wasn't as fun as she had imagined. Xianxia spoke a different language and was rejected everywhere. She regretted coming out. However, she didn't know what to do when she went back, so she stayed. Once, when she was shopping in the mall, she met another person from the country. Probably because she was bored, Xianxia didn't reject her conversation. That person knew many fun places, so her trip wasn't boring. After a while, they became familiar with each other. That person introduced her to his wife. Rumor had it that this lady was the empress, dowager of a large corporation. Xianxia had always admired the rich, so he was extremely cautious when meeting her. That madam was very beautiful. She was dressed appropriately and carried herself elegantly. Xianxia was almost ashamed of her appearance in front of her. She respected that person, so her words and actions were deliberately drawn closer to that madam. However, the madam didn't look for her because she fancied her. She just wanted to use her to deal with her future daughter-in-law. That daughter-in-law was her half-sister, Qinhuan. Hearing her original name from someone else's mouth, Xianxia felt that it was very strange. She was full of interest as she talked to Madame about the news of her body. Madame scolded Qinhuan for nearly an hour. The people he respected were no different from ordinary people. They would also have disputes between mothers-in-law and daughter-in-law, and they would also scold others like shrews. Xianxia was a little disappointed. Her reverence for Madame had almost disappeared. Later on, when Madame invited her, she didn't want to go. Winter break was over, and she had to go back to school to attend classes. Her allowance had been completely cut off, and she had squandered most of her savings. Therefore, Xianxia urgently needed to find a way to support herself. However, she didn't expect that instead of finding a job, she would find her original body. How did it feel to look at yourself from another person's perspective? In this world, only Xianxia could feel it. She was very beautiful. She wore light makeup, and her clothes and accessories looked very generous. She was too different from her previous self. Xianxia felt a sense of injustice in her heart. She heard from Madame that she relied on her son to get to where she was, but her son was clearly her own son. If she didn't become another person, then she would be Mrs. Jiang now. Her heart was burned by the fire of jealousy, but Xianxia could still maintain her calm. She nonchalantly expressed her disdain for Qing Huan's current life and tried her best to maintain the last of her dignity. That woman was quite stupid. She always felt weak when facing her. Xianxia liked to ask her out because she didn't have to pay the bill. However, the more she interacted with her, the more jealous she became. Why did this person use her own body to get everything, while she was so poor that she couldn't even afford her living expenses? She hadn't relied on a proper job to earn money for so many years. Of course, it was impossible now. Thus, naturally, the goal of finding a rich man to marry appeared in her mind again. The main target of this goal was actually the head of the Jiang family. However, he was too cold and difficult to get close to. Xianxia had asked that woman out so many times, but she hadn't seen her even once. She suspected that the woman's relationship with Jiang Mingyuan wasn't as good as Madame said. Perhaps she was just a mistress. She was somewhat disappointed, but also secretly delighted. She felt that her hope might come true. Then, she saw the head of the Jiang family and her son. She hadn't seen this child for half a year. He had grown a lot taller, looked a lot prettier, and was more cheerful. He was sticking close to that woman and being very affectionate. It was unlike before, when he wouldn't even let out a fart after being beaten 3 times. Xianxia felt a little angry. She was already used to this feeling, so she controlled it very well. She perfectly acted like a mother suppressing her emotions, hoping to get that man's attention. However, that person didn't even look at her. No one could interrupt the conversation between the two people in front of him. Beside them, the child was still nagging. Xianxia was jealous. She habitually vented her anger at the child. Then, she was chased away by that man. Standing at the intersection, Xianxia couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. The Xin couple knew how to treat their children well, so why couldn't that little brat recognize his real mother? He was indeed an ingrate. Thinking of this, Xianxia felt much better. She didn't give up on her plan, but she couldn't ask that person out later. However, the elective, which was originally just an excuse, unexpectedly paid off. She overcame all the difficulties and entered the top 3. The people behind the top 10 all had the capital. Xianxia didn't believe that she had really relied on her own abilities to enter the top 10. She knew who had helped her enter the top 10. Her heart was burning with passion. She always hoped that that person would find her. She would be willing to do anything. She waited for a long time, but that person didn't appear. Instead, she debuted with the top 10 in the same batch. After debuting, her life changed a lot. There was no one behind her to protect her. Countless jobs exhausted all her energy, but the rich income made Xianxia feel that it was all worth it. Then, one day, she found out that the two of them had gotten married. The girl in the circle saw the photo from her sugar daddy. In the photo, a man and a woman were wearing wedding clothes. Their eyes were looking at each other, and from the photo, she could see endless warmth. The girl said that both parents weren't present at the wedding. She heard that one of the parents had passed away, and the other's father had passed away. The mother's health wasn't good. She was recuperating in a village overseas and usually didn't come out. Xianxia thought of the old lady she had seen before. She thought of her bold words that she had to break up the couple. Resentment rose in her heart. Why couldn't she do such a small thing, however, it was good that she couldn't break them up. After all, it was her own body. She printed out the photo sent by the girl and put it under her pillow. Every day, when she slept, she dreamed that one day she could change back. Then, she would be the envied Mrs. Jiang. The author had something to say that was probably the case. Mrs. Jiang was really sent away to recuperate. Her lover abandoned her and found someone younger. After that, she went bankrupt. The reason why Mr. Jiang helped Xianxia debut was to repay her debt. Every day, Jiang Xingchen would wake up from his 10-square-meter bed, eat breakfast prepared by a star chef, and take a limited-edition limousine to school. However, Jiang Xingchen didn't think it was a big deal because his classmates were the same. Jiang Xingchen was 10 years old this year and was about to enter the 4th grade. He was the one with the best grades and popularity in class. The 10-year-old Jiang Xingchen had a lot of troubles and didn't laugh so easily. However, his classmates seemed to have misunderstood and called him Iceberg. Jiang Xingchen knew what an iceberg was and had even seen it with his own eyes. He felt that there was a big difference between him and an iceberg. When his classmates called him that, he argued with them, but it was to no avail. After class, the class immediately became lively. Jiang Xingchen took out a piece of paper and started playing Sudoku. However, before he could play for 2 minutes, he was interrupted by someone. "Xingchen, can you help me with this question? I don't know how to do it." Someone poked his arm with a gel pen and it hurt. Jiang Xingchen turned his head and his deskmate immediately retracted the pen and smiled at him. His deskmate's canine teeth were even worse. Jiang Xingchen thought as he looked at his missing teeth. He lowered his head and looked at the book his deskmate pushed over. "Which question?" "This one." His deskmate pointed at a math question. Jiang Xingchen glanced at it. It was very simple. He picked up the pen and wrote down the solution on the Sudoku paper. He even imitated the teacher and wrote while explaining. When he was done, he looked up and saw that his deskmate was holding her chin with both hands and wasn't looking at the question. "Do you know how to do it?" Jiang Xingchen asked unhappily. His deskmate nodded repeatedly, her ponytail swaying. The crystal butterfly on her head was very beautiful. "Yes, yes." Jiang Xingchen knew that his deskmate was lying because she would use a very simple question to ask him the next time. He turned his head and looked at his book. Is this what my mother meant when she said that she doesn't need to learn? However, he couldn't think of an answer because other classmates came over and asked many simple questions. When Jiang Xingchen asked about class, he wasted his precious rest time again. He held his chin and looked at the blackboard with a heavy heart. Could it be that girls were all stupid? Then I don't want mom to give birth to a sister. After a day of school, Jiang Xingchen didn't relax. He returned home, changed his clothes, and entered the training room. This room was specially reserved for him. Every Monday and Wednesday, a martial arts teacher would come to teach him Sanda. Her mother said that boys had to be strong, or they would be easily bullied. Jiang Xingchen was deeply touched. The small kid in the last row of the class was often bullied by others. After 2 hours of Sanda practice, the teacher praised him to his mother again after leaving. His mother was very happy and gave him a bag of tea leaves. Jiang Xingchen felt that his mother had been deceived by his teacher. Until now, he still couldn't beat his teacher. What was so great about him? But it was useless to say that. Her mother would not believe her. Next time, she would still listen to the teacher's lies. He sighed again in his heart. Women are so gullible. During dinner, there were only 2 people at the table. Her father was not there. This was already the 10th day since Dad was not at home. Jiang Xingchen suspected that there was something wrong with her parents' relationship. She heard from her classmates that their parents didn't live together and would quarrel whenever they saw each other. There was even a possibility that they might get a divorce. At the thought of her parents getting a divorce, Jiang Xingchen was very sad. He felt that it was very difficult to choose who to marry. But considering that girls were more fragile and prone to crying, Jiang Xingchen still leaned towards her mother. After all, he was a man and had to protect the girl in the family. Just like in the television, he picked up a piece of fish and removed the bones. Then, he placed the rotten fish into his mother's bowl and promised, "Mom, don't worry. After you divorce Dad, I will definitely follow you. After saying that, a fierce voice came from outside the dining room, who said that your mother and I are getting a divorce. Xianxia was beaten up by his father. His butt hurt like hell, but he felt very comfortable in his heart. Since Dad is so angry, they definitely won't get a divorce, right? Sure enough, for many days after that, Dad came home on time. Xianxia felt a little relieved, but his best friend said that he was thinking too much. They are adults and are willing to get a divorce. My mother said that the reason why they are not getting a divorce is because of the division of assets. When the time comes, she will have to give Dad a lot of money. His best friend hugged the basketball and raised his chin high. Now, my mother only gives Dad $10,000 a month for living expenses. It's not even as much as mine. Is that so? Xianxia was enlightened. Then, he retorted, but Dad is rich. He doesn't need to give living expenses. What about your mother? My mother is rich too. Not long ago, he heard from his mother that she was going to hold a celebration for the opening of 100 branches. His mother gave him more pocket money. That's difficult. His best friend scratched his head. His hair was covered in dust. Xianxia saw this and moved to the side in disdain. Anyway, no matter what, it's fine as long as they don't get a divorce. Dad said that he will take me to Antarctica during the winter break. Is it that good? His best friend's father only had $10,000 a month. Usually, he would ask his son for money. Hearing Xianxia's words, he was very envious. In order to not lose out, he also started to boast, my mother said that she will buy me the latest game console this week. My mother bought one for me too. She even accompanied me to play games. His best friend was very sad. He hugged his basketball and ignored Xianxia. Xianxia let him be. After all, he had other friends. When Xianxia was in 6th grade, his best friend's parents got a divorce. His mother found a younger and better-looking stepfather. His father also remarried to a rich woman. His best friend was very sad. He secretly brought Xianxia to drink. This was the first time Xianxia drank. After half a bottle, he was drunk. He went home and cried. He hugged his mother's leg and begged them not to get a divorce. Then, he was beaten up by his father. During middle school, dating became a trend. Xianxia was very curious. He also wanted to find someone to test out what it was like to be in a relationship. But because there were too many applicants, he organized a selection activity in class. The result of this activity was not ideal. The two students who made it to the end were not willing to give in to each other. In the end, they fought and attracted the attention of the class teacher. When the class teacher arrived, he was so angry that his face turned green. He dragged the three of them to the office and called their parents. Xianxia was not afraid at all. His father was on a business trip the day before yesterday and had not returned. His mother could not bear to touch him. After making the call, as expected, his mother came. She left in a hurry and did not change out of her office attire. It was very stressful. The three parents knew each other. The negotiation process was very peaceful. In the end, each of them had to write a reflection letter. The two students who fought had to write 1,000 words. Xianxia had to write 3,000 words because he was the organizer. They wasted too much time in the office. By the time they finished the discussion, school was over. Xianxia was brought home by his gentle mother. The moment he stepped into the house, he was beaten up. In fact, Xianxia felt that if he resisted, his mother would not be able to beat him. But who asked him to be a boy? Of course, he had to give in to the only girl in the family. His mother was quite good at beating him up. His buttocks and thighs were in pain. Not only that, the original 3,000 words reflection letter was reduced to 5,000 words. Furthermore, he had to promise not to date before he turned 18 and not to hold any girlfriend selection activities. Xianxia wrote the reflection letter for 2 days. His hands were about to break from writing it. Not only that, he had to read it during the flag-raising ceremony on Monday. In fact, Xianxia had been on stage to give speeches on many occasions due to his excellent grades. But this was the first time he had to read a reflection letter. He felt quite embarrassed and almost could not say it. Later, he thought about it. His grades were the best in the school. No one below him was as good as him. He would just treat it as teaching them how to write a reflection letter. The reflection letter on Monday was indeed excellent. It made more people know about Xianxia and more people wanted to be his girlfriend. But Xianxia had promised his mother that he would not date. How could he go back on his word? Therefore, he righteously rejected those classmates who wanted to be his girlfriend. He did not know if there was a problem with the way he rejected them. Not only did those students not hate him, they even formed a fan club for him and said that they wanted to protect his integrity. Xianxia went to the fan club to protest but was scared out of his wits. After that, he did not dare to go back. Xianxia had been studying in an international school since young. More than half of his classmates did not take the college entrance exam. Therefore, when the last class allocation came, he became lonely. His best friend's mother remarried. This time, his stepfather was only 5 years older than him. He felt humiliated and decided to take the college entrance exam even if he did not go abroad. The courses that were prepared for him to go abroad were not suitable for the college entrance exam. His best friend almost became depressed. In the end, he barely managed to get into a second-tier university. He still felt that it was amazing. He cried and shouted that he wanted to go abroad. His auntie was so annoyed by him that she personally sent him on a plane. On the day his best friend went abroad, Xianxia did not send him off. His parents booked a hotel to celebrate him getting into the best university. Going abroad did not affect the relationship between Xianxia and his best friend. They were not afraid of the time difference and used the voicemail method to communicate. His best friend, who did not want to go abroad, changed his mind after a month. He said that there were many things to play in the outside world and invited him to come along. Xianxia compared the difference between their college entrance exam scores. He felt that he would not be able to play in the things that his best friend thought were fun, so he rejected him. His best friend got a girlfriend overseas and urged him to find one too. Xianxia was not willing. He felt that it was too troublesome to find a girlfriend and it would greatly affect the quality of his studies. When his best friend heard this, he laughed and said that he would find a girlfriend that did not need to be coaxed. A week later, Xianxia received a long express delivery. When he opened it, he saw that it was a silicone doll of the same height. At that time, Xianxia's roommate was also there. He felt that he would never forget the way his roommate looked at him. In order to repay his best friend's gift, Xianxia blocked all of his contact details and used his friend's phone number to register as an advanced member of a dating website. His programming skills were very good. It was too easy for him to get his best friend's verification code. University life was much more interesting than he had imagined. Here, Xianxia could learn more than before. 4 years passed in the blink of an eye and he was recommended to become a graduate student in the university. This was originally a good thing, but his mother was not too happy. When she visited him during the holidays, she complained that he did not have a girlfriend until now. Xianxia felt that his mother was quite strange. Back then, she was the one who did not allow him to date. Now, she was also the one who was chasing him for a girlfriend. He was really in a difficult position. Urging him to date really affected Xianxia's study efficiency. In order to solve this once and for all, he decided to fulfill his mother's request. He found one of his classmates who had fought for him before. After asking a little, the other party agreed. He heard from his classmate that the two of them were schoolmates. This saved Xianxia a lot of time. The two of them agreed to meet at the second cafeteria, using advanced mathematics as a token. Xianxia arrived first. He looked around and found a seat, placing his book in the most conspicuous position. He waited from 12 until 2 o'clock. After everyone in the cafeteria had left, his classmate arrived. His classmate had her hair tied up in a ponytail and was wearing a light green dress. When the wind blew, her dress fluttered. She walked in front of him and put down the advanced mathematics book in her hand. Her face was slightly red and her lips curved into a smile, revealing 2 small dimples. This time, she did not show her teeth. She bent down and put down the advanced mathematics book in her hand. She touched the necklace and straightened her back. She extended her small hand and placed it in front of Xianxia. Boyfriend, long time no see. End of chapter 96. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.